Have a similar rondo to yesterday, Hot Jukes, because
oh
it
yeah,
was absolute cinema. The EMP zone, the double planes, the hot drop in Neox. We had that clutch recall from Divine on Reject, by the way, which if we want Reject to be out of the bottom 5, we've got to see something similar there and trying to avoid GS Team and Jadina City. But so many things happening. Rondo is slowly but surely becoming my favorite map in PUBG Mobile Esport because there's so much depth to this Battlegrounds, and I'm really hoping to see the teams get even better as time goes on this Battleground.
Yeah, one thing that you were talking about yesterday, real quick though, Max, right, was how GS is landing in Jadina City and they have it for free because Geekay isn't here, right? So since they have that drop, right, how big do you think it is for them to be able to put up a big rondo here in this game?
I mean, it's an edge position, right, Niptura? So I would say it's good to have it for free, you don't have to fight for it, but I don't think it's like game-changing altogether, right?
No, I think because the only thing I will say is that it gives you a lot of options because of how big the map is that it really gives you an opportunity to get really big, long wraparound rotations to avoid teams. So if you are a team that wants to do that, it's probably a better position.
All right, well, let's see if they can put that position to use, guys. Last day for Group Green. Let's see which team's going to get that chicken dinner on match number 1 with John Allen and Blank.
We are getting into Rondo, of course. Those recall beacons are up, live and kicking for the last time, potentially for some of our teams. Well, definitely for 5 of our teams here in Group Green. And they will be pulling every trick out of the hat. Hopefully, they'll be able to come up with something miraculous, but we'll have to wait and see. One plane this time around, Blank. We're keeping it simple.
Yeah, over towards the north side as well. So it's nice and easy for a lot of our squad. But like you say, the last day now of Group Green, the final chance to get in towards that top 3. And you're right, it will be time to pull out all the rabbits out the hat here, because honestly, for some of these squads, they really do need something special today to get in towards that top 3 or stay out of the bottom 5. I think that is a big thing we have to consider here, is that unlike the Gauntlet stage, someone's going home, and not just someone. 5 teams. It is a lot of players that will be cutting out here, going through as we get further and further into PMGC. We've got Group Red coming up shortly as well. You know, the action never ends here over at PMGC. But first of all, we've got to conclude Group Green.
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to be kicking off, though, with a hot drop already on the cards as the sprays start to fly. It's APG. Falcons set up in the middle. I think there's another team, Team Secret. All 3 of them playing around the test track right now. Really is anything goes to see if the Falcons can profit in the same way they did off yesterday's hot drop. They're able to get quite a few points going out. Like they are 1 for 1, but they do get that flush confirmed. And Koa may be resible here. Doc not quite with the angle to stop that one going through. We've got Reject and Gen G also on a hot drop flank. Reject looking to try and win it. Jaiki around the corner against APG. Ziol, though, turns it, slaps him down with a machete as well, and gets the flush point on. Remember, these recalls still exist, and Team Secret immediately pulling one player back into the fold. Gen G not so lucky. Looks like 9Z also still have a player down, but we're not expecting those to stay down for too long. They can get straight back up. Falak, hang on a minute. I see it here as well. I didn't even see them, but they're in for the play, and IQ's able to find Ziol and get the flush.
Yeah, unfortunate for Zol, he actually got a full reset on the kit. I think he finished that fight with Team Secret there with 1 bullet left remaining in the magazine. Was able to get himself an S12K and a bunch of other stuff in the meantime, but not enough to keep them going. The Falcons, though, they're also playing this position. This is very different for Alpha Gaming as well. Usually they play a little bit more of a split across the map. In this game, they're slightly more aggressive, trying to get more points on board. I think they understand that, you know, they want to get ahead. I think right now they are far enough ahead that with maybe 2 games at 10 points, they sort of secure themselves in that top 3 with the way teams are chasing, because it's a lot of profit multiple teams have to make. Because if Alter Ego and Gold catch up to them, it doesn't really matter all that much. They would have to have Alter Ego, Go, DK, as well as Inner Circle all doing extremely well to knock APG out. So we can kind of stop talking about APG for the time being. We're more focused over towards D+. Seven made a hilarious video yesterday where D+, you know, trying to bulldoze their way back in towards that top 3. The teams are trying to hold them out for the time being, but they're doing a good job and tied now with Go in 3rd.
Ooh, Koa trade against Falak. I barely even saw a sliver of him, but Koa saw enough. And he gets the flush as well. That is nasty coming through from Koa. I mean, Falak's got to feel pretty bad about that one. He should be able to get the res again. That recall is going to be such a major factor moving forward into PUBG Mobile in the ecosystems that we see. You can see immediately Falak is recalled. They have that outpost on lockdown.
Yeah, it's one of the situations where you're screaming desync, but you're in the same room. So it's hard to complain about that. But yeah, that was... I don't really know how that happened. It's definitely a case of reg on our screen. Probably looked very different for the players. But either way, reaction speed of a small mongoose.
Small is important there because they're the more timid ones, which means they need to react quicker. You know, they're more in danger. But Redox right now, looks like he was a bit of a bigger mongoose on that one, and he will go down to IC. 3 elims found for Tianba, 4 for IC. Blank. This is big starts for these two teams.
I mean, Inner Circle's doing fairly well at the moment to hold off versus multiple teams. The only worrying thing right now for me is that this is the same approach Inner Circle took yesterday, which is why I don't really think they have an outpost here. So they are fully committed to this position on the map. There's Alter Ego taking shots down towards this way. You also have Falcons, Alpha Gaming, Loops, Team Secret on the outside. It's very rough. So Inner Circle has to have a much more confident and consistent finish here over towards Neox if they want to continue forward. Already finding 5 elims though is fantastic work for them.
It's a real boon to their tallies, but you can see players are getting back up thick and fast. We've had quite a few elims coming on through already. But for now, everybody, yeah, you could just see the recalls pouring onto the tables. Gen G, the only team to have stuck with 3 for the time being, but they're right on top of a recall beacon, and that one's coming in 3, 2, 1. No, not quite. Okay, they haven't managed to hop out of the vehicle just yet, but they are going for it. All the way down south near Lampo, and there it goes. Satan's back in the mix. Still sticking onto Neox Factory, onto the rooftops. Doc doesn't want to give up the ghost just yet. There's that recall beacon right in the middle of things, but that's much more dangerous than the rest of them.
I mean, for Alpha Gaming, this is a very different approach that they're taking at the moment. It makes things very messy for Inner Circle as well, where they thought they would be taking the fight purely with the Falcons. Alpha Gaming getting involved on this does create a slight problem. This should be an easy shot to make for Doc at least, and he will pick up the first knock there and the flush off the back of it. And now Noki's locked in. Right, it's very hard for him to move from that location, and this nade looks pretty decent.
Oh, does get repositioned away from though. Noki maybe looking for loot, maybe spotted it coming. We'll never know. Either way, doesn't take damage from it. Adding a 6th elim, well, that would be pretty great. You'd love to see it. And they can control that recall as well, which means they can get their player back in nice and early, nice and quickly. Right on top of them as well. The EMP zone flaring out in the meantime. Over towards Wolves. This is on the sort of south side of the center of this circle. With the EMP coming on in. It is not ideal to be in there. It's not the end of the world, but can cause some uncomfortable situations like we saw yesterday, Blank, with the EMP forcing a fight where maybe it wasn't necessary.
Yeah. It's nice to see Coops on the Abacam as well. That thing is absolute laser beam at the moment. I don't get to see a lot of players who are on board though. Hyper Supermassive. There's a lot of hope for this team, but it's coming a little too late on their side of things right now at 78 points. I think regardless though from yesterday's performance, especially Kamikaze, they have proven themselves once again to be quite a strong squad overall. So I think most fans of this team can be quite happy. Again, I imagine last chance is going to be very difficult for them, but it doesn't look hopeless going into it.
It's a glimmer, maybe, of hope. There are still qualification spots, and someone has to qualify from that last chance stage, right? At least one team is going to get there. Hopefully more. Circle pops in as the EMP zone fades on the fight. Gen G on that east side, but it's Goat in the middle there. D plus as well now moving in on that north edge, moving down from Stadium. seeing what they can find. It's now when teams are going to start to get stuck into situations where they can't go for these recalls. And I'm surprised that Inner Circle hasn't dropped that recall just yet. And in fact, have headed all the way out west to go for it. They are now starting to get it on board. But for Tiamba, they might not be able to be quite as accessible to it.
Yeah, it's a pretty unnecessary fight coming through from Inner Circle over on that eastern side, and especially with things being thrown into the mix, especially in Neox factory around test track. That is a very tumultuous area of the map where anything can happen. You're kind of concerned about Inner Circle continuing to drop there, especially on top of Falcons. There's plenty of other positions that are playable, and I think Inner Circle does thrive towards those end games. So why risk the full 4-man squad wipe at the beginning of the game? It's a little bit confusing.
Yeah, it's not favorable, but Narvalo. I mean, we know what he likes to do on his own in a single building, right? There's no way you're getting in there. You need at least 5 players, I'm pretty sure, to be able to take him down like that. Just the one's not going to cut it. No mustard was cut. Genji against Papa Supermassive, who have had some stellar plays, but still in the middle of those tables. They want to try and breach forwards. A little assist coming on through, and a lovely shot around the corner from Nico. They're finding more. Can't vault out there. I think there's an off angle to deal with, and a teammate to get rezzed up because GS are taking shots. They've got a lot of angles on this surround, so you need to be careful.
GS looked like a pretty tough team in terms of qualification. Like, they didn't look like they were getting anywhere close to it. I think the past couple of days, I think they've really improved like a lot. So I think no matter what happens to GS here, like, they'd be proud of the performance. They still have a little ways to go to get out from that bottom 5. Loops is definitely in danger, as is 9ZG. I think Falcons is slightly more safe, but if they continue on this trajectory where, you know, the 4v4s are just not great, even the 1v1s aren't great from the Falcons at the moment, then it's likely to go downhill. Nice shot from Lost, but now he's just providing information from on top of the rooftop.
The rest of Papa Supermassive not really in a place to assist right now, nowhere near, and they do need to just keep themselves going. I mean, Lost, they might be reserable here. If Nico drops another smoke, keeps the cover going, but perhaps you just want to keep your wits about you. That nade doesn't even find it. Ooh, right in the smoke. Maybe they think they've cleared that corner. Drops another one around the edge. That does tag damage, so they know that they're in that courtyard. The reses have come through from GS as well. It should be just finishing on the res, but it's not going to be Nico to face them now. On a sliver of HP, it's just Lost, and he will not find it. You can see them on the east side there, just completely separated from Trompy and Kamikaze. They were isolated out to that west, and GS, well, they launch that opportunity, but they get the recall for Papa Supermassive very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the entire time, they've been sending out to a close-by recall position to get the rest of the players back up again. But for GS, well done. Very, very well done. That's versus a very, very difficult team to play against. And getting that full squad wipe is great. You know, taking the information gain that they grabbed off of those nades and then easily determining where the players are, even pre-spraying the smoke as well. I really enjoyed that fight. I think that was very nice from GS.
Well orchestrated. Genji trying to orchestrate their approach, but the Wolves have been outposted here for quite a while, Blank. They're fairly firmly entrenched. Teams starting to have their hopes of getting recalls dwindle right now. And that's probably most brutal for both Tiamba and for the Falcons, right? One player alive. Falcons very, very central with their last player. But that's where they like to be. The analyst was talking about it before. Tiamba, though, a little bit more out in the open as Narvalo has the nades. Let's see what he can do in this shack.
It is interesting looking at the way that Alter Ego and Alpha Gaming are currently playing at the moment. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
Okay, that's a horrendous spray down over towards Inner Circle. I think two players are res, but it depends if someone wants to crash them or not. Either way, what I was saying about Alpha Gaming and Alter Ego is they're both playing very slow on the outside edge, and this sort of makes sense to me because realistically, Rondo is one of the best trampolines when it comes to accelerating your point scoring at the start of the day. And a lot of times that can be the make or break between getting in towards a top spot. Now, for Alter Ego and Alpha Gaming, what they're more concerned with this game is basically keeping other teams down. right? So they're playing very much on the outside edge. They're not looking for central positions. They just want to make this game as scarce as possible for other squads. They don't want to get too aggressive here. They're just looking to injure, to cause casualties and slow this game down to a crawl, which makes complete sense to me.
Ooh, Inner Circle really suffering here. Reject have great angles towards them. They're just getting knocked and re-knocked repeatedly. And they're chasing for that third place bubble, Blank. I mean, look at the score lines right now. You got third place at 97. They're on 91 right now. They earned 5 points right at the start of the match. They were feeling themselves, but they're really crunched in here. It is nasty on that western side. A lot of teams very, very close by to one another. A little bit more free and easy on that eastern side, but still no walk in the park. The circle keeps that crunch in the middle too, and Reject are going to further commit down towards that area. As players starting to fall out now, recalls become almost impossible for most of our teams at this stage. APG wanting to get Zol back up. They are staying completely together here, but Gen G going to try and split them up. Quick, up onto the tree. Dami on the high ground. A lovely nade comes through from Reefus. It finds him around the trunk of the tree. There is a trade still, and Zol is flushed. But can there be retribution? Can APG find their feet here and stay up in that first place spot? Because Satan's already found Doc. Wolves might chime in as well. Look at that flex out.
Slightly whiff nade there coming through from Reefus. Reject with Regiocio will pick up one of those elims. Looks like Alpha Gaming is more than likely to go down here on the outside edge on the south side. Again, you're just trying to make sure this game is as stagnant as possible. And for teams that really want to climb up, they're likely looking for a central position anyway. So you are just gifting points across the teams that aren't really all that influential on the lobby. I mean, the Wolves are currently on 79 points, but these eliminations are getting passed around very equally right now. It's a much slower rondo than what we're used to. But again, I think at an international lobby, this makes a lot of sense. And I wouldn't be surprised seeing this type of meta start to develop in personal regions, right? You know, where on that final day, rondos are a lot quieter because you don't want to be giving away those massive chicken dinner games.
I mean, yeah, we saw yesterday as well a lot of big starts and then not going too much further. There were a lot of 8-9 elimination teams that were down early into the game, right? That were completely flushed out. And seems like this time around, as you say, it's kind of level pegging for a lot of these teams. APG, the major profiteers right now on this game with 6 elims, but that will be changing as teams continue to move on forwards. Inner Circle have managed to patch themselves back up, Blank. In the meantime, whilst all of that chaos unfolded on the south side circle, they've patched themselves up to 3 players alive. They've got control of their building. Reject flexed a little bit further away, and now they're regrouping out, which has alleviated some of that pressure. In the meantime, though, Alter Ego fighting for the podium spot with D+, Blank.
Yeah, who have now passed GOAT as well. Third place for D+. Now looking to go a little bit further. Nolbu with nade outside. A lot of damage over towards Krypton. Goes extremely low. Snape looks to cut the corner, but it's not meant to be, as Nolbu will make the big run out. Finds 2, but loops are coming.
They're right over the hill, and they will ride straight into the fight here, Blank. D+ now gonna have a tough time defending on 2 fronts, but with just Snape remaining, they may have handled Alter Ego fast enough. He will be a fly in the ointment to the hold against Loops. And that's the shot that they were looking for, the opener towards D+. Snape will fall, so Alter Ego in second place will go down. D+, 1 point behind them now. In just 1 elimination, they could draw neck and neck. We'll see if they're able to do it. Loops may be the team to deliver them that point that they need. They're very isolated from everybody else on this northern side.
Osal will bleed out there. So it's a 2v4. Chips got a huge amount of work done yesterday. Now looking to go even further for D+ and secure that position in second place. It's been a big rise from D+ over the last few days. In the meantime, Wolves are looking a little bit slicker today, though I will wait and see, because anything can happen with that team. We've seen them go from strength to very low lows. For the Wolves, not convinced yet.
Ooh, a couple of shots coming on through. Look at that picture-in-picture. Wolves having a tough time against Team Secret. Okay, that's not the team I thought I would be saying there in that sentence. They've still got a wolf on the prowl. On that picture, I'm taking a look, and it looks like they will be able to do so much work on the top side. They take down Team Secret, but in come OG on that fight. The wolves are flushed away. In the meantime, we're back on board now with the main picture here with Luke, and they are still going head-to-head, toe-to-toe. Blow for blow with D+, as the nade pushes Fabian out the back. Chips is still on the inside. Ratto Boy looks for the challenge, but he will not be able to find it. Step into the blue too long. You're going to go down. The point that they need is right there. Will he step out? Will he get too bold with it? No, but he's going to launch them over the top. Blank. They're up into second place over Alter Ego. Can they keep it going?
I mean, this is incredible. The fact that these two players make it happen. Fabian has been in the scene for a very long time, and he knows how to keep his nerve here. Luke's final player up the stairs. Chips looking to finish him off. We'll just have to ascend this one. Noise in the corner. I will get it done. A 2v4 from D+ to secure second place is insane.
How much further can they go? There's not too many people on this northern side. They don't have the meds. I'd be surprised if they even make it out of this blue zone, Blank. I feel like for Chips, he's just trying to find a first aid right now to heal himself in, because there is a long way to go. There's about 200 to 300 meters to dash across, and that's if he makes a beeline with no caution thrown towards cover. This is nasty for D+, but they've got 9 elims already, Blank. And this, as you said before, is a great result to get up into second place, away from GOAT, away from Inner Circle. Inner Circle quite likely to go a lot further, though, so it could still be a worry.
Jammer backpack, pick it up, put it on. Right now, thank you.
Oh, okay, that's last too long, though.
That's a clutch Jammer backpack.
For sure.
I love it when he's going for the first aid kit. He's like, wait. That's actually going to save. That's fine. That's good. That's good. Okay, so Gemma Pack will get D+ even further into this match. All right, I love to see it. Apparently, we saw a cover flare not come through, which I can only imagine came from around this area. Not sure if it was from OG or the Wolves or Team Secret, but either way, cool to see. In an international tournament, someone getting crushed by the mighty Dorito. For OG, they cleared out rejects. It's good, right? You know, 13th place, but 7 elims at the start of the day here is very, very nice for OG. It looks better. I think the most concerning thing is that Wolves were losing the fight to Team Secret. And I think it's fair to say that Team Secret has the worst firepower in the lobby right now. So that is definitely concerning for Wolves. They did hold a stronger position than them, and they were pushing into, but since everyone else that Team Secret has played against they've just fallen over. Yeah, it is concerning for Wolves.
It's not ideal. They did get a couple of points on this match. They did get 7 elims, Blank, so it's not all doom and gloom for them, but they did want to stay stronger into that fight. With OG rolling in, though, I mean, it's a pretty tough task. OG isolated on the outside. A team that is definitely not isolated on the outside, though, is Papra Supermassive, but we have to talk about them in a minute, because GOAT are crashing onto Narvalo, and this is basically an even match. He's got a building to play around, Blank. We'll see if they're able to do it this time around, see if they can get rid of him. He's locked in, but it's going to be the assist coming on from his enemy team. His opponents are doing the work for him. They step in, and this guy just can't be taken out of a building. You just can't do it. So across the way, Papra Supermassive have to get a little bit naughty, but that was floundering on the approach coming through from GOAT.
Oh, I guess he wants to get the elims, but it's so greedy. Are you seeing the team pushing onto you, getting blasted? Like, you miss out on a placement point from the back of that as well. So yeah, it's a bit annoying. I think he realized that moment in time. I think he just thought to himself, you know what, I'm just going to try and get some elims. Sick of playing as a solo for my own squad. I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory. For 9ZG, this is a very important game. It's 10th place in the lobby. 69 points right now. If they can get themselves a little bit further, get towards the middle of the pack, they do separate themselves away from some of the others chasing. That includes Loops, who are in a lot of danger right now, especially versus OG, who look to move themselves out from the bottom 5.
That is the name of the game. They're stretching out towards the north. Maxman in our chat is highlighting as well that cover flares here are going to be really important, given the flatness of this terrain. He's going to be looking out for any more, well, first of all, any more emergency flare knocks, but also using that cover effectively. So I'm sure we'll get the Maxman breakdown of the D4s littering the battlefield over on the analyst desk, but it has to happen first. That's what we're here for. Goat's trying to go for another crash, another roll up to the pagoda, out in the open. And IC not able to control that, not quite finding the spray down with IQ on that rooftop.
Yeah, I mean, you would have hoped for a little bit more damage there coming through from Inner Circle, but the fact they've got themselves up towards top 6 is already quite useful. I think the main two teams to look at here is Go as well as Inner Circle, both chasing for that second and third spot, and it's really not that much of a stretch that they need to go. They might even just find it off the back of placement points here, but this is a fearsome fight between DK, Alter Ego, Go, and Inner Circle for the top 3.
Absolutely is. Although at the moment, Blank, it shouldn't be on their minds about getting into the top 3 now. It should be about maximizing point gain in this match, right? It's great that you can get into top 3, but if you're making a play like, oh, let's just get a couple of points so that we can be in top 3, sure, it's a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling, but you might have given up the opportunity to get 7, 8, 9 points on the game, where that would be a lot more comfortable moving into the future. A hard northwest shift does assist both of these teams, but unfortunately, Pamper Supermassive have started to play the game here, Blank, and now just one player left on Inner Circle.
I think Pamper Supermassive done a great job to sustain in this match. Lost will take down Falak. The big man from the squad. Inner Circle now just down to 1 in T24, who has been fantastic when it comes to the shots, but it's not enough versus 4 teams. I think for Inner Circle, for them, you know, they're trying to get up towards the top side of the lobby. Sadly, though, that position was very rough to play versus Pamper Supermassive, and they were trying to get shots wherever they could. For Goat, this is an extremely tough cross, but getting one of their players in Twix down towards the south side is miraculous, and also fantastic timing from them, right? They pulled out the stopwatch, clicked it as soon as they heard the fighting happening over on that west side, and sent Twix out. So that anchor is really important. Good shots there from Killer Joe.
Oh, able to do so much damage to OG on the approach in a time where they need the points as much as they can get. 7 elims already on the game, Blank. Again, it's not all doom and gloom, but in the bottom 5, it's still really, really uncomfortable. GS also fighting to get out of that bottom 5 spot. They are now 1 point behind Loops. They're guaranteed to get up over Loops this game with the placement points that they're already guaranteed. The question is how far? And nades coming through from OG, making it a little bit harder.
It's so cool seeing, like, a lot of the top teams fighting out for this one, but then looking at a lot of the bottom teams with 9Z, who are in a bit of a struggle bus at the start of the day. GS and OG both looking to make it happen. Both teams who have seen improvement over the stage of Group Green. I think Goat may be done for in the near future, though. They'd have to find a knock over towards 9Z if they wanted to hope in hell of getting out there. But at least getting Twix towards the central position does guarantee them at least like a top 4 here.
I mean, it's on smokes and cover flares. Like, they might be waiting for other teams to move and covering off Twix's angle, right? I think, are they just in this circle? I think they still have just a tiny sliver of it. Pamper Supermassive actually take a knock from Goat. So there's the maybe opener that they were looking for, but it's still so flat against 9ZG that their approach, as you said, is fraught with danger. I have to try and find something. In the meantime, OG holding the south as well.
For Go, the only option here is to wait for the circle to crunch 9Z in, and during that time where it gets a little bit messy for 9Z, where they have to move and back off angles, that's where the rest of Go can start to move. But they're gonna send out some craters, but they need themselves.
Yeah, that's not gonna work out for Go. Oh dear. With the placement price they've got already, though, Blank, they are in the top 3.
Yeah, they tried to pull it in a circle there. Sadly, a little bit of a bounce off the wall kind of ruins their whole day. That's a bit sad. But again, I still think it's a top 4 with Twix involved. GS trying to get around the side, but it's a nasty nade from Maru. Goes over towards Icon, will take him out. And now ESO looks to find these shots through the window.
Maru steps out wide.
Patient, though.
Is good. A really, really nice rotation there, getting through. Loving the ghillie suit on Rondo, by the way. Don't see too much of it. The blossoms looking pretty for Aru. Almost as pretty as his peaks there. 9 elims now and a 4th place guarantee. This is the game that OG needed to jet out of the bottom 5, Blank. They want to keep climbing. They want to go as far as possible. Again, it's nice not to be there now, but it's about getting as many points under the belt as humanly possible to set yourself up for safety later on. Because with only 6 matches, including the conclusion of this one to go, it's got to feel good that you're into the top 3. Maybe a 2nd place on the cards if Papa Supermassive can hold it out against 9ZG.
Yeah, I think for OG, it's been really nice. And so far, a lot of these pieces they're going for are covered off by their teammates. And it's looking a lot cleaner on their approach towards these engagements. They're not trying to take fights that they know they're not comfortable in. And they're still keeping up that great macro that we know that they have. It is sad where this is almost an impossible location to push out from. But what I am glad about is that they tried to make a move. A lot of times in the past, I think OG would have just sat there and waited for the blue to envelop. But they actually went for something, and that's promising to me.
I mean, they saw those flares drop. They knew attention might be distracted, might be a little bit split. That was as good a time as any, but unfortunately did not go their way. Papra Supermassive, they've held this building for so long. 9ZG have been on the outside, but 9ZG are giving it a damn good go here. Nico is knocked. Lost was taken down earlier. Nico on the off angle, very unlikely to be resable there. Kamikaze feels the bounce of a nade of one of the tetrahedra littering the battlefield, and another nade for 9ZG. This is again another campaign to get away from the bottom 5 spots, and that is a brilliant conclusion for 9ZG. Papra Supermassive get a decent chunk of points as well, but they could not leave their compound. They held it strong, but they just weren't allowed out the front door.
I mean, for 9Z, this is a big game for them. They needed it from where they were in the tables. That's more of a survival win for this team than anything. For Papa Supermassive, though, it does send them a little bit further up towards the top of the tables. For OG, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more respectful of some of the teams in the lobby as well. But overall, some promising moments, I would say, from that squad. I'm not going to say too much right now because I need to see more out of that team today if they're going to make it out from that bottom 11. But the journey has begun. The journey has begun.
Absolutely. Some very important matches coming through on the Ron.
racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
요 정도? 진짜? 못할 것 같은데. 100% первое место. 안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 팀 놀부입니다.
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 우살이라고 합니다. 몰라, 2등 아니면 3등 할 수 있을 것 같아.
Очень сильный коллектив из Китая, который упал, но поднимется на второе место.
DNX? 일단 건틀렛에서 하는 거 봐서 한 5등?
에? 나한 2점 줘야 되는 거 아니야? 2점?
아, 형 2점? 한 2점?
한 2점.
오케이. сильно?
Нет.
Ну, 4-е место.
ETSH. 새로운 팀인데요, 이게.
TR? 14등? Это я вообще не знаю кто. Наверное, где-то тут.
저도 한 이쪽 반열까지. 오케이.
Во, окей.
Китайцы, которые неплохо, да, показали свою игру, был на третьем месте.
처음 보는 팀이 몰라요. 뭐 어떤 팀인지. 이랬다.
유명한 말레이시아 팀인데 요즘 좀 많이 흔들리는 것 같아서 한
이쯤으로 하겠습니다. Как будто нужно было расставить на 14 ставить на 9.
어떤 팀인지 몰라요, 이것도.
Ну, NRZ остались, как будто очевидно.
바꿀게.
바꿀게.
아, 나는 솔직히 한 이쯤?
아, 그건 아닌 것 같아.
오케이. 여기로 가고. No will pick this. I don't say anything.
В итоге получились у нас предикты.
Возможно, мы были неправы, и команда на деле кажется
сильнее, чем мы думали.
또 여러분들도 좀 많은 예측과 기대를 좀 해주시고 다들 화이팅!
Bye.
Saya tak akan biarkan kesilapan yang sama berlaku 2 kali.
It's not my fault, but I'll always come back. Don't get it twisted. Our talent was never the problem.
Bom, este ano voltamos com mais fome, mais disciplina e com a mentalidade bem mais clara. Acredito que este é o nosso momento.
Saya tak nak orang lain ingat, tim Malaysia ni datang untuk bercuti je. Tapi saya nak diorang tahu yang kita orang boleh bagi saingan terbaik untuk tim-tim global.
Sonraki maçta kalp krizi geçirmiş olabilirim galiba.
Alo. Anneciğim ne yapıyorsun?
Anneciğim. İyiyim bebeğim. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyi ben de çok iyiyim valla. Maçları izledin mi?
Oo izledim. Ben olur mu? Kalp krizleri geçirdim ben burada. Bana 2'ye çıktınız, ikinci oldunuz. Geri 3'e düştünüz, geri 2'ye çıktınız. Ben kalp krizi geçiriyordum yani o sıra. Neyse mutluyum annem. O da diyorum ya, 3 gün formayla takıldım.
Valla.
3 gün formayla gezdim. İş yerinde öyleydim. Görmüyor musun? Resmi atıyor beni iş formada.
İş yerinde de formayla yani şey yaptın değil mi? Formayla gittin.
Evet, evet.
İyi sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyiyim anneciğim. Özledim seni, sadece seni özledim.
Ben de seni özledim valla.
Aradım akşam, bakmadım hayırlı olsun demek için.
Uyumuşum bir de uyuyakalmışım.
Ben de dedim kutlamaya mı gittiler, ne yaptılar?
Öyle işte.
Tamam anneciğim.
Tamam.
Seni seviyorum, öpüyorum.
Ben de seni seviyorum öptüm hadi.
Hadi arkadaşlarına çok çok selam söyle.
Aleykümselam.
Yok annem, canın sağlığı. Bunları da tebrik ettiğimi söyle, ilet hepsine tek tek.
Tamam aleykümselam. Onların da selamı var sana.
Tamam aleykümselam anneciğim, hadi görüşürüz.
Hadi görüşürüz öptüm bay bay.
The action continues as Group Red is ready to take the stage at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2025. 16 squads are ready to face each other and their destiny. I'm your stage host, the 7WG. Over the next 3 days, dreams will be made or be broken depending on where they end up in the leaderboard, because we will have 3 squads going directly to the grand finals. 5 will be going home, and 8 will get one last chance. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 1 of Group Red. It's time for these squads to show if they got what it takes to make it to the PMGC Grand Finals.
That's right. You heard the man. The gauntlet is over. Group green is done. And now we are in group red, which means it's time to pull out all the stops. It's your last chance to make it into the finals. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here with Maxman and Neptura. We have been covering this since the beginning. Max, the final part of the group stage is here. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Group green was absolute cinema, and I think group red is going to be very close to that one, Hot Jukes. And we've got so many big squads here that, again, picking 3 teams to qualify, it's not easy. So unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to some big names here for the next 3 days.
That's for sure. As a matter of fact, we tried to, just the other day on trying to do a little tier list, and it was quite difficult because, man, Group Green definitely surprised us. As we break down the schedule here, you can see the dates. We're going to have 3 days of Group Red, Neptura, 1 day off, and then Last Chance begins.
Yeah, it does indeed. And yeah, I mean, when you go to the Last Chance, it gets even harder, right? Because not only, it's not top 3 anymore once you get past group stage, it's top 2. So time and time again, we keep saying this group stage, the gauntlet was your best shot. Now the group stage is going to be your better shot. You don't want to get into Last Chance and leave it all up to just getting top 2. It's so difficult, especially seeing how we've seen Group Green, right? These teams have been insane over the last 3 days in Group Green. Group Red, I expect is going to be no different. So this is going to be really tough for the next few days.
What you're saying is you have to be top 2. Also, keep in mind, it's not just bottom 5 that get eliminated. If you're not in top 2, you're done.
Everyone's eliminated.
It's done after Last Chance. So Last Chance is going to be brutal. So you want to qualify now if you can, because otherwise, I think it's going to be hectic going into the Last Chance here, Hot Jukes.
That's right. These were the participating teams from the different various regions. We're here in Group Red, though. We got some new teams joining the fray, Maxman, right? Which team do you think you are most excited to see finally step foot here on the battlegrounds?
I mean, I'm looking for Weibo. I feel like Weibo is going to be a big contender here for one of those top 3 positions. I mean, looking at Sook, you know, cursed with the 2nd place, which would be enough, right, Neptura? 2nd place, Sook, he'd love to be cursed this time around. With, of course, Order, the back-to-back PMGC winner from a few years ago. But 33Z also stepping up massively back during PMWC. So for me, Weibo here are the highest chance we could see China maybe win the entirety of PMGC. But that's alongside Thunder Talk. So China are looking really good this year.
Yeah, they definitely are. I'm looking super forward to Rondo as well, in particular, right? We've been talking about Sook with his explosive bow. Add that to terraforming on Rondo. I'm so excited to see how they're going to be performing here, Jukes.
Yeah, because Rondo has just been such, I think, a shock to the system, right? Of this whole entire rotation. We start off in it. You got, you know, those recall towers, and I definitely noticed, Maxman, with that aggression and that you know, whole tactic being put into play here, it's just a huge chance for teams to soak up eliminations off the rip, right?
Yeah, I mean, from the get-go, you're just like, well, we can just do that typical 3-1 splits. I know that you made a video about it recently, right, Neptura, talking about the importance of recall towers, and they're just so meta-defining on this map. I love it. And the meta on Rondo is just so different from the 2 other maps that, for me, I'm really always looking forward to the first game because it's so different and it feels just so refreshing here in PUBG Mobile Esport.
Yes, it is indeed. Well, we're about to get this whole thing kicked off, guys. Why don't we go ahead and take it back to the stage with the 7WG to introduce all these squads and players that are going to be playing here in Group Red.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the teams from Group crack under the pressure and who will shine through to the PMGC Grand Finals. The action of Group Red Day 1 starts now.
And there we go. There you have it. Those are the teams that are going to be playing today here for Group Red. Now, Neptura, right? We got a whole bunch of new teams that are coming into the fray. And of course, they're all going to be playing on the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag outplay the rest on the global stage, right? Well, we got those new squads, but we also got some OGs coming into this from the Gauntlet, Neptura. Which team do you really want to see, right? Kind of pull out that performance that we saw from Group Green from Alpha Gaming.
The biggest one for me, Jukes, has got to be Regnum Karya. Come on.
Yeah.
They almost won PMGC 2024, but they lost by 2 points. They were this close, right? And to have them here, they didn't make it through Gauntlet. We didn't really see the same sort of team that we were expecting, but they have this second chance. They've got 3 spaces that they need to grab, or one of the 3 spaces, not all 3, that, you know, don't get too greedy, just one will do to get to finals. I really need to see something. We saw a tiny bit of something in Gauntlet. I just need to see so much more from them, and I know they can do it. I'm definitely looking to them.
You know, at least they're not in D+'s group, so that was definitely a good dodge. A little bit too much drama in that group, otherwise it would have been hot Jukes, but they do make it out. But yeah, Regnum Karya, a big favorite. Alongside, of course, DRX, right? That's the team that I thought was going to make it directly out of the Gauntlet stage, but they're back here in relegation hole, Jukes, in this Group Red. So also DRX would have to be a clear favorite. Do we need to see make it to the finals at some way or in this tournament?
Well, let's see if they can do it here, guys. We got Rondo, first match up for the day. Let's see how some of these teams, right, that are coming in here for the first time are going to compete against those Gauntlet teams, because during Group Green, Alpha Gaming showed up and showed out. Well, let's get match number 1 started. We got our casters, John Allen and Blank. Take it away, guys.
I'm only too happy to take it away. We've got 2 planes in the sky for Rondo to kick off Group Red. We're heading in for the mayhem of the early game here, as the first match will indeed start now. Right here, right now, we are ready to kick things off.
In a big way, with the double plane path, like you're saying, a very little awkward one to start things off. Does create some interesting aspects in terms of where people are dropping here. So it's a little bit harder to get a grasp of things here on day 1 for Rondo, especially for teams. I think most teams would prefer the singular plane path day 1 personally, just so they can realize exactly where people are dropping. This throws a spanner into the mix, right? It really does change up where a lot of players are heading off to. But to start with, looks like there's a fair few teams heading towards test track as well as Neox. This is a lot of players in the area.
Ooh, okay, there's a lot of, well, everything is popping off here as well. We got Hot Drop already on our screens. There's scrapping going on through. Of course, not as deadly as it once was with those recall towers on board. Remember that you can get your teammates back up by getting to those recall towers, and that's what a lot of teams have been investing in right now. Arc scrapping back and forth with VP. Lotus Pro, can't get an aid in through there. Easy for Bad Boy, steps out though, and the spray is still good. Swaps to the Micro Uzi for it, and Arc are running rings around VP. This is a great start for them. I'm still wondering what's happening over in Test Track though, because that did look pretty hot.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams in there. For Arc Red, an interesting start there. I'm kind of sad that we saw Easy for Bad Boy with the very first nade that he throws here at the PMGC, because Easy for Bad Boy is actually an insane player. He actually is insane. I think Arc had a bit of an upstart from their region, doing some pretty fantastical stuff already versus VP, who are a significantly potent squad. Alliance, though, you got Jimmy, Cluck, Iftar, Olio as well. All names that people should be very, very familiar with. I'm most familiar with Jimmy Joe. Great player.
Yeah, he's always happy to contribute to the points tallies. Hopefully he can make Alliance's dreams come true. as they kick off the fight. Arena from the Gauntlet stage. The Alliance breathing down their neck now. A little bit of a grudge match coming on through as Tony K steps in. He's got the pump action. Got the rifle at his back as well. Spots a player jumping straight up into the border and immediately flicks to the right. Shot to the gut and he's down almost immediately there. Knocks it over towards Jimmy as well in the meantime. This is a good start for Arena on their engagement. Earn a couple of points. Snuffle those ones away, but Alliance should be able to get themselves back up. Tony K, he's burning. He's a man on fire right now, and he will go down. It's actually 2 Cluck, who's still alive on that top floor. Sakura joins him on the upstairs, but doesn't have the angle. Steps down, and the spray is good for another. I wonder if he's got any healing to keep himself alive on this one with, but Arena may be worrying a little bit more than they once were.
Nice plays, though. Running rings around this team at the moment. Sakura going to go for the res now. Cluck looking to drop a smoke, potentially. Actually going downstairs. Going to see if he can grab them on the stairway. In fact, he's just going to start looting. Respect. Okay, you know, he's got priorities correct here. Get the loot on board. The elims can come later.
I mean, grab a first aid, grab anything, grab any healing you can. It's good news, but there's the shotgun shell. Sakura eats the bullets and spits them back out. Goodness me, just about staying alive. Those 5 bandages. Feeling mighty good right about now. Unfortunately, it felt like that was a full-on 1v3 there, but didn't happen. And now Olio, he's on the road, finding a recall beacon.
I mean, it's the first time in a while we've seen like a drop shot that actually tricked me as well. I thought he was knocked when he dropped down to the floor. No, just down to 10% HP. Okay, cheeky. A lot of pretty brutal EMP zones right now. There's an EMP zone over towards test track, which is sort of hindering the escape right now for some of our teams. Still stage 1, about 3 minutes remaining. So they have a lot of time to get out of here. On the other side of things, though, you have an EMP towards the center of the zone around where Weibo's playing. It seems the EMP zone is determined to ruin the chances for Chinese squads.
They disappear, though. They're out of the way. Yeah, allow us a little bit more breathing room here. Is still around the test track. Rectum Kaya. Yeah, they're not going to find it. And immediately, yeah, they're out of there. It's going time. They knew about it. There is another EMP zone out to the west that's just about to spawn as well, Blank. So could not be more timely.
Yeah, get yourself out of here nice and quick. Respect that from True Rippers. Just want to remove yourself from test track. I think at this point in time, you know, you didn't find the elims. That's okay. Move down towards the southwest side. But Weibo's got a very, very central position. I know that there's quite a few fans out there looking for a strong performance from this team. They do have some of the most shiny names on side. And arguably the best player of all time on the team order. Just from experience and statistics alone.
Wow, that's a big call.
I said arguably the best player of all time.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think he is obviously a phenomenal player. But if he's so good, why wasn't he in the Gauntlet? Why didn't he get through that way? You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Thunder Talk were pretty damn good. Let's be honest. So yeah, can't blame him too much.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Ooh, True Rippers lose the player. But remember, those recall beacons are still there. And, I mean, at least one of True Rippers is absolutely very far away on the north side. The majority of their team, sure, they're sending towards the middle of the circle right now, but Jelly, up on that north side, north of Jiaotin, actually, a very, very long way away, almost 3 kilometers away from this rotate that we're seeing, we'll be able to get those recalls on.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad play, to be honest with you. I think splitting off here between 2 sides. I mean, you were late to the circle anyway, because you were locked into test track because of that EMP. So you get a 2-2 going. That's fine. It's going to be slightly more difficult to regroup later, I would definitely presume, but still possible. We saw another... Honestly, Group Red's a cool lobby. It has a lot of really cool names in it. I mean, we got Lord here as well on Twisted Minds. Another fantastic player. Yeah, I think Group Green was definitely the group of death, but there is a lot of famous players in Group Red.
is looking pretty stylish right now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about famous players. We keep talking about them, right? It's Silas. It's the rest of Regnum Kaya as well. These guys did not perform in Gauntlet.
Silas and the rest.
Yeah, well, I mean, look. He definitely, in terms of accolades, he stands head and shoulders above the rest of them. They are all still very decorated, but it is definitely, you know, he's in a different strata when it comes to that. But they absolutely dropped the ball back in the Gauntlet stage. We were very disappointed with them. We were looking at them as being one of those top teams making it through direct to the grand finals, but no, they have to go and duke it out here in Group Red, and maybe they'll get one of the top 3, or maybe they'll have to join the Falcons over in Last Chance and keep them company there. For now, they have a central position, and hopefully they can do something with it this time around in the group stages.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kaya, there was definitely a bit of an issue where just taking down the NPCs. It's fine. I thought it was slightly more dangerous because he was taking quite a bit of damage from it. And I was like, come on, this is kind of ridiculous. But we're fine. We're fine. We're just grabbing all the loot we can from that position.
That's fair, you know. Grab it while it's hot. Grab it while it's out of arm's reach of pretty much everyone else. Everyone already condensed to this next circle pretty much. There's only a couple of dribs and drabs left to go on through. We've seen a lot of elims start to add onto the tab. Actually, I say a lot of elims. Kind of for Rondo, this isn't as many as we've seen in the past, certainly, right? What is that? You've got 9 elims earned so far. I feel like we've seen bigger tallies before these recall beacons shut off. There is still a little bit of time before they shut off, but yeah, that's maybe quieter than I was led to believe by what's happened so far.
Yeah, I mean, both of them being on the side, kind of making the zone look like a Mickey Mouse right now a little bit. Do you see it? Do you see
I
it?
see it. You guys at home can see it as well if you open the map feed, which is on the YouTube channel.
It's gone.
You missed it.
You did miss it. We had a Mickey Mouse circle. It is getting a little bit Mickey towards the center right now with True Rippers, BG, as well as Regnum Kaya all on top of one another. Slightly weird circle down towards Hongshan, where you do have a lot of this terrain you got to pass through. And then towards the north side of Rinjiang, like a little bit of area with buildings, etc. to push on by. It's tough, definitely tough.
Yes. A little bit unfamiliar terrain as well for a lot of these teams, right? Sure, they'll have played it a bunch, but nowhere near as much as on Erangel, on Miramar. It'll be a little bit less familiar, and with this new lobby, with the new setup, it's going to be even harder. Maybe the Gauntlet teams will be afforded an advantage because of that as well.
Yeah.
And having a little bit more experience with the global state of Rondo.
Speaking about things that are new, just want to quickly remind everyone that we do have a you're cruel production. We do have a slightly different graphic on the right side of our screen there in terms of the leaderboard. Instead of the eliminations popping up from time to time, we have decided to change that where they are visible at all times, so you guys get a clear idea of who's doing well in these games. But as those eliminations go through, they will be immediately added to the points total, so you won't have to worry about adding anything up. It'll be right there in front of your eyes.
I believe as well, when a team gets eliminated, those placement points will also get added to their points tally immediately. So if you see someone going down in third and leapfrogging someone who's still alive, you're like, what's going on? They've got more placements guaranteed. It's because they haven't been added yet. What's going on? Virtus Pro, we're going to add a couple of points to their tally with a roll up to E Arena right now. 2 cars slam into the side of the rock, and Joker backs off. 30K on the back line, looking to hold it down, but Aragon's got the MG3. Ooh, is going to be backed off though. I think he heard the pin on the nade, and Joker's got an MG3 of his own.
We'll back off this one. This is always a curious part of the map as well, playing around this area. A little bit hard to leave from because the third parties can come through thick and fast. Fajita, able to take down Jimmy from Alliance, but you got Iftar and Olio underneath, and he's still going strong though from this balcony.
Oh, Molotov though on the wood as well. There's no way there's no way. Surely the spread gets him there. Okay, yeah, he's out of position. Will have to move. Surely he's not going to be able to get the healing done. He's still alive, but spotted by Jimmy. Oh no, hang on a minute. It's by Iftar. Jimmy's dealing with the rest of his team, and they will go down. Our first team to get eliminated here in Group Red, and maybe First Pro will be not too long for it either. E-Arena as well. Good find a nade sent their way, and they're going to try their best to dodge them. One on the trades, and there's another one. Oscon in the smoke, moving forwards, getting the flush as well. And NC2 nowhere to be seen. Sakura from up on high can only watch on as his teammates get obliterated.
I mean, I was hoping for a little bit more out of E-Arena there. That looked like a much better fight. That's some great nades. There we go. That's a big thumbs up to Sakura there. But yeah, that looked like a much better fight. But falling down to a player basically crawling through the smoke in the front lines, a little bit concerning. I definitely want to see more of E-Arena. There's a lot of talk online about how this team has a lot of strength in them and they can push further into this tournament. But again, there is quite a few other squads here inside this lobby who all are deserving of a top 3. And I think the way that E-Arena played in their portion of the tournament earlier on is a little bit lackluster.
Not as powerful as they needed to be. DK as well. They really suffered over in the Gauntlet stages. And now here they are in Group Red just about. But not having a good time here either. Against the South Africans right now. They are just down to one player. But it's not going well for either of these two squads. They have both taken heavy casualties, and they're not in this next zone. They do still have an option to go for a recall beacon down to the south side. I think that's a little bit more accessible for ETSH, but only for the next few minutes, Blank. The time is ticking away.
Yeah, Reverb's going to send out as well. Both teams rotating side by side. That's cool and all. Getting... Damn, the quick switch. That's dirty. Okay, for Influence Rage, on the other hand, knocking your own player with the old emergency cover flares. It's not ideal and doesn't look as cool. Okay, it's still a knock, which is fun. But yeah, that's not the idea that we wanted to see happen in game.
It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Something we saw during the Gauntlet stage, though, was the development of the use of these cover flares, right? The use of that cover that was deployed in the open battlegrounds in those later circles really started to actually have a bigger impact than we've seen when you look back towards the regional stages, the qualifiers for PMGC. So it's potentially going to continue to develop here in Group Red. Group Green as well. Use their fair share of them. As True Rippers try and rock up and immediately are just obliterated on the approach by everybody. Well, it seems actually mostly by Influence Rage, but there are a lot of other teams taking shots out their way. That was not a super great kickoff for True Rippers.
I think they got slightly cut off on either side. Couldn't really do too much off the back of it. And then struggling to find the center of the circle there. But they gave it a good crack towards that south side. Not meant to be. Circle moves up. We do have a fielded area here, and it's for quite a few teams that have to pass through it. Particularly Regnum Kari. I'm kind of worried for their position, but they do find a shot over towards Havlik from Boars, and I think Havlik's a great player to remove from that team if you're going to be fighting them soon, because Havlik is a fantastic player when it comes to finding those sneaky angles. So removing him is really big, and these are some great shots assisted by DRX.
Oh dear, Boars just getting roasted out in the open there. On the open campfire. I mean, this is a team that, to be honest, Blank, I'm not expecting great things from, right? Boars came into this one. They didn't even qualify for the finals of their region. They came through on points from, I think it was, I can't remember which part of Europe it was, but one of the points tables there, they were basically uncontested on it because they were the only team that had played in both the spring and the fall season. For me, Boars have a lot to prove, and it's just not coming through, certainly in this first match. Maybe they'll have something more to say later.
My God, dude, it's like game one. You're already ripping them to pieces.
Hey, man, they did it to themselves, you know?
That's bad to even me. Even for my standards, that's bad. Can't be doing that. But I agree, boss are really not great.
Like, am I wrong? I don't think so. They're going to be shaky at best, I think. Good to get the experience on board, right? Maybe, but I think this is a 15th or 16th place team.
Yeah, I think for Boars, they do have good players on side. It's a little bit sad for me watching that team because there's a lot of names that I recognize on that squad and have casted for many years. For instance, Havlik has been bouncing around multiple teams and has always found success on there. But at the moment, even Cause is actually quite a good player. Cause is quite a good player, but yeah, I think Boars just they don't have the full package, and a lot of teams here at PMGC they already have the full package in terms of the rotations, the team fight macro, the gun skill, and I think Boars is lacking in some of those areas.
Ooh, Alliance playing around those cover flares as well. Zarkred looking to get past them. Not going to be so easy for Bad Boy. He will be taken down and flushed. Those recall beacons no longer in action. Not that any of them would really be accessible at this point anyway. So we'll have to play on with 3 for them for the time being. Kai on the south side, not too much to work with. And they have to keep pushing across this open area towards that E-Arena dominant high ground you can see in the background there.
Yeah, for E-Arena, they got the 4th player back up as well, so they're currently playing as 4. Budget Tony K, maybe not this game. He's been doing very, very well at the moment. I think Tony K's been playing that early game quite strongly and then transitioning well into the late game for E-Arena. Some great nades from Sakura. He just was confident in his position. Weibo, though, up against FL. As the nades start to fly on through, and this is one thing that Weibo has always been fantastic at, is placing these nades and ending fights before you even get to the point where you need to start shooting.
Kiner as well on that south side, taking a fight in the picture-in-picture. If you guys want to keep up to date with that, take a look over there. But Weibo still going in for this fight, keeping the pressure up. Man of the hour, Order. You said you want to see a lot from him. He's jumping up, he's hopping around, but it's the nades coming on through. The hero who's able to land that extra knock and keep this pressure up against Team Flash. There's an answer, but again, it's not going to quite connect. Order does go down, though, and they still have barrels pointed their way. Arcred circling this one, wanting the third party. Weibo starting to falter here, Blank. They couldn't quite cross the open ground. The bounce is big, and Hero goes down. 33Z needs to stand up and will be able to find one, but there's still 2 more on the inside to deal with. Hero is down. Order completely flushed away. There's off angles starting to come through from Arcred as well, and this is going to get nasty. I don't think anyone's making it out here. The question is who gets the points?
Way bad? I'm kind of confused by that push a little bit. I like the initial start to it. I think they had to finish it quickly. I think they thought they had a lot more time than they realistically did. Now Arcred moving into the situation. It's a little bit worrying, but win so far. He is winning. He is on a big win at the moment, holding off 2 separate squads. Finally, Souk will finish off at least one of those teams. Oh, come on, look behind you, look behind you, look behind you. Please look behind you. Oh!
Hitting him with the pantomime plays right there. Team Flash was behind him the whole time. Oh, no. Win, able to be the only survivor of that engagement. Said I didn't think anyone was getting out. I stand corrected. We have 1 player who did make it through, but he's going back. Blank, he can't bear to leave it. The sight of his fallen comrades. Oh, you love to see it. But you do need to get a move on.
All right, that's a loot goblin. That's a damn loot goblin.
Just 2 more first aids and then I'm fine.
I love it. I love it. I'm a kind of a loot goblin as well, so I respect it. I know Maxman. Maxman's the worst loot goblin in the world.
That's true.
One time we're in I was in a 1v3. He was just like, I need to find a cheek pad on this guy. I'm like, you don't need the cheek pad, Max. You don't need it.
Max, he needs the cheek pad. It makes his shots more stable. Ooh, 1 player left for the RXs. Ragnarkaya have been successful in their campaign to push up north from their south edge, up to 6 elims now, and they get rid of the last player for DRX. Silas, though, does get spotted. So does Zedwolf. Ooh, that is nasty, and that's E-Arena. Nades coming through from Influence Rage. Immediately take them down. not so successful anymore, Blank. Wild and Loxy, the last two to remain.
You know what? For Influence Rage, I love this. They've got the field of Doritos off in the distance right now. Set themselves up in a very awkward location, but it works. It really does work. They're expending so many smokes, though, to make this happen. But they have a central spot, and it looks good right now. I did not expect Alliance to get this far into the game, but they have. Doing quite well off the back of it. I mean, only 3 players, but still going strong. Now, I'd like to see a win out of E-Arena. I would love to see a win out of E-Arena.
Yeah, it would be good. And the high ground that they've been afforded by this, I mean, it's basically unassailable at this stage. For Sakura, he's just been able to stay up there basically the entire game. They are farming elims from here. The question I have is ammo. Okay, he's still got another clip behind him. I think he's going to have to descend. Well, he will have to descend after he runs out. But they've got 10 elims already, Blank.
Yeah, it's great. The Sakura with the 8 of them, like you say, it's nuts. I think they can push further on this one. Again, it was strange because, like I said, there's a huge amount of talk around E-Arena saying this team was going to bang coming out from SEA, and they just didn't, right? They just didn't. And we were kind of I was kind of confused by it all. So that is a nuts nade. Oh. That is a nuts nade. What was that? That was from up top as well. What? I'm going to stop talking. I'm just going to let them put on a show right now because it looks sublime.
And I mean, this is one hell of a way to kick off your group stages, right? A big rondo. That is absolutely what you're looking for to start off the day, to start off your group. And on the south side, I mean, who's going to stand up to them here? The circle helps them out even more. I mean, they have been helped a lot by the circle and that high ground the Sakura's been on. Sure, now you have to drop it back down, but I think, has Joker gone up there instead?
To be fair to E-Arena, right? To be fair to them, they have fought for this spot. It wasn't gifted. It wasn't like just sat here and there was like, oh, the circle's going to us each time. They fought against VP. They've cleared teams out in front of them. I think they've not played this badly. And I like this push out from Tony K as well. You know, this is very proactive. They know that it's fielded area down towards the south side. You don't realistically want to just let teams wander over towards you on this high ground. Allow them to get up towards the trees, because if they can get towards the trees, then they can play the game. You don't want them to even get to that point.
Yeah, you want to keep them all locked in a really uncomfortable situation if you can. And Tony K's flex out. I mean, Godspeed spotted it. But will he be quick enough on the trigger? That's the question. Win that challenge, even if he is. That doesn't mean that the rest of the arena can't keep that suppression going. 9 elims for Sakura, by the way. That's crazy. And climbing, as he's able to get another one. Flushed out by Tony K, but that elim is attributed to Sakura for getting that initial knock. Regnum Kaya up into 4th place, but maybe not going any further. Those nades from Influence Rage have been brutal to Regnum Kaya.
Yeah, it's been tough. I mean, Wild is doing wild things alongside his teammate, but Loxy did go down there, and now Influence Rage can continue to throw the Molotovs in. It's getting real hot there for Wild. Will just try and drop a first aid kit, trying to live longer than teams around him, but it's looking like a 4th place to me. Personally, unless things get really difficult over towards BG, but I don't think they'll go down first. Surely not. No. So Wild does get a 3rd place. Well played.
Oh, nice. Healing it out. Getting that 3rd place. Brilliant stuff. Influence Rage with Lil Boy down. Now the only team that stands in E-Arena's way. They have got that field of D4s, the Tetrahedra, littering around them. Sakura, I mean, he's got 11 eliminations this match, Blank. A lot of them were up on the high ground, but he's got, I think, at least 3 since he's come back down. Grabbed a lot more ammo. And Influence Rage, I mean, there's nowhere really that they can move where E-Arena won't fully know exactly what's going on. The difficulty and the vulnerability is, I mean, exactly that, right? They are very split, so could potentially be vulnerable to that.
I mean, for Influence Rage, they've created a fantastic stronghold for themselves, but they need to leave this stronghold soon. This is so cool for Influence Rage. If they can win this game, it will be a comeback to start things off. But it's very unlikely. I think what they've set up here really does show off like the cool aspects of Rondo, in my opinion. Let's see how things do pan out as we are getting in towards our final zone very shortly.
You see those jammer packs on a couple of players as well. It's not going to last you too long at this stage. You imagine they've been bled through. Tourniquet. A cheeky little peek out the side there. Diego can't connect, and neither can Tourniquet. The regroup comes through from Arena. And Influence Rage are going to have to leave their stronghold. As Little Boy steps out, the smokes are starting to fade as well. Up into the trees, up into the vehicles. It's going central next, Blank. The open hillside, I mean, the Arena probably have to move a little bit later. I don't know if they've got any more flares, though, to play around with. And they could send the Tumbling down towards the low side, and that's a big pickup. Tourniquet, the off angle, isolated and taken down. Now in a 3 versus 4.
I think that peak's bad. That peak is just categorically bad, where the circle hasn't even started to push in yet. You're challenging a team that has cover right now. Luckily, you've got Byakuya Kuchiki here with the Senbon Zakura in action right now for the squad in the Arena.
Have you put a curse on me? What's going on? My goodness me. I'm sure Maxman knows. I'll ask him afterwards. He can translate. I mean, it's
a 17-point game. This is unbelievably good. I mean, Law's definitely just going to deny the point here, but oh my days, 27 points in the back pocket. It's a blossoming game here for E-Arena.
Absolutely beautiful. What a way to kick things off. And I think that might be a record for a single player, Blank. Sakura able to do so much on his own. Well, I say on his own, with the protection underneath of the rest of his team. He was hunting from up on high. I'm really waiting for that MVP card, because 100% is Sakura, first of all. Yeah. I want to know how much damage.
The Eye of Sauron has entered the battlefield here with EA. Are you kidding me? Sakura with the high ground was just unstoppable this game, Max.
He could see all, and if he saw you, well, your survival time would go down to like 5 seconds. Unfortunately, you don't want to be encountered with Sakura. He had 11 eliminations at a portion of this game here. Sakura was putting on an absolute clinic from the high ground. And he was not just only getting eliminations right, Nipcho. He was also giving valuable information to his teammates to get really strong positions, transition points in the later stages of that game. E-Arena, it was... like, sure, the circle was definitely favoring their position, but they used that spot to its absolute full potential.
They really, really did. I mean, Sakura doing massive amounts of damage there, 1,400 damage. But I tell you what, every knockout he's getting, he's confirming as well. Some really good stuff there. And I want to point out as well what I loved seeing there in that transition point between being up on that mountain to having to now fight in the end zone, right? Was the mobility. They switched so quickly. They were ready for that transition. It was not, oh, we're going to be up on the mountain and then, oh no, what do we do with the aggression? It was like, no, time to go, Max.
Look at Tourniquet. He took 757 damage. What is...
Wow.
He's a paladin on the team. He's the tank of the squad. I think that's literally one of the highest damage taken stats I've ever seen. So I don't know if you've seen higher, but of course, because Rondo got the recall, but what, oh my god, that's
those
high.
Stats are wild. Okay, 757 damage taken, 837 damage done, and 1 elimination. That is by far the craziest stats. I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, yeah, that high ground position from Sakura just paid dividends here in this match. We can't stress just how crazy it is for a team to get a 10 elimination chicken dinner. For one player to do that by himself is just wild, especially for the first game of Group Red, Max.
Yeah, first game of Group Red. Again, absolute cinema being provided here. I'm really happy with some of these fights we did see in the mid-stage portion of this match. Virtus Pro, though, this was one of the most important fights, right, Niptura? Them losing that position over to E-Arena kind of locks in that chicken dinner early on this match for E-Arena.
Yeah, it really, really did. You have to challenge that kind of position early on, and if no one does it, or if you lose that challenge, then that just solidifies that team even more. After that, there was not really much chance of really challenging them and getting them out of that position. So EA hunkered down, held their ground, and they were able to get the win just off of that, really. But the other thing that was interesting, what are you saying?
You want to hear a crazy stat?
Go for it.
Right off the rip here. All right, well, EA, ridiculous amount of eliminations and the chicken dinner. During the Gauntlet, right, all 3 days combined, they had 74 points, guys. In their first match here in Group Red, they are going to put up 33% of that total in just 1 game.
Wow. I mean, you know what? I love that for them. I love that for them. Yes, because I think we were expecting so much more in the Gauntlet stage with them, right? We were thinking E-Arena is going to be one of those top teams, and they just weren't. So now, coming into Group Red and seeing them put up such a performance, it's like, finally, E-Arena is back, Max.
Do you want another fun stat? Team Secret, during the entirety of their group, got 32 points. In 1 game, E-Arena got 27. Just saying, okay? That's a mad game they just had on that Rondo. Sorry, Team Secret, but probably at the airport, so they can't fight back. Whatever. Anyways, Influence Rage, also a really good performance here. Able to survive against the likes of Regnum. Burmese Ghouls, also a really good hold on that southern position, low ground position. Really happy with their performance. And Burmese Ghouls, actually, Niptra, way more silent than I would have liked to see coming out from this team. They had opportunities to maybe third-party your Regnums versus Influence Rage, or even that fight to the west versus Flash and Weber and even Arcred at some point. But no, they stayed very passive, and that scares me a little bit because passive, would it be enough for you to be in top 3? Not quite, so I want to see more presence from this team eventually.
I mean, they are generally a more compact team, so I think they probably are going to keep to themselves a little bit, but I don't hate it for the first game, right? Especially when it's a Rondo, it's still a little bit unsure about how the lobby's really going to be playing that. So I don't hate it for the first game, but yeah, we definitely need to see a little bit of a step up and more proactiveness coming through from them later on in today's matches. But your MVP of Rondo is going to be Sakura. We knew it was going to be Sakura. Come on now, 11 eliminations. No one did that. There's just no beating this guy in this map, at least.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see that for the rest of the Group Red, to be honest. I mean, that's just a crazy day, you know? So, I mean, for him to bust that out in game number 1 is got to be so hype for EA. Like, I did the official math. It's 36% of their total points from the Gauntlet in just 1 game here off the rip. We just really hope this is not a flash in the pan, you know, moment. We want to see this just rocket launch this squad, you know, and kind of have that little alpha gaming presence, right? That big improvement from Gauntlet to here, and that's the advantage, right? If you're in the Gauntlet, you get a little bit more time under your belt to come in strong. They understand how important Rondo is here, and they really took full advantage of it, Max.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to talk about a team in particular we didn't highlight just yet, which is going to be Alliance. They went for position. I think some people might look at this game and think, oh, that road dip, it's not really a great position. But you can make it a great position with, guess what? Emergency cover flares. And they put down, I believe, 3 emergency cover flares in that position. And they were holding it for so long this game. I was really happy about it. The main issue was, of course, Sakura on top of that rock mountain. That was going to be an issue. But outside of that, Alliance, for me, had a great macro game, positionally speaking. So it gets me excited to see what their rotations will look like going into the other 2 maps on today's matches.
Yeah, for sure. The other team that I was actually really impressed with how they were setting themselves up was Arcred, actually, up onto the northwest side it was. They were really split across the mid-stage, and they had a really nice split going, and then they had a really quick regroup, and were trying to third-party the Flash WBG fight as well. And I really liked how mobile they were. They were surrounding that fight. They were trying to get all the best angles. They seemed like macro-wise, they seemed like a really switched on. They were really doing a great job there. So I'm excited for them as well in the next Erangel.
Yeah, I think Alliance would have done a lot better, right? If those emergency cover players, they're pretty tall, Max, right? But not tall enough to block that high ground that EA
Not where
had.
Sakura was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that nade, right? By the way, so sick. I mean, from the high ground, rocket launching it all the way down, he laced it. And then he had an earlier one, right? Where he got those, he wiped out Virtus Pro. All 3 players with 1 nade from that high ground position. So that is just crazy to see. But you know what? Another good fight that we saw, Max, right, was between Flash and Weibo, right? That was a pretty interesting fight. It was going back and forth for a good minute. We saw Tops with a really good nade onto 2 of their players, but then he ended up pushing out by himself, got knocked eventually. But it's good to see Weibo, you know, with a good fight at the start here.
I really respected the approach actually from Flash, trying to leapfrog the position in the compound itself against Weibo. That was a really good idea. Then it got a little bit messy, Niptura, I would say. There was a very good idea at first, but then it got down to like some 1v1 fights, some 1v2s. It was a little bit all over the place. And I actually did really respect what ARABICE were trying to pull off, which is third party, just a player north, a player south, try and get a little bit involved in that conversation. But Win, unfortunately, had the final word there in that fight, and he was able to survive the entire compound fight.
Messy, because we did see that Flash went all in and then immediately stepped back, and I almost want to say that they used those cover flares on the corner to actually kind of bait WBG, to bait them out and just kind of push them out a little bit into a more compromised position, and then they were able to take them out more easily, because as soon as Weibo pushed out, it got really messy really quickly. If it hadn't been for Acred, I think Flash would have won that more decisively. So I kind of want to give them the benefit of the doubt there just a little bit, but otherwise, yeah, it was a really interesting fight. I might want to go back and look at that again because it was interesting.
I do think you highlight a very good point, because we saw the Flash took some heavy casualties really quickly in that fight with Weibo, and they just started to play a bit more passive. And I think that actually that utility you bring up is very important. Those cover flares kind of forcing Weibo in a full sense of security, like they were in control of that fight, but actually no, they were never in control. And then Arcred even tries again to get involved in that fight and kind of ruins it. So yeah, it was very smart play from both teams, but at the end, just one player comes out on top. So is it really a win? To some extent, maybe, but not quite the win they were looking for here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, you know what? Match number 1. I always say match number 1 in a tournament like this, you get the, I like to call it the Hot Jukes excuse card. I'll give a little punch for it, all right? You got to get warmed up. Crazy things are happening, you know. EA definitely didn't use that. That's for sure. They went out crazy. But you know what it is for the first game. But we're going into Erangel here now. That excuse card is over, okay? Looking at some of the potential drops that we have, Max, right? I am looking here. I don't think there's a big chance we're going to see one. One that could be interesting, though, at least in my eyes, is that Primorsk and Yasnaya area, right? There's a good chance that we're going to see. Those are 2 different drop locations for Flash and Influence Rage. So both their main and backup spots are pretty much in the same spot here. I think that could make things interesting.
It could. I mean, if it goes in Yasnaya, Polyana, Yasnaya, as we all know, big enough city, right? Hot Jukes for 2 teams to coexist. If you're if you don't have too big an ego and you're willing to share, then it shouldn't be an issue. But Primorsk, I mean, if you're a Primorsk hot drop, you can't share Primorsk. I know we drop Primorsk quite a bit in our Ultimate Royale games. If there's a team there, 99% of the time, it is going to be a hot drop. So if you do go for a fight there, I think it is going to be resulting one team getting instantly squad wiped in that position.
Yeah, I think it's really got to be. There's just not enough room, and often just the loot, you can't get the loot you need fast enough when it comes to how small it is, right? So I would think Influence Rage probably, if they do think that they're going to get hot drop there, that you see a 3rd location here, Quarry. They probably do a 2-2 split here normally, but if Flash is going to try and hot drop them, just go to Quarry and do a Quarry split, and they should be fine.
Should be fine indeed. Well, you know what, man, I want to hear from the Obi-Wan Kenobi of the last match, right? He had the high ground, right? Sakura. So I know we're about to hear from him and the 7WG. They're getting that ready. So, man, what a crazy game number 1. Game number 2 is coming up any second now. But let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage to hear from the 7WG at Sakura.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Sakura from EA. They just had an stellar performance. I want to pick your brain a little bit. What was the biggest change that you guys made from the Gauntlet here to Group Red?
อะไรคือการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่ใหญ่ที่สุดจากรอบ Gauntlet มารอบกรุ๊ปเรดกรุ๊ปแดง
ก็พยายามเล่นให้ใจเย็นกว่าเดิมครับเพราะว่ารอบ Gauntlet ที่เราเล่นคือเราเล่นรีบร้อนไปหน่อยครับทำให้เสียง่ายครับ
So we try to play more calm because in the Gauntlet stage we rushed our timing too much and made us like die easily.
Well, that makes sense. You guys played it out perfectly too, and making sure that you cleared the North of Alliance. Some little quick stats for you guys. In the Gauntlet, this team was averaging about a 10th place to 2 to 3 elims. Today, first place, 17 elims. Now, looking around here in this Group Red, is there any team that you're looking at that maybe is going to cause you some trouble throughout the days?
ในกลุ่มแดงกลุ่มนี้คิดว่ามีทีมไหนไหมที่อาจจะเป็นปัญหาให้ทีมเรา
ก็ตอนนี้ยังไม่มีครับ
Right now we have no teams that are going to be a problem for us.
All right, well, hey, right now, 11 elims to you. Great performance. This is not looking like a 16th place team. I can't wait to see what they're going to be doing for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's a fact. Goodness gracious, right? I love that shout too, right? Saying that, you know what, we were rushing our timing just a little bit too much. And that's where, I mean, we talk about it all the time, just how imperative these nerves are to these players. You know, you're at such a big stage. You've worked all year to get here. You're not in the comfort of your own house anymore, Neptura, right? So it's understandable why some of these teams will be a little bit quick to jump the gun on certain decisions. I'm glad that they realized that and calm things down here. It definitely worked, that's for sure, for match number 1.
It sure did, right? Yeah, it's interesting because looking over my notes, you know, you go that E-Arena are actually really instant to rotate. They always are ahead of the zone when it comes to those zone shifts and trying to rotate as quickly as possible. So it's interesting that they say they're rushing because if you're rushing instant rotates, you are really, really quick. So it is nice that they've adapted to the lobby, especially these teams. You know, they've done their research, figured out what they want to do, and just slowed it right down. And that, yeah, like you said, I mean, they slowed it right down to the point of having one singular position basically the whole match, and it really, really worked.
I like during the interviews, like, oh, we just played calm, a little bit slower. I'm like, bro, you just got a 17 elimination chicken dinner. What's slow about that? what's calm about that? I think he's just a humble king, Hodrick. Just a humble king. He's like, don't worry, we'll make it fine. But actually, we're the best team in the lobby, and right now they proved it. They're the kings of Rondo because, well, you only have one Rondo per day. Because now it's a wrangle coming up. Let's go.
Let's get it going to the grassy pastures. Let's get match number 2 started. It's Aaron Gale, John Allen, Blank. Are we going to see another player get double-digit eliminations today?
Today? I don't think we'll see it for the rest of the tournament. We'll probably won't see it for the rest of the year, Blank. I'll go as far as that. That was something special from Sakura, assisted by the rest of E-Arena and a little bit by the Circle. But beautiful stuff nonetheless to kick things off. A massive lead earned by E-Arena very early on. And they'll need it. Moving in, there'll be plenty of teams looking to take that top spot from them. Plane path from the west coast down towards Novo, Blank. A little bit hard on the south side.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very difficult plane for the south side. And there was a lot of talk about Primos there in terms of the drop on that side with the flash as well as the Influence Rage. There's a chance that Influence Rage just picks up Quarry, which would make sense as well. Instead of going far down towards Primorsk. I am curious to see where the flash do end up though. Balls in the meantime going to go for the very peer split.
Yeah, looks like, yeah, Primorsk going to be just the one team and actually dropping a little bit short to split around that quarry area to grab those vehicles for Influence Rage, get them on the road nice and fast. The Circle yet to reveal itself. Looks like Team Flash, they're currently out towards Potato Hill, just heading over farm. And we are going west with the Circle, so maybe they wish they would have gone back to that southwest side, but the access there for Influence Rage up the west coast will be nice and quick. A lot of teams out onto the military island as well. 3 currently taking up residence. You've got Burmese Ghouls as well as VP and GK all on the island.
Do you know what I always find very interesting is that you finish Group Green and you come into Group Red. Now, if you're a melee-based team, it's a weird one now, right? Where if you're Burmese Ghouls, you're trying to think to yourself whether it's a good idea to continue playing this drop spot or try and figure out somewhere else to play. Because even if you do make it into the grand finals, you're fighting for your drop spot between you and arguably the best team in the lobby right now, right? What will be arguably the best team in the lobby in Alpha Gaming. So do you think about changing your drop spot, or do you just play things out for the time being and then figure that out when you get into grand finals? And right now just try and get into the top 3 from this position?
I mean, that's a big when, right?
I know, right? It really is.
It needs you to qualify towards those grand finals because they won't be in last chance, remember? So that contest won't be there if you're able to get to that last chance stage, which will be potentially interesting. So maybe that's what they're relying on. And finals is sort of like the gravy on the meal for them if they're able to get there. Not to say that they're not capable of it. They absolutely are. But I think, all things considered, there are more likely candidates right now. Certainly candidates that people would say are more favorite to be getting through in the spots that we have available here and in that last chance stage. It'll be a difficult road to run. So for now, I think focus on what you can do, what you know. If what you know best is that military base area, go for it. I don't think you need to worry too much about that.
Yeah.
For now.
A little PSA for everyone watching. For Twisted Minds, if you weren't aware, 4YDO is pronounced Chudo. So if you hear me talk about Chudo, it's that guy. So I know that's thrown me off before, about 2 years ago. So hopefully that helps some of you guys at home if you're not familiar with that region too much. But they got Walsh on board. Yeah. Overall, pretty damn good team is Twisted Minds. I think they have some very good players on side. And can go very far with that team. I think that right now, I would say they play Pachinki better than the Falcons do, personally.
Okay. Well, I mean, at the moment, what we've discovered about how the Falcons play Pachinki is get out of there as fast as you can and don't play it at all. It works better for them. So you might be right on that one.
GK down towards the southeast side. Another Abnoya. Bit of a journey up towards the north, but should be okay. They are cut off by quite a few teams. That's purely because of the plane path, which cuts down towards the southeast. With True Rippers playing in Milter, which I think is a pretty damn good spot to start from. It gives you a lot of options. On this circle, it's not so great, obviously, because you do have to move off to the west and pass through farm. But I imagine Alliance will leave at some point to try and get that crossing. Boars moved early off of Ferry Pier towards the north side around Geka.
Trying to get in towards the center here. I mean, we've seen quite a lot of circles end up towards Everest around those Gatka fields, right? Back in Gauntlet, and I think quite a bit into Group Green as well. Looks like Group Red will have their fair share. Are we going to get more Everest finishes? Is anyone actually going to go up to the top of Everest? And is anyone going to go to the compound that, certainly for a match or two, nobody seemed to want to go to on that south point of Everest, overlooking those Gatka fields? Right now, looks like Regnum Kaya are looking to go up the mountain. Twisted Minds, they transition from Pachinki to a compound a little bit further along the way. We'll see where everyone else pulls up as well.
Yeah, again, this is what I love, because I think if you watch Team Falcons, they would have played Church. They would have 100% played Church on this circle, and they would have been slow to the center. I think the Twisted Minds they have a better understanding of how to take advantage of this central position. I like it. I like it a lot. They're playing a little bit of a lineup right now, which cuts out teams coming through from Ruins, so it's a good split. Weibo coming in from that north side. That's from North George, just heading over the top of Everest at the moment. But we do have a lot of teams already fairly central on this one. Teams who did get cut out by the plane early have yet to move. And fair enough to them, because it's a long journey in. It's likely you're going to be playing Edge for a while. So that's teams like True Rippers, Burmese Ghouls, Geek, Virtus Pro as well, all the way towards Lipovka.
Yeah, I think you've got Nuclear Zone as well. rather aptly playing it towards Mill to Power. Big fan of that thematic naming, thematic drop spot. Coming through on the Egypt points qualification. Big pickup for them. I'm already a fan. I want them to win the whole thing.
You do? Because they're dropping in Mill to Power?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm a sucker for it. What can I say? ETSH, they found win. He was the lone survivor of the fight in the fight. Goodness me. Hopefully not that. But of the fight in the last game.
Smelly.
That's some off chicken dinners there. But he was the only one to be able to get out of that scrap we saw in the last match. But we'll go down first this time. I know.
The lone survivor, you say. Must have been pretty deadly, right?
He's been sat in the casting booth with you before.
What the hell? The hell? That's crazy talk.
No, you're very clean.
Everyone knows I'm incapable of. Over towards the western side, we've got Irina from last game.
We're gonna get messages.
who were not silent, but they were deadly over on that top side. Now looking over to the east, it's a bit of a more difficult run out for them. They got Influence Rage in front of them, trying to get a little bit of revenge for last game. Feel some vindication from that hold that they had. I think the only thing that concerned me in that last game was Tony K's angle and the time which he was peaking. I was looking back on it just on the feed, and I think that the reason he's doing that is to prevent any runouts coming through from Influence Rage. And that's the only reason I can think he would go for that. But again, they were fairly locked in. I suppose you can't play too passive. So he does his job. He did make it slightly more difficult though. And I think maybe you could have backed off the angle a little bit quicker, because you only have to do like short bursts of fire. It depends how accurate Influence Rage is there. But I'm really going into very much specifics there. So I don't think there was too much that bothered me from Irina's gameplay last game. I want to see them do something similar again. You've got a lot of momentum coming off from the back of that rondo. It's time to put that to good use.
Absolutely. It's a tool in your arsenal, and you need to be able to utilize everything at your disposal. So hopefully they can use, as you say, that momentum. Influence Rage, I mean, they have a little bit of momentum coming into this one. Everyone over 10 points on that last match will probably, well, hopefully have a little bit of momentum, right? An Alliance, we'll see if they can keep things going on their 11-point spree in that last game and get a little bit further. They're on the southwest side of that Gatka field, and we'll see what they can do. Geeky currently fueling up at the petrol station, making sure their cars are topped up from the gas. Prices, well, there's no attendance, so it's free. That's not normally what you're allowed to do, but here in PUBG Mobile, no one's going to stop you.
And great shots from Easy for Bad Boy there over towards Aragon on the back line. Voston's going to try and back up there and is chasing him down, barking at him. And he will continue to be a nuisance, though. He's not leaving fully. I'm coming back. I'm coming back for more.
Okay. There's no one in there. He's a bad boy. It's fine. There's no one in the smokes. They've actually moved them entirely. But I mean, that's the back off that Voston was able to do, right? Maybe they do think that there's players still down in those smokes. And they're putting a lot of pressure out there. They've moved the target, and now they can get some healing and get away free. So for Voston, I mean, he might have been a yappy little dog, like a little terrier, going at it, but it's come up well. It's looking good for them. On the south side, Geeky, they leave the petrol station. They're moving past Quarry now. The nuclear zone in tow, just behind it a little bit on that south side.
Rotate's looking really good, honestly, in Group Red. It's a very, very quiet game so far. I think that's because teams have been very effectively able to cut out a lot of squads coming their way. Look at the split on the circle as well. It's that, honestly, that's beautiful to me. That is beautiful. I love to see that. Everyone's got their own space. Everyone's taking their own splits, trying to maintain presence. That's a gorgeous zone. I don't see that very often.
Yeah, it's all the way out to the west. Everybody who took that really nice disparate split over on that east side, they're going to have to crunch in, cram in as best they can. Sending the overpopulation out west side past Gatka
Guys, thanks
towards
for
that,
watching.
towards the swamp as well. The fields to the north, really tricky terrain to play around with. Influence.
खुद नहीं ये पर बोलता ही गेम बड़ा तबाही
देखना देखना अस्सलाम वालेकुम
वालेकुम सलाम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू। कैसे हो?
अच्छा कैसे हो?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। यस
कैटी मैन 20 मिनट से गेम खेल रहे हैं आप नहीं आ रहे थे।
क्या मालूम?
हम आपका घंटे से वेट कर रहे हैं। अब हम जा रहे हैं। अब हम सारे जा रहे हैं।
कोई मसला नहीं, मैं PMG लाइव स्ट्रीम लगाऊंगा। वो मजा आ रहा है कसम से।
चाचा को PMGC पसंद आया भाई। हाँ हम खुद PMGC खेले चाचा।
पैकेट से गेम प्लेयर एक कसम से मजा
पैकेट जो लगाना होगा लगा दी। मैं जरा ऊपर से आ रहा हूँ।
ओके 1 सेकंड। हम खुद क्रू चैलेंज बिना खेले चाचा। PMGC जैसा है कॉपी पेस्ट।
कौन सा ट्राई करो?
क्रू चैलेंज।
अच्छा
क्रू चैलेंज में 6 बंदे होते हैं चाचा। 6 बंदे से 4 बंदे गेम खेलते हैं, पॉइंट्स लेते हैं। पॉइंट्स लेके अगर टॉप 1 में आ जाए फिर PMGC में आते हैं। नहीं एक और टूर्नामेंट पे आते हैं, उसके बाद PMGC में आते हैं। समझ गए? चाचा 10 यूसी लगाता है।
10 यूसी लगा
हेलो
आगे 10 यूसी और क्या होगा?
यूसी में उसी दिन
चलो स्टार्ट कर दो। स्टार्ट किया नहीं नहीं वे bro match bro time agarım şu bro लिविक स्टार्ट bro चाचा डट्टा टीम है। हंटर का और वॉरियर को मैंने मारा था। हंटर ने 30 किया। हंटर के 13 किल, वॉरियर के 19 किल से कितना चाचा? हंटर ने 30 किया।
किस करता मैं?
विश्वास होगा आपको? नहीं होगा। मैं और शाहब, वॉरियर और हंटर ने 30 किया। 3 किल से हार गए।
अच्छा तो अच्छा हुआ भाई।
लिविक लगाओ। लिविक जल्दी से
भाई। अब अब्दुल्ला का शहाब भाई। अब्दुल्ला को भाई कल अरबाज ने ऐसा पीटा स्ट्राइक करा। ऐसा पीटा इनका टट्टी भाई गली में चला गया।
क्या करो मजाक भाई। अब्दुल्ला भाई क्या बोल
डर गया। हंटर किधर गया?
हाँ भाई लड़की के साथ गया होगा। देखा?
ओके
चाचा मैं और आप हंटर आप जल्दी आओ। स्नाइपर मैं और आप हंटर और शाहब आ जाओ।
ओके
Let's go.
Blue team has scored for the first time.
चाचा डटी में ऐसा मार रहा हूँ बंदा चाचा डटी में ऐसा छाप को मारा भाई कसम से ये दो चाचा एमएस बड़ा अच्छा आया है कसम से क्या झूठ बोलो इतना एमएस अच्छा आया है भाई स्लाइड कर रहा हूँ भाई स्लाइड में मजा आ रहा है गेम में चलता फैन करने वाला था
मारा लानत था
मुसावर में उतर का काम मेरा भी ओह शिट
भाई ये भी मुझे मैंने मारा क्यों नहीं मरा
तो फास्ट की तरह इसमें फर्क था भाई यहाँ पर 8x किल लगाया है स्नाइपर के ऊपर
वेरी गुड मालूम नहीं शहाब 8x चलाते भाई
स्नाइपर में 8x चला रहा है बोलिए क्या भाई को लगा फ्री फायर कोशिश की नहीं Mami compra, não, não, vou para aí, peixe, para aí, faz mesmo. Game, sans vai ter a compra.
मेरा वाला नहीं जा रहा है भाई
चाचा में सच्चा है ज्यादा मारने तो बड़ा अच्छा है
लानत तो ये क्यों
नहीं शॉट ऑन चाचा आप लोगों का 3 दिन छुट्टी है चाचा
नहीं खत्म हो गया आज
क्या हो गया
लगा इनको भी
क्योंकि भाई 3 दिसंबर
खत्म हुआ
इसका भाई इंडिपेंडेंस डे चाचा
खत्म हुआ भाई
3 दिसंबर नहीं था 3 दिसंबर
खत्म हुआ भाई भाई एमएस हाई है भाई का हाई है
चाचा एमएस हाई है दैट में याक तो विजय
I need a weapon.
क्या करने करना लो भाई वो टिक चलाते टिक आते हैं ओह ओए चश्मा नहीं खींचेगा फिर आपको 1 लगा 2 लगा बैक की गया
किधर भाग रहे हो शहाब
ओहो Agnes ज्यादा
लानत शहाब मराया
Jag då fan
oh no
मजाक ही करता भाई
ये लगी है
करते हैं भाई क्या कबाब चाचा हमें आईएमएस में पेन करते हैं खुश है पेन करने वाला था मार दिया मुझे
देखो मेरा वाला पीर इधर फिसल गया।
कसम से इतना अच्छा है, इसमें मजा आ रहा है क्या? बहुत कोई शॉट में बंदा नहीं है। वो नहीं था अपना क्या बेटा था भाई, मजाक है हमारे साथ। ओ उसका स्नाइपर का स्कोप से स्कोप से मजबूर नहीं सब्सक्राइब मत हो वैसे तो नाम है दम प्रॉब्लम मोक में है
ये बेटा है।
Watch out!
Yine slide sen dur.
मैं भागने वाला था।
Blue team! The red team doesn't have a lot of time left.
Great. You're about to win.
आपने तो बर्बाद किया भाई।
ऐसा है मत इतना अच्छा है कसम से स्लाइड मार रहा हूँ, स्लाइड मार रहा है बिना डिले के। हेडशॉट।
Team victory.
अच्छा है।
बड़ा अच्छा है भाई, मजा आया। कितना मजा क्या दिन स्लाइड Charger, dirty man. Che popularity ona da geçmeye kayıyor. Tarta. Tarta olmayacak. अच्छा मजा ही है, मजा है। शाह भाई, अब्दुल्ला भाई,
मैं तो जीत
अब्दुल्ला
गया।
भाई आवाज आ रही है?
Okay.
मैं तो जीत गया। पॉपुलैरिटी
मैं हार गया भाई, एक दो बैटल जीते।
मजे हम लाभ सुनाओ कैसे हो?
Popülarity ya çocuk makine zedi çocuk mu zedi? मोटाक शुदा है मोटाक तो
मोटाक है तो ना बस पैसे पर
नहीं इनको एक पॉपुलैरिटी ना मारा स्ट्राइक करा। ये हमें एक चूजे भी नहीं बेचते, सब लड़कियों को देता है।
भाई आपको चाहिए मैं भेजूंगा भाई, लेकिन आपको अभी नहीं चाहिए।
हमको हर टाइम
चाहिए। चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए?
हर टाइम चाहिए भाई, पॉपुलैरिटी किसी नहीं चाहिए।
भाई बोलो कि चाहता हूँ, बोलो। मैं तो बोलता हूँ कि चाहता हूँ, आप नहीं बोलते भाई। इस बैटल में मेरे मैं सपोर्ट कर, दूसरी बैटल में आपको करूँगा, ठीक है?
क्या?
इस बैटल में मुझे सपोर्ट करो भाई, दूसरे बैटल में मैं आप लोगों को सपोर्ट करूँगा।
भाई पॉपुलैरिटी वाला बैटल हो तो कुत्ते वाला सिस्टम है भाई, क्यों करना है भाई? फजूल है कसम से।
मैं 60 प्लस ले लूँ तो 7 में पहुँच जाऊँगा भाई।
अच्छा
हाँ बहुत करीब हूँ भाई। मारो भाई बना के मारो
पॉपुलैरिटी भेजो जल्दी जल्दी खंडर को मैंने तो भेज दिया
चलो फिर रात में मैं वापस आ जाऊंगा ठीक है रफीक भाई शाह भाई
ओके भाई
अभी के लिए अल्लाह हाफिज
Okay.
शायकर मेरे प्रोफाइल पे जाओ कुक कुक की आवाजें आ रही है और गन लगाया है
हाँ चाचा वो ऊपर वाले स्लॉट में रखो चाचा फिर ज्यादा आवाज आएगा वो नीचे वाले में रखो जब तक नीचे स्क्रॉल ना करो आवाज नहीं आएगी समझ गए
अच्छा
हाँ ऊपर वाले स्लॉट में रखो नीचे वाले में पर जब तक स्क्रॉल ना करो आवाज नहीं आती Virus on that. कर दिया चाचा
और चेक करो
हाँ अभी आवाज आ रही है नीचे चुक पता ही था चाचा ये किधर से लिया था
कौन सा
और से हटा लिया कुछ ले ये AKM से हटा लिया कुछ ले
मैं ये भी चेक करो हो गया
चाचा नीचे रखा फिर से करेंगे तबाह ऊपर लगा था वापस नीचे रखा है
वाह क्या बोलो भाई ओके
मैन
अभी चेक करो
हाँ अभी ठीक हो गया ये मैक्स है चाचा मैक्स
1 सेकंड इधर है इसमें मैं ये रखूं ये 1 सेकंड अभी
ये मुझे चाहिए
मैं ये गेम रखो अभी चेक करो अभी ठीक हो गया उस टाइम गलत था
चाचा अभी ठीक हो गया ये भी मैक्स करो आईटी का शक्ल निकला
हाँ।
ये कार्लो का मास्क हटाओ चाचा कार्लो का मास्क वो हटाओ
इधर लगाया भाई मास्क का हटा लिया
चाचा स्ट्राइकर चाचे की ओपोनेंट वाले की पॉपुलैरिटी में जाके देख किस किस ने पॉपुलैरिटी मारी है
मैं चेक करूं अरबिक लोग ये भाई सर
शहाब लाना तब के शक्ल पे
चाचा आपकी दूं मजा
लगला तो लाना तब के शक्ल पे
मजाक है इससे पॉपुलैरिटी मजाक है मजाक है मैंने इसे पॉपुलैरिटी की मजाक है चाचा पॉपुलैरिटी में तुम्हें गिरा पॉपुलैरिटी
हैं ओ मैंने चाचे को पॉपुलैरिटी मारी है ओए
देख रहे हो शाह भाई
कोई नहीं मैं भी पॉपुलैरिटी नहीं भेजूंगा टेंशन नहीं स्ट्राइक करो
भाई मैंने आपको बाइक भी मारी है
ये लो चाचा मैन चाचा इसे सिर्फ देखो मिल्क जैसा है चाचा मिल्क
Большой? Mam baksa. Burkaz mana detlo большой.
On la. Ya que देखा बाक्स चुशत के स्मार्ट चिका दा बुदा.
Bekliyor da. Dışta koyun. On poyin reward. Poyin reward. Poyin abi.
Ah não, tá ajuda com. Yes sir. Yeah, good on go. Strategy आता है strategy. ये भी लो चाचा ज्यादा ना करो ये लो उगारिया घटिया सिर्फ लेकिन चेक करो शाह भाई इसे मैं पॉपुलैरिटी दूं चाचा को दूं या उसे दूं मैं उसे रिक्वेस्ट भी दूंगा वन सेकेंड मुझे रिक्वेस्ट भी कर चाहे
चाचा एक M4 फूल की जगह ना वो रखो
इसका टीम ने
अच्छा
क्या रखो भाई
M4 फूल की जगह वो रखो M16 A4 की स्किन जो है
नहीं भाई मेरे साथ M762 बैरल है वो भाई वो भी आवाजें करता है वो मैं
नहीं बैरल की नहीं M16 A4 M4 की एमओ वाली
M416 की बात कर रहे हैं भाई किस चीज की बात कर रहे हो
एक मिनट देखता हूँ आपके पास है कि नहीं वाली आप स्ट्राइकर समझ आ गई ना कौन सी स्किन
हाँ समझ गया
चाचा के पास नहीं है स्किन
वो इन्हीं फिक्र क्या बताया वाला तो होता है क्या ये इमेज समझता नासिर भाई किधर है चाचा नासिर भाई को भी इनवाइट करो बोला वो गेम के लिए
किसका भाई
या उमेर को बुलाओ नासिर को बुलाओ एक और बंदे को बुलाओ
नहीं ये है नहीं भाई फिर किधर से बुलाओ नासिर को मैसेज किया ऑफलाइन है
ओ ना Arduş isim var sen misin?
M762 की बात कर रहा हूँ शहाब भाई आपको मैंने ही देखा इधर दिखा वो भी भाई बहुत शोर करता है जो ब्लॉगिंग होता है किधर चला गया हमारा खुसरा किधर चला गया भाई हाँ ये वाला मेरा वाला ये कुत्ता भी अच्छा है ये भी बातें करता रहते हैं
हेलो चाचा किधर गए सब
भाई हम तो इधर है बस ट्राई करके मालूम नहीं भाई उनको लॉबी में कौन सा मजा आता है ये मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ मैंने देखा नहीं मेरा माइक ऑफ था
भाई कौन सा गन जब पीते हो
रात का अजान दिया वही जल्दी से पढ़ के आता हूँ भाई वरना जल्दी वो खत्म होता है
ओके हम इधर वेट कर रहे हैं ठीक है
हाँ चाचा देखता है एक टीटीएम आप लोगों के लिए स्टार्ट
भाई कौन सा टीटीएम ना लगाओ, मैं तो नहीं खेलूंगा, मैं बैठूंगा। टीटीएम क्या है?
ठीक है आप बैठ जाइए। अल्लाहु अकबर।
भाई एक काम करो स्ट्राइकर, अब स्ट्राइकर आओ। ओके टीडीएम जब स्टार्ट हो जाएगा साहब भाई, मैं एग्जिट करता हूँ, मैं ग्राउंड जाता हूँ, ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड। आप फिर मुझे रिक्वेस्ट डालना।
ठीक है।
क्या हुआ?
मैं ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड जाता हूँ स्ट्राइकर, फिर रिक्वेस्ट करना जब अपने मस्त पढ़ के आऊँ। मैं वो कुछ गनों का रिकॉल ठीक करता हूँ।
हेलो चाचा
नहीं ट्राई करो
मैं क्या है कि चलो गेम ना भी खेले वीकेंडी ना खेले वीकेंडी डब्लो दे भाई
साहब से पूछो वो खेलते हैं वीकेंडी
इवेंट आया इसने अभी तक चेक नहीं किया कैसे आया है नहीं है मुझे लगता है कोई ना ये खेलते ये स्टार्ट करो चाचा मैंने लिस्ट पे
साहब तो रेडी करे भाई ये पीर बतरों ये खुद काम करते भाई गेम के लिए जाते हैं पीर काम के लिए जाते हैं अब्दुल्ला भाई रेडी करो
रेडी करो गेम खेलो भाई Oh shit. अब्दुल्ला भाई किधर हो अब्दुल्ला भाई
बाथरूम गया होगा भाई या बाहर काम के लिए गया होगा
PUBG मोबाइल कंपनी
मैं उस टाइम तक एक स्ट्रीम देखो कुछ टाइम के लिए
See if
अल्टीमेट रॉयल तो हो गया चाचा अल्टीमेट बोलो अल्टीमेट फैशन तो हो गया चाचा क्या चाहिए
بس DRX تكون هي أفضل أم لا هذا ما سنشاهده بكل تأكيد ونفس الكلام عند الإكزو هافليك وكاوس ونتحدث عن سنوكس هذه الرباعية المتواجدة من الفريق التشيكي اللي سنوك خرج من الفالكونز ولكن الفالكونز ايضا لم يستطع التاهل من التوب 3 ذهب الى مرحله اللاست شانس هناك تحدي اصعب حقيقه التوب 2 لا تعترف بمن هو الافضل تعتمد بمن سيستطيع ان يكمل مشوار يومين بشكل افضل يعني يومين تقدم بهن راح تكون متواجد
اصعب بكثير من المهمه الان اللي تشوفوها عزيزي المتابع اليوم عينك اللي تشوفه حاليا هو جروب ستيج فعينك تشوف 3 اسماء ستكون 3 مقاعد ومن ثم ما ذكرهم الهلال او ما بعد ذلك عفوا
हेलो
भाई क्या ड्रामा है आप लोगों का भी माशाल्लाह
क्या हुआ मेरी बात सुनने गया था
कोई ना स्टार्ट मारो अभी
यही अगर प्रॉब्लम हो रही तो मैं चला जाता
سعيد मेरा سعيد وبزغ سعيد تيك توك ما جو صرف باطش يسبب स्टार्ट करो शाह भाई
लॉबी री करते हैं, उससे खड़े हैं इसलिए नहीं लगेगा।
आओ लॉबी बनाते हैं,
आओ। एंगल लिविक
वो भी तो हो गया स्टार्ट। नाइस।
ओए होए चाचा, एक प्रॉब्लम हो गया।
क्या कण हो रहा है?
मैं आ रहा हूँ, रीस्टार्ट करके आया, माउस लॉक नहीं हो रहा।
भाई इतना बड़ा कंप्यूटर शॉप है, एक पीसी तो अच्छा रखो। शायकर इनका अपना पीसी शॉप है गेमिंग का,
हाँ
फिर भी भाई ये बर्बाद पीसी रखा है।
भाई जो भी स्ट्रीम वेन्यू आ रहा है, लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करते जाओ।
ये कौन सा स्ट्रीमर आया है लाइव पे? शायकर
कौन है?
कोई लाइव पे बोल रहा था कि जो भी स्ट्रीम पे आ रहा है लाइक और सब्सक्राइब करो।
सब्सक्राइब लाइक बटन दबाओ।
क्या हाल है भाई, कैसे हो?
ड्रॉप किया कर।
मैं फंस गया हूँ शायकर।
यार गेम लैग कर रहा है काफी ज्यादा।
Watch out!
सिंपल गेमिंग वाईटी चाचा इसका नाम है। चाचा समझ गए नाम इसका?
दोबारा चलो। चाचा किधर जाना है?
अच्छा पीसी कुत्ते वाले हैं, अभी मुझे समझ में आया।
चाचा हम पावर प्लांट पे ये यूट्यूबर है, पावर प्लांट पे।
हाँ वो निकालते पीसी वाले बीट्स आए हैं भाई।
इसके पास गन्स ये सब कुछ है इसके पास। चाचा
फाइट हो गई है।
चाचा नीचे 1 HP जंप करो। आपके नीचे 1 HP चाचा।
बंदा यार।
वेरी गुड।
ऊपर भी एक बंदा है। एक अंदर एक और बंदा आया था।
मेरे टीममेट को फिनिश ना करो भाई, मेरे टीममेट को फिनिश ना करो।
मैं वॉइस मैसेज सुनो, वेट करो।
मजा आया भाई, मजा आया। प्रैक्टिस से कौन नो गिव अप कर रहे हैं। चाचा को रिवाइव करो। ऐसा टाटी निकाला चाचा, देखा आपको भाई मारने
भाई मैं नहीं देखा था कुत्ता, साउंड नहीं दिया था भाई। अगर साउंड दिया मैं के पिछवाड़े में बैठा डालता कुत्ता।
नहीं बड़ी इधर में चाहिए।
पहले भाई इतना जल्दी गिव अप करते।
कोई नहीं शायद, कोई नहीं।
ठीक है,
पिक्चर निकालते हो। सिंपल वाइटी के लौड़े लग गए और कोई बचा है कि नहीं बचा है?
कोई इधर घर किधर गए? घर किधर गए?
खत्म हो गए इधर।
बहुत पुराने खत्म
हैं?
I'm recalling a teammate.
डबल रिकॉल। चाचा
Thanks.
डबल रिकॉल।
किधर जाना है?
वो पीछे बंदा लैंड।
Marked a location.
किधर जा रहे हैं भाई? मुझे बताओ तो मैं उस साइड में आऊंगा।
Help.
ये कैसा भैंस है इसकी?
भाई चाचा पीछे बंदे।
चाचा वो कर भाई कैसे आपने मेरे टीममेट को नॉक फिनिश डाला था? क्यों नॉक फिनिश डाला? मजाक है। टीममेट को कभी नॉक फिनिश ना डालो।
सिंपल लवड़ा वाइटी। क्या नाम था?
सिंपल।
ओ बंदे ओ आ गया।
Watch out.
चाचा ये भी आपका पठान था चाचा।
अच्छा
मुझे लगता है।
कोई नहीं, इधर बंदा है सामने।
हाँ ऑल पे आवाज आ रही है।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम भाई।
ऑल पे नहीं है इधर।
नंबर 4 भाई बोल रहे हैं।
अच्छा
नहीं
हाँ ये किसकी आवाज आ रही है? अच्छा ये स्ट्राइकर के पीछे से आवाज आ रही है। इधर बंदा है स्ट्राइकर। अभी आया
ये चाचा मेरे पीछे हो गया वो।
फिर हाँ भाई के सामने। अच्छा ऑल से था, सलाम बोल रहा था।
ऑल से है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ऑल से है। हाँ
पावर प्लांट पे बंदे। पावर प्लांट
इधर एक बंदा अभी आया।
यस लैंड हुआ है।
मुक्के मार
लैंड हुआ था जब
यूज कर रहे भाई।
और पीछे से पड़ गई नंबर 4।
ओए ये कुत्ता ऊपर बैठा है, नहीं भी देख सकता कुत्ता। ओ सीरो है, वेरी गुड।
नाइस।
ओ एक ऊपर आ रहा है।
अंदर
दूर आओ।
Watch out.
आ जाओ स्ट्राइकर नीचे।
मेरा हेलमेट ही
भाई ये पीसी लो भी है भाई। ऐसे
मजा
वही है।
नंबर 1 किट है।
किट दे दो भाई इनको।
नहीं यार मेरे पास बैंडेजेस पड़े। ये लो इधर आओ कोने में।
Help.
तेरी
हो
भाई
देखा ध्यान से, सामने आया बिल्कुल।
आया बंदा आया।
नाइस यार।
Awesome.
जिंदा चाकू भाई। मजाक है। जिंदा चाकू भाई। जिंदा चाचा जिंदा।
भाई मुझे मालूम है आप पे प्राउड है मुझे। आप कर सकते हो भाई।
असम से जिंदा
प्राउड। चाचा बोलने लगा प्राउड टू बी ऑन माय सन।
दिख रहा है दिख रहा है
Oh no.
I'm recalling a teammate.
बहुत गलत बना दिया ना ऊपर.
Thanks.
कोई ना भाई सब काम
Number 4 इधर ही आ जाओ.
Help.
लेट आई इधर.
Watch out.
वो उधर चला गया.
Marked a location.
Exactly.
अब सेफ रहा हो स्ट्राइकर.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Help.
एक नॉक.
क्या भाई वापस फिनिश हो गई. अभी
हाँ.
Help.
ओहो.
दूसरा नॉक किया. नाइस चाचा देखो.
चाचा एक नॉक है.
Awesome.
ना ग्रेनेड होता है.
Awesome. Thanks.
भाई मेरे सामने ऐसा ना हो भाई. ना ना ना.
Oh nice. Nice.
Awesome.
जाके चाचा
ये कुत्ते को मारो. कसम खुदा की नहीं नजर आ रहा है. मैंने वैसे डराने के लिए उन पर फायर किया.
इधर है अभी ये शक्ल नहीं दिखा रहा भाई. ऊपर नीचे
कसम से पता नहीं किस तरह बात हो रही है. दूसरा घर वाली सेट हो गई.
ग्रेनेड आया. क्लोज है चाचा क्लोज. क्लोज में ग्रेनेड आता है.
ओह
नजर नहीं आ रहा है.
Oh no. हाँ.
यार ये रहा.
किधर ट्राई करो मार का.
शेयर पे जल गया.
स्ट्राइकर तेरे.
ओ बंदे आ रहे हैं स्ट्राइकर आप पे.
क्या किया
बैक साइड से पड़ गई.
मैंने टच किया.
वो सामने घरों से पड़ी इसको.
Awesome.
बर्बाद हुआ प्रोग्राम.
Oh nice. Good game.
मजा आया भाई मजा.
लेजेंड को ऐड करो भाई. बात तो कर रहा था. हेल्प तो कर रहा था.
जी जी मजा आया भाई. उसको तो जिंदा चाकू किया. मजा आया. शाहब का भी रिवेंज लिया. लेजेंड का भी रिवेंज लिया. दोनों का रिवेंज लिया.
जी जी. वो 15 सेकंड में लगा.
कोई ना
चाचे को गुस्सा आ जाएगा. अकबर
Let's fight together.
चाचा क्या हुआ?
कभी कभी अब का गेम नहीं होता क्यों?
क्या होता है क्यों नहीं होता? ये सब बंदा मार रहा था नहीं देखा चाचा?
बना दिया मार ओ अपनी लोबी नहीं है
कभी कभार फोकस नहीं है चाचा।
आंटियों को पे फोकस ना किया करो साइकिल फिर अच्छा रहेगा।
फोकस ना करे किस चीज पे फोकस कर रहे मजाक है
भाई ये जासिर भाई थोड़ी है
भाई अपने चट्टी उंगली पे फोकस करो कि काम करना स्टार्ट करें।
चाचा उंगली यूज करो चाचा कीबोर्ड माउस यूज कर रहे हो उंगली यूज करो तो वो भी यूज नहीं कर सकते।
मैं नासिर हूँ भाई कि उंगली से काम करो।
चाचा अभी बुके काम करना छोड़ देगा।
साइकिल में आओ
क्या है एक गेम से ज्यादा एम लगा नहीं मेरा वाह ये मैं घर के अंदर किया।
कौन से घर में मर गए आप?
मैं एक मिनट इधर वो इधर ही करता मैं एक मिनट इधर चुपता हूँ वापस आता हूँ चाचा 1 मिनट में इधर चुपता हूँ इधर पे वापस आया।
भाई आओ शहाब क्या कर रहे हैं भाई? ऐ शहाब कसम से भाई नहीं अब्दुल्ला भाई आप मुकम्मल बर्बाद हो। क्या बोलते हो मुकम्मल बर्बाद?
अच्छा मेरे ऊपर
नंबर 1 भाग जाओ थोड़ा इधर आओ
तो
हां सही करो क्या
M4B है चाचा इधर आओ M4B है M4B ले लो मैं 1 मिनट में आया।
बंदा आया मोटू
HP रेडियो IT ये कौन सा है भाई?
9 का
पर बनने से
Watch out!
सामने उसके पीछे किधर है? वो देख रहा है हमें देख रहा है किधर अच्छा आ जाओ
करो
क्या करें?
मैं कैसे आ जाऊँ भाई? मैं समझे कि आपने वो ओपन किया।
आओ ना बैठे चलो आगे चलते हैं। वेट 1 मिनट पेन किलर कीजिए आओ मार गया ये इनको 49 वाला
ट्राई कर कब आओगे?
अंदर हम बाकी वहाँ अंदर अंदर नेड है आपके पास कोई? हाँ नेड है। ध्यान से ध्यान से ध्यान। एक बंदा
इधर
ऊपर
से ऊपर चलते हैं, मैं तो कहता हूँ।
ऊपर एक बंदा है।
वेरी गुड आप लोग।
वो ये नीचे
छा गए आप लोग। मैं स्ट्राइकर के लिए बैठा हूँ भाई। क्या किधर किया है? दरमियान वाला ओपन करो भाई, जोन आएगा।
दरमियान वाला ओपन हो गया।
ओके आपके लिए रखा एक का।
बंद कर।
ये सामने
मेरे पास है।
सामने फाइट था।
ये हवा वाला नहीं लिया, हवा वाला दूसरा इधर।
दो
ओह शिट। कोई ना, आप लोग के पास कॉल है, आप लोग आ सकते हो। लेकिन चाचा इसका मिशन म्यूजिक लगा बैकग्राउंड में। इसको तो स्टैंड इस वीडियो के बैकग्राउंड में थोड़ा सा म्यूजिक दो। ये किस तरह भी इसको निकाल। चाचा 30 सेकंड इधर वेट करो, इस बेयर का मिशन करना है। शेज़ैम से हो जाएगा। यही में डाल दूं। ट्रैकर ये वही बंदा आया भाई। हाँ ये वही आया भाई। ओके अभी क्या करेगा? अभी मोटू आजा नीचे। लूट किधर है? बोट मारो।
मुझे बोट नहीं
चाचा ध्यान से। ओह बड़ा चल दिया चाचा। ओह एडवांस चाचा, एडवांस ये ले लो। ये चलो चाचा को। और एक थैंक यू।
रियल नहीं था बोट।
इसीलिए मैंने आपको दे दिया था।
क्या भैया? नहीं साहब तो आओ स्ट्राइकर आओ।
चाचा ये देखो, चाचा ये देखो, आओ इधर आओ। ये देखो क्या भाई, ये देखो इधर आओ।
क्या दिखा रहा है?
हाँ अरे क्या दिखाना चाहते हो भाई? वो देखो ये बंद, ये देखो बेयर को देखो। बंद करो।
अभी करेगा।
वो बंदा
ये पे बंदा लैंड हुआ।
Marked a location. Watch out.
चाचा फॉरेस्ट पे
लगती लानत है। ये किधर से पड़ी? फॉरेस्ट दे दो भाई, कुछ नजर नहीं आता मुझे।
मेरे पास नहीं है। आओ रिवाइव क्या हो मेरे को। ओह शिट इधर से मारा।
इधर घर में
बताया भी मैंने।
आ रहा है। वेरी गुड भाई।
बंदे का आवाज
पत्थर
वो उधर ही लेटा हुआ है। स्ट्राइकर ध्यान से।
इधर नोक पड़ा है
Watch out.
किधर? इधर लेटा हुआ है।
यार एक तो बालू की तरह आ गया बीच में।
ऊपर है, नहीं ग्रेनेड पर है।
हाँ ऊपर ऊपर।
ये पत्थर वाले को लेना बाहर। बाहर बंदा आया।
कैसे पड़ी पी रहा हूँ।
ओए बचाओ बचाओ बचाओ। मुझे खुद
फिनिश करो कुत्ते को।
फिनिश फिनिश फिनिश।
भाई हेल्प है नहीं है, हेल्प भी दे दो कोई।
बैक साइड पे भी है।
मैं स्मोक करता हूँ
Awesome.
उधर।
इधर से बंदा आ रहा है, इधर से।
Watch out!
खेल तो दे दो साइकिल, खेल तो।
बैंडेज है सर।
बैंडेज दे दो चलेगा।
आओ मेरे से ले लो, मेरे से ले लो, मेरे से ले लो, मेरे से ले
Awesome.
जाओ नंबर पर चलो।
कोई रास्ते में ना मार दे।
Thanks.
ये दूसरा किधर गया भाई? ये रिकॉल तो नहीं कर रहा।
नहीं पीछे फुटस्टेप है।
देख लिया देख लिया देख लिया। जी जी।
यार
और कौन बचा है? गटर से निकलना है।
रिकॉल पे भागा है, दूसरा भी भागा।
नाइस।
लास्ट वाला भी इधर है। मैं इसको अंधा करता हूँ, अंधा। 1 सेकंड। रश रश रश।
किधर है?
किधर गया? नहीं पता किधर गया।
मार नहीं दिया।
इधर आवाज है इधर। हाँ किधर गया वो?
मेरे ख्याल से मार दिए।
ओ इवेंट पे है बंदे।
ओ फायर फायर फायर। इवेंट पे नहीं चचा।
उधर है ये सामने घर पे।
वो पीछे स्नैपर भी चल रही है। पीछे स्नैपर भी चल रही है।
स्नाइपर ब्रिज के पास है, ब्रिज।
Watch out!
वो पीछे है ओपोनेंट वाला।
इसका पाउनिंग मारते पाउनिंग चल देता है। पाउनिंग चले। जी।
We are number 1. We're the best.
Winner.
मैं 2-3 मरतबा नॉक हुआ, फिर गेम बर्बाद हो जाता है।
ठीक है भाई, वो रात को खेलते हैं। अभी ऑफिस से घर जा रहा हूं, रात को वापस आते हैं।
जा रहे हो
भाई? जी जी भाई जी। ब्रदर रिक्वेस्ट उठा लो मेरी।
ठीक है भाई, ठीक है। आप पीसी प्लेयर हो?
अल्लाह हाफिज। जी
ओके
भाई।
भाई,
ओके अल्लाह हाफिज।
अल्लाह हाफिज।
नासिर को वेट करो शाह भाई। हाँ
ओके ओके। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
वालेकुम सलाम। हमने सलाम दिया, हमने वालेकुम बोला। नाइस। नसीर भाई का माइक ऑफ है, वो मोबाइल से आया।
ओके स्टार्ट करो भाई। आंटी के गोद में बैठा होगा या आंटी उनकी गोद में बैठी होगी।
ना नासिर भाई ये सच बोल रही।
और ये यूज भी करते हैं भाई। तो भाई टाइम देखो और शाह भाई।
ओ
सच बोल रहे हो चाचा। क्या पैरो पेनो भाई, बहुत टाइम में पैरो नहीं पहना। पैरो
पैर या ब्लड रिबन है वो
पैरो इस गन के साथ। नहीं वो वॉरियर के पास है। चाचा आपके पास एक और किल मैसेज पैर होता, वो किधर गया? वो पहनो, बहुत टाइम में नहीं पहना
भाई। मैं तो क्या
चाचा नहीं लगेगा। मैं चलता हूँ यार इमुलेटर की वजह से।
मेरा तो ये फेवरेट था स्ट्राइक।
कोई ना, स्टार्ट पर हो जाएगा।
लगाऊं?
ये भी पहनो।
लड़की ना करो।
वाह
ना करो।
जुबान मुबारक भाई।
शाब भी भाई मुसवर जैसा बन रहा है। मुसवर भी सही करता है। चलता ऊपर बोलता है।
अगर खूबसूरत होता मैं इनका और मेरा पड़ोसी होता मैं इनका पिछवाड़ा मार देता। नासिर से मरवाता, बुड्ढे से मरवाता।
चाचा दुआ करो यार।
क्या हुआ पीरब का?
चाचा दुआ करो।
I won my last fight together.
क्या भाई? खलीफा के साथ तब के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन हुआ?
मरीज मोबाइल मर गया।
अच्छा
मरीज गए भाई।
क्या हुआ?
मरीज मोबाइल मर गया।
मरीज मोबाइल क्या होते हैं भाई?
जो वेंटिलेटर पे होता है।
कौन है? अच्छा आपका पीसी।
मेरा मोबाइल
मर गया।
मोबाइल में क्या है भाई?
हाँ ऑन नहीं हो रहा।
अच्छा अब वो राइस में रखो भाई। कसम खुदा की मजाक के अलावा राइस जो पके नहीं हो वैसे जो हम उसमें रखो ठीक हो जाता है। ये इधर लोग करते ट्राई करो।
एक पुराना बात है चाचा।
नहीं इधर किया मेरे सामने किया इसी वजह से तो बोला।
चाचा आप मेरा मोबाइल देखो कि आपको हंसी आएगी।
भाई आपकी पीसी के हालात से मालूम होते हैं भाई। ये मोबाइल कौन सा?
आगे
Watch out!
लेट गया।
इधर से पड़ी तेरी। अब ये इधर से आ रहा है।
Watch out!
हमारा अलैहिस्सलाम किधर है भाई? अलैहिस्सलाम यही जी हनी मेरे साथ दोस्त था भाई पीसी प्लेयर में। जी हनी
कौन?
अच्छा ये जवाब भी मारा हमने। ये इसी इवेंट पे आओ।
Marked a location.
आओ
जंप
इसको जनाजा कब पढ़ाऊं? चाचा
इसका फल लो भाई
दो बंदे ओ
नसर भाई किधर आ रहे हो?
एक और बंदा भी है ध्यान से नहीं बल्कि ये अकेला
मेरे से चेक करो
चाचा हाथ लगाओ
पीछे बंदे आ गए यार रिकॉल पे किया
Watch out!
ये क्या था?
ये PUBG का फेवरेट प्लेयर था मुझे लगता है।
पीछे बंदा है
कोई नहीं
फोरेक चाहिए चाचा फोरेक तो डी किया इधर फेंक दिया चाचा ये
Mark the location. I got supplies.
पीछे फायर रियल है
भाई मैं तो जो हम
बुल चाचा अभी तक रश नहीं किया
ये डब्बा ओपन हो गया साइकिल
समझ रहे हो अब्दुल्ला भाई ये रियल था वरना रश नहीं
हाँ।
बोट नहीं था रश करता आओ चाचा
ये ऊपर आ रहा है
आया
Watch out!
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह डब्बा ओपन करो
आपने तो ओपन किया अभी किधर बैठा है भाई किधर गया किधर है
नहीं वही से मैं कर रहा हूँ
देखा है हाँ वो रहा
ट्रैकर इधर से आके लूट उठा ले
क्या है
लूट
है भाई
ऊपर
सिर्फ
3x से 6x है
चेक दो एमो
I got supplies.
एमो
हाँ? ये मेरे पास तो ले लो थोड़े
हाँ बस काफी
यहाँ से भी कोई स्कोप दो 4 का लेके मुझे 6 दे दो
ये लो 4x ये नहीं देता
दे दी
भाई 0 किल है
ये वो प्लेयर नहीं था इधर में से बंदा मार रहा है ये वो नहीं था मुझे
ये हवा से किया
ट्रैकर किधर जा रहा है
इधर बंदा मारा था इसलिए करने
ऊपर घर जा रहे
Marked an enemy's death crate.
लाओ आप लोग गुल के लिए लूट क्रिएट उठा के
नहीं भाई
हाँ ये वही बंदा
रखो
बंदा नासिर भाई
3x भी है 4x भी है किसको चाहिए 3x 4x ये फेंक दो
हवा वाला चाहिए भाई गाड़ी में आओ
बंदा चटा
Marked a location.
वेट बोट के ऊपर एक साइड मारो चटा वन सेकंड
मारो स्टाइल
ओ डैमेज दिया डैमेज चटा देखा भाई ये देखो ऐसा किया मैंने ऐसा किया हम शॉट मारा अरे नहीं हुआ इस बार 12 अच्छा शॉट मारा शाहब भाई, आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा मैंने आसमान में गया शाहब भाई वो आई शॉट बॉट को मारा।
वो पीछे बंदे, हमारे पीछे बंदे
और बंदा है चाचा, एक और
Marked
बॉट।
a location.
हमारे पास बंदे हैं।
वही आ रहे हैं। ओ भाई बंदा भी
किधर किधर है?
वो सामने।
Watch out.
देख
0 है भाई ये।
बॉट है भाई ये।
ट्रैकर ध्यान से, एक पहाड़ पे भी लैंड हुए मेरे ख्याल से।
ये बोट है मारो।
चाचा का दोस्त
नजर नहीं आ रहा है कुत्ता।
दूसरा बोट है रियल ना हो चाचा के।
नहीं नहीं नहीं बाबा,
Marked a
कोई आना
location.
नहीं है। ये पीछे बंदा भाग गया, ये दूसरा इधर
Watch out.
भाग रहे इवेंट पे भाग रहे।
इधर बंदा भागा था।
आसमान में डैमेज।
नाइस
स्नाइपर से चाचा ने ये किया। चाचा चेक किया स्नाइपर। भाई ये क्या कुत्ता पे बंदे को स्नाइपर मारो नहीं मारता, ऐसा अच्छा शॉट मारा, ऐसा अच्छा शॉट मारा। वो इसको मार रहे हैं रियल बोलते हैं।
Watch out.
ये शक्ल लिखा ये मर जाएगा, सब चेक करो।
रफीक भाई ध्यान से, लेफ्ट राइट ध्यान से।
किधर है भाई?
Marked a location.
पीछे एग्जैक्ट
हवा वाला दे दो, मैं इनके ऊपर से मारूंगा।
वेट ये देखो मैं स्टाइल से मारूंगा, ये चेक करना। नानी नानी नानी नो नानी नानी नानी। एक लगा good time to 4।
रिको
M24 बड़ा सस्ता गन है भाई, नहीं मारता ये में जीवन है भाई। इतना अच्छा शॉट लगा भाई, नहीं मरते क्या है भाई।
I'm recalling a teammate.
चाचा के सामने ना सब भाई, चाचा के सामने।
Thanks.
नासिर भाई ऐसा जा रहा है जैसे वो बोट है भाई।
भाई इतना अच्छा शॉट मारता हूँ भाई, कोई नहीं होता भाई, बंदा नहीं मारता, बोलते है शॉट मारा नहीं मरा। बंदा यार ये देखो ये शॉट मारा, चेक करो शॉट चेक करो शॉट।
वाओ
शॉट चेक करो चाचा, शॉट
Awesome.
हेड शॉट बना स्कोप के, इसका कटिंग मजा आया।
Thanks.
तो ठीक है, अच्छा हुआ मैंने बुड्ढे का पेटी ना ही लूटा, वरना फिर इसका माइक भी ओपन होता ऑटोमेटिकली।
भाई आपने इसका पेटी लूटा जिसकी जो है?
नहीं
अच्छा यार ठीक है। बंदा
Marked a location.
यार एक तो
इसने रिकॉर्ड किया था।
Watch out.
مرة شهاب भाई.
Watch out! Help!
Oh no.
मिडिस्टन ने मुझे मारा, मैंने गलत किया, शॉट की वजह से मार गया। मिडिस्टन में एक बॉट है भाई, 12 बॉट है, दीवार के पीछे बॉट फायर कर रहे हैं। सामने चाचा, सामने दीवार पूरा लेफ्ट। वो देखो घर पे गया, छोटा घर पे गया, देखा? लेफ्ट वाला, रेड घर के लेफ्ट पे। नहीं राइट तेरा।
वेट कॉल आ गई।
मारो नसीर भाई, ताक संग तब बंद लाड़ो
भाई, देखा? नासिर भाई आपके राइट पे नासिर भाई। One HP। क्या भाई लेफ्ट पे बंद है, मैं देखा? ये मर गया। आई जोन जाओ, नहीं हो सकता।
ओह नो, स्मोक करो शाह भाई।
अच्छा ना शायद 5 मीटर जोन इधर है,
नहीं देखा
नहीं
भाई।
जा रहा है जोन।
ओ सरिंज नहीं है
और इसके गुण में भाई तब मुझे पसंद है इसके गुण में क्लैरिटी का शौक है।
Awesome.
किधर है शाह भाई?
मुझे खुद नजर नहीं आ रहा। इन घरों में होंगे जरूर।
पाउनिन के साथ कुत्ता बैठा है, अंदर आओ।
किधर?
ये
Watch out!
घर में।
हाँ नजर आया।
साइड से किया।
Watch out!
कवर दे दो।
Help!
रख पे लेट गया। लेफ्ट साइड से आ रहा है।
Weakling, not a single fighter among you.
भाई शहाब आपको साउंड नहीं देता, मैंने आपसे एक बंदा दिखाया, आपको अपना बंदे नहीं दिखा देता कि आपके नजदीक बंदा है।
ओके शाहब भाई, नासिर भाई, रफीक भाई आप लोग किलो में खाना
नहीं, मैं भी नमाज पढ़ के आता हूँ। मैं भी नमाज का टाइम है।
मैं भी जा रहा हूँ। अल्लाह हाफिज़।
अल्लाह हाफिज़। नसीर भाई
Потому что они наши друзья. Я им поставлю веру куда-то в 5-е место.
Ей. 10. Зайцы, учитывая опыт Гаулета, возможно, топ-8.
좀 친근한 팀인데 인플루언스 레이지. 이거 좀 과감하게 할게요.
Ну, где-то возле гикеев поставим, наверное. Ребят на их выращивают.
잘 모르겠어서 한 11등? Смотря их игры, мне кажется, все-таки группа для них будет непростой и где-то на 7ом месте.
이번에 그 양본을 꺾고 올라와서 좀 잘할 수도 있지만 또 세계 대회에서는 경험이 중요하다 보니까 조심히 가시면 되겠습니다.
이 정도?
진짜?
못할 것 같은데.
급하 올라오면 어떡해?
올라오면 뭐 올라오는 거지. 오케이. 100% первое место.
몇 등이라 생각해?
3등?
약간 한 2등?
그건 뭐야?
몰라, 2등 아니면 3등 할 수 있을 것 같아.
Очень сильный коллектив из Китая, который упал, но поднимется на второе место.
TNX? 일단 건틀렛에서 하는 거 봐서 한 5등?
에? 나 2점 줘야 되는 거 아니야? 2점?
아, 2점? 아, 2점? 2점. Окей. Сильно?
Место.
Ну, 4-е место.
ETSH. 새로운 팀인데요, 이게.
TR? 14등? Это я вообще не знаю, кто. Наверное, где-то тут.
저도 한 이쪽 반열까지. 오케이.
Во, окей.
Китайцы, которые неплохо, да, показали свою игру, был на 3-м месте.
처음 보는 팀이 몰라요. 어떤 팀인지. 리라타.
유명한 말레이시아 팀인데 요즘 좀 많이 흔들리는 것 같아서 한 2쯤으로 하겠습니다.
Как будто нужно было расставить на 14 на 9.
어떤 팀인지 몰라요, 이것도.
Ну, NRZ остались, как будто очевидно.
바꿀기에? 아, 나는 솔직히 한 2쯤?
아, 그건 아닌 것 같아.
오케이. 여기로 가고. No will pick this. I don't say anything.
В итоге получились у нас предикты.
Возможно, мы были неправы, и команда на деле кажется сильнее, чем мы думали.
또 여러분들도 좀 많은 예측과 기대를 좀 해주시고 다들 화이팅.
شكرا للزميل ما وكذلك البيات. اهلا وسهلا ومرحبا معكم احبتي مجددا قبل دقيقه من انطلاق المباراه الرابعه على ايرانجل هنا، حيث نشاهد نيوكليير زون، الفريق اللي في اول 3 مباريات لم يكن حاضر ولديه الكثير ما يقدم. اما انت يا دييغو فانت حاضر دائما مع الفيدرال للبوي واللاو المميز، واحد من الرجالات الافضل في هذه البطولة. انفلونس فريق كبير معتز، فريق واحد من الفرق الرائعة في هذه المرحلة، ويقدم أداء أجمل بكثير من انطلاقة الفا 7.
يعني ولا نقول انفلونس اليوم أفضل من الفا 7 بكثير كبرازيل نتكلم نفس الريجن
بأداءه في البي ام جي سي طبعا.
اليوم 3 مباريات على التوالي انفلونس، 2 منهم مركز ثاني.
معتز الشمس ما تنضم.
صحيح، احنا نقول الشمس ما تتغطى بغربال واللي هي واحد يعني.
نفس المعنى.
نفس المعنى بالنهاية، فلذلك الأرقام هي من تتحدث هذا المعنى للمثل، يعني إن كان بالعراقي ولا إن كان بالسوري. نتمنى التوفيق لجميع فرقنا، ونتمنى كذلك أن تستمتعون جميعا كل المشاهدين من خلف الشاشات. أتمنى لكم بإذن الله تعالى متعة في داخل البي ام جي سي، متعة في هذا الجروب. كلام عن المجموعة الحمراء، مباراة رابعة بعد أولى روندو، وهذه المباراة الأخيرة لإيرانجل لنا ولكم، ومن ثم سننتقل بإذن الله تعالى إلى ميرامار على بركة الله. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. خط طائرة من ليبوفكا نهاية في بريمورسك. مع البدايات نتكلم على فيرس برو أول الهابطين، كذلك نتكلم عن صاحب المركز الأول ويبو، الصيني سوك، البهلواني اوردر، هذا الذي حضر بالبدايات والنهايات، في أيضا اللي حضر معنا أيضا كذلك أسماء جيدة جدا قدمت أعطت، وبالنهاية حصلت على المركز الأول. انفلونس الأفضل إلى الآن، ألاينس كذلك، ويبو بعودة جميلة، والآن الافتتاحية أيضا عن طريق ويبو على ما أعتقد فيرس برو. يعني ما رايناه في الجانتلت افضل بكثير ما نراه في هذه اللحظات بصراحه. يعني اليوم انت يجب ان تكون بجاهزيه افضل بكثير من الفرق التي لم تلعب. اليوم في فرق كثيره لم تلعب، ويفو واحد من هذه الفرق، انفلونس كذلك، الاينز ايضا. يعني نتكلم عن التوب 3 اللي موجود معانا، هم لم يلعبون في مرحله الجانتلت. يعني نتكلم عن جاهزيه اكبر يجب ان تكون عن طريق فيرس برو. فالان فيرس برو هو صاحب المركز الاخير، توب 16، 3 نقاط فقط مماثله لنيوكلير زون. 3 زي هو من ابتدأ. عنوان البداية لإيرانجل الرابع، أو عفوا المباراة الرابعة إيرانجل الثالثة معنا، ومعكم ويبو صاحب الإقصاء الأول مع البدايات والدقائق الأولى من عمر هذه المباراة. فلاش المبدع، فلاش اللي قدم مباراة وسيناريو خرافي في داخل روندو بصراحة، جيد إلى الآن. نتكلم عن صاحب المركز الخامس فلاش وين هنا حاضر معنا. تشكيلة جيدة قدمت، أعطت بشكل كبير، ولا يزال لديها الكثير أيضا. ساكورا اي اوف، يعني بعد ملا دقيقتين ونص من عمر المباراة من الطائرة نرى مظلة بهذه اللحظات. يعني كل ما نراها نرى مظلة بهذه اللحظات. دقيقتين ونص من عمر المباراة ترى مظلة، وبها اي اللي قدم واللي لا يزال يقدم مباريات بصراحة مميزة. 45 نقطة، أداء مميز. هذا التشكيل أداء جيد جدا. انفلونس البرازيلي ذكرنا كذلك، ويبو بعودة من خلال مباراة سابقة. الاينز، شوف كمية، حتى وان كان مزعج لكن الاينز ومن زمن، يعني نتكلم هذا الفريق اللي يعني سنوات لعبوا الكثير، كيمستري يعني حاضرة موجودة، بتحسها موجودة. ترابط كبير ما بين الفريق، ما بين اللاعبين، الزملاء المتواجدين من الاينز. لذلك يجيد كيفية التعامل بالنهاية، كيفية كيف يتبقى لنهاية عمر المباراة. أداء جيد من الاينز بصراحة، وهذا يحسب له.
اداء جيد من الاينز، اداء جيد من فلاش، اداء جيد من الويبو اللي عادوا مباراة جيدة، الانفلونس اللي رغم اداء المميز لكن الى الان ما قادر ينتزع الصدارة. معتز
صحيح، بعد اداء ساكورا.
الاي ارينا وساكورا فريق قادر يحافظ على معدل نقاط ممتاز. تحدث عن 27 نقطة مباراة أولى، 8 نقاط مباراة ثانية، و10 نقاط في مباراة ثالثة لمصلحة هذه التشكيلة. الويبو بعد شكل نرى قفز بجدول الترتيب إلى المركز الثالث، والبقية أيضا ينتظرون جي كي أفضل انطلاقة لهذه التشكيلة في مشواره في بطولة البي ام جي سي، ليصل إلى المركز السابع ب17 نقطة. دي ار اكس إلى الآن ينتظر عودته، ينتظر مكانه. هل سيلتحق بالدي بلس بطل العالم للنسخة السابقة، والفريق الذي يبحث عن الحفاظ على لقبه في هذه النسخة اللي وصل إلى المرحلة النهائية؟ الآن ثامنا الارك ريد، والقادمين من هنالك من طاشقند في المرحلة التاسعة. وهاي فوائد أن تستضيف بطولة بحجم البي ام جي او. ماتس يعني ما فعلته اوزبكستان حقيقة باستضافتها البي ام جي او، هي غيرت مفهوم جيل كامل هنالك في اوزبكستان. وهاي ثمار اليوم نشاهد فريق اوزبكي يكون حاضرا في بطولة العالم، وقد يكون قادر على تقديم اداء جيد. الفريق تشعر انه يمتلك لاعبين على مستوى عالي، يمتلك فرص جيدة. قد تنقصه الخبرة، وفي بعض المرات الطاقة قد تتغلب على الخبرة في لحظات تحتاجها بأداء. تويستد مايند بعد 5 نقاط أو 6 نقاط قدر يحصلها اللاعب وحش في المباراة السابقة. الآن وصلوا إلى المركز العاشر، وتباعا نشاهد بقية الفرق المتواجدة إلى الفي بي، اللي الفي بي لن يتأهل. معتز الفريق واضح أنه ظهر بيوم وغاب ليومين، واليوم الثالث أيضا يكون في غائب. الفي بي يعني خارج سباق التنافس هذا معه.
أتذكرنا المباراة الأولى بس فقط بالافتتاحية، يعني هذا الشيء الوحيد اللي أتذكره لفيرس برو، فقط مباراة واحدة قدم بها بروندو تشيكن دينر الافتتاحية في الجانتلت، هو من كان صاحبه فيرس برو، لكن لم يستمر. اليوم تحتاج الاستمرارية بشكل كبير. وفي شيء ثاني لو نتكلم عنه، إذا استمر الثلاثي هذا بالأداء فسيبتعد بشكل كبير عن المتنافسين. الثلاثي هذا إذا قدم بشكل كبير، نتكلم عن اي وكذلك انفلونس، وأيضا الكلام موجه لي فريق ويبو صاحب المركز الثالث. إذا استمروا على هذا الأداء والثلاث فرق نشوفهم بالنهايات، الموضوع سيصبح يعني صعب بشكل كبير على المنافسين، على صاحب المركز الرابع، خامس إلى آخره من أسماء متواجدة معنا. لذلك يجب على الفرق الموجوده متاخره نوعا ما ان تقدم، واليوم ما اتوقع يعني الموضوع يعني ما هو، او المباريات لن تكون سهله بشكل كبير الى حد هذه الدرجه، يعني يحقق تشيكن اول وثاني وثالث وكذلك يعني تستمر، والاستمراريه تدوم عن طريق هذه الثلاث فرق. لذلك من الممكن ان نرى ايضا اسماء اخرى تتواجد معنا في المنافسه. جي كي مباراه مميزه بصراحه، المباراه السابقه جيده له، او لنقول المباراه الافضل لجي كي، كان من الممكن ان يستمر، لكن ما فعله زي وولف صراحه يشكر يقدر، يعني اداء ليس بعادي، وعلى ما اعتقد لو كان بفول اتش بي لكان انهى على جميع جي كي. مباراه قدمها زي وولف للعمر، يعني مباراه التركي لن ينساها ابدا. مباراه زي وولف اللي قدمها والاداء وما فعل باللحظات السابقه لإيرانجل، مباريات صراحه مباراه مميزه، قدم شيء خرافي. من اليوم انت بلو اتش بي اسقاطين على التوالي لجي كي، قبل ذلك حتى فريق اخر دخل، انت من انهيت، انت من حاولت ان تنقذ اخر اوراق لاعبنا ريغنوم كاريا، لكن في النهايه تدخل جي كي. حتى جي كي ملا عندما دخل خسر الكل وتبقى لاعب، يعني لك ان تتخيل حجم ما فعل زي وولف، حجم يعني ما فعل زي وولف شيء مرعب للجي كي ولكثير من الفرق الاسماء اللي ضغطت في هذا المكان. لذلك هذا ما تكلمت عنه لن ينساه التركي على ما فعله زي وولف، لذلك ممكن ان نرى ريغنوم كاريا تحت الضغط.
هذا عادات الزي وولف، عادات هذا الذئب التركي المميز اللي واحد من افضل اللاعبين تحت الضغط ودائما يقدم عروض مميزه. هنا بالحديث عن زي وولف ياتي زميله زي وولف ويلد لمحاوله تحصيل نقاط. لاكسي يسقط على ارضيه الميدان، الفينش قريب باتجاه اللاعبين. هنالك المطارد، الله يا ويلد في اللحظة الأخيرة وصل، في الثانية الأخيرة وصل وأمن وحافظ على التواجد على قيد الحياة. وصل ريغنوم سريعا للمطاردة، هنا النهاية، دخول ولا أروع. هنا بهذه اللحظات كيف سمحت له، كيف أعطيت له المساحة يا زي، لكن النهاية يلا مو مشكلة، خسارة لاكسي مقابل 4 إقصاءات لا يهم. أنت تحصل على 4 إقصاءات وتخسر لاعب في بطولة البي ام جي سي، لا يهم يا ريغنوم. 4 نقاط من البداية على لاعبي فريق اتش. المغادرة للساوث أفريقي، الماما أفريقيا غادرت هنا في لحظاتنا على المركز 16، وفرصة للبقية للتقدم بنقاط أكثر. أراغون غادر من البداية أمام ويبو، ومن ثم المطاردة أيضا من الريغنوم بتحصيل 4 نقاط على تشكيلة اتش اللي خطفت معها اللاعب ولاكسي لاعب فريق الريغنوم في البدايات. انطلاقة جميلة للأتراك، انطلاقة رائعة للأتراك في البدايات، هذا قد يعطيهم المساحة لتكملة المشوار بشكل أفضل. تويستد مايند، يعني ما أدري، يمكن أنا عكس كل المتتبعين، أشعر أن تويستد مايند لديه شيء، يتحرك بشكل جيد، يتموضع بشكل جيد، يمكن تفقد الروح الجماعية مالته.
صحيح والله ملا، لو نقارن تحركات تويستد ما بين بي ام اس وبي ام جي سي جدا فارقه بشكل كبير. تذكر معي عزيزي المشاهد شويه، بس ارجع لورا للبي ام اس بتحركات تويستد مايندز، في كل تحرك خساره، في كل تحرك خساره. اليوم في كل تحرك نجاه من الخساره، يعني هذا من شويه شفناه من لورد، من الثنائيه اللي كانت موجوده، ما في عند بشكل كبير، ما في عناد على الفايت، يحاول ان يكون في يهرب نوعا ما. اليوم الفايت غير ناجح، فلذلك يحاول ان يبتعد من النقطه من المكان، لذلك الهروب بالنسبه له كانت نجاه وليست خساره. فكل تحرك كان بالسابق خساره يشهد له تويستد مايندز في كل روتيشن يظهر لنا ولكم من تويستد مايندز يكون له خساره كبيره الان في مكان جيد. وعلى ما اعتقد اسرع المتحركين هم تويستد مايندز، هذا ما اعتقده بصراحه. بالدقائق الاولى من عمر المباراه نراهم متواجدين معنا في مكان جيد بداخل نطاق زون، لذلك يبتدأ ان يكون متواجد معنا. هنا نعود للفرعون المصري ليرد بالاعتبار. يا بوسطن اسقاط بهذه اللحظات عن طريق الخطأ بالنيد، افتتاح بهذه اللحظات واعطاء الفرصة اكبر للنيوكلير زون، لكن بهذه اللحظات هناك ضيف جديد، ضيف هندي حاضر في هذه اللحظات، متواجد هافليك يرد. 4 فرق 4 فرق متواجدة بهذه الأطراف وبهذه الأجواء. هنا محاولات والنهاية تكون حاضرة على عبقرينو. هل غادر نيوكلير زون بالكامل؟ هنا نجاة للاعبين فيرتس برو، لكن بالمقابل خسارة ايريغون وخسارة ايضا بوستن ما قبل قليل عن طريق نيد، عن طريق الخطا. هايدرو تقدم محاولة أجبره على الخروج من المكان. تقدم أكبر من هرش بهذه اللحظات، وكذلك رباعية الهنود حاضرة في هذه اللحظات. نيد محاولة مالوي، ومن بعيد من يترقب كل هذه اللحظات وكل هذه الرصاصات. هناك من بعيد بورس يترقب. الأقرب بهذه اللحظات هو هايدرو، الأقرب بهذه اللحظات. هنا هايدرو يسجل الإسقاط الأول. إسقاط على فيرتس برو ليتبقى لاعب، ليتبقى أخير في هذه اللحظات. غادر فيرتس برو ليس على ما يرام. فيرتس برو يعاني بشكل كبير بهذه اللحظات. 4 لاعبين غادروا، وما قبل ذلك قد غادر نيوكلير زون. وأول مغادرين هذه المباراة كان اتش من البدايات، ومن ثم التحق به نيوكلير زون وعاد للحاق فيرتس برو. الدبابة غادروا من المكان. أما الآن في هذه اللحظات من الممكن أن يكون انصدام ما بين جي كي، ما بين هنا باك بول، محاولات التقدم اركريد. تفكير ممكن أن يكون المركبة بهذه المطاردة، إن لم يكون فالاستقبال سيكون حاضر من التوموهوك. وقتك يا روغناروك إذا عدوا، وإذا كان المسار لديك الآن في هذه اللحظات، إذا كان المسار عليك يا راغناروك فعليك بالاستقبال الصحيح بهذه اللحظات. اركريد هدوء كبير، لم يكن الاصطدام حاضر ما بين جي كي وما بين اركريد.
لأن دياركس من الخلف وصل، لأن دياركس كان له كلمة بمحاولة منع هذه التشكيلة من التحرك بكل أريحية. 51 لاعب، وإيرانجل هذه تختلف عن سابقاتها. جيوس هنا متواجد أمام من هنا باتجاه أطراف الشوتنج رينج. الكل يبحث عن مكان لتأمين لحظاته القادمة اللي راح تكون أصعب. وكذلك الجول الميناماري اللي بجود سبيد بياكتا وبقية اللاعبين المتواجدين عنون. ونتحدث عن اللاعب هيتشي، التشكيلة المينامارية الحاضرة اللي إلى الآن لم نشاهد الكثير من هذه التشكيلة، لأن الحمل أكبر على كل، يعني مثل ما اليوم لما تتحدث عن تركيا تتحدث عن إرث صنعه S2G، أكمله ريغنم، ومن ثم وكذلك على المستوى الإقليمي فايرفلوكس. وفي بدايته كان هنالك الفوتبوليست بأيامه الأولى. إرث خلى حمل كبير على الريجن التركي، واليوم هذا كان السبب أن نشاهد كارا وأولف وشوبان صغار استطاعوا أن يتأهلوا ويصلوا إلى نهائي PMGC، وهذا أيضا راح يخلي حمل أكبر على الريجن. مثل ما اليوم الRH صنع إرث عربي، من قبل كان في بدايته نجمة جالكسي، استمر من خلاله فالكونز وعاد به باور، واليوم هذا الإرث قد يضع حملا أكبر على الجي كي، على تويستد ماين، على نيوكلير زون، وعلى حتى على الجي اس اللي غادر المباراة، اللي نوجه لهم تحية وشكر للجي اس اللي حاول أن يقدم كل شيء. شبان لاعبين من دون أي خبرة واستطاعوا أن يصنعوا شيء، كانوا على بعد نقطة واحدة ولكنهم غادروا. وفي بعض المرات الصفعات تعلم الفريق وتجهزه الإنجازات. هذا نتحدث عنه، يعني اليوم نتحدث عن دي بلس، أيضا إرث في كوريا صنع. اليوم الدي ار اكس يحاول، كل كوريين يحاول، وبقية الفرق في المساحات العالمية لابد أن تحاول من بوابة مختلفة. PUBG موبايل وفريق لما يصنع إنجاز في هذه اللعبة من بلد معين هو يفتح مساحة لعالم مختلف، لبلد مختلف، للاعبين أنه يبدأون يآمنون بالإي سبورتس على أنه هو كارير كامل وقادر من خلاله أنت على أن تصل إلى أشياء أبعد. لاعبي فريق تويستد ماين هنا يبحثون عن أي نقطة لأمان الزون. لورد وحش وفريق متواجدين على أمل تحصيل النقطة، ورصاصات وصلت من وحش والتراكينج لم يكتمل. ناقصة، يعني ناقصة اللمسة، هذا ما أشعر به مع تويستد ماين، ناقصة اللمسة الأخيرة اللي قادرة ممكن أن تنقل أداء تويستد ماين، تذهب بتشكيلة تويستد ماين. تويستد ماين يحتاج إلى مباراة يحصل من خلالها على إقصاءات، يكسب الثقة بذاته، وبعدها راح ينطلق.
كنت بقول لك تتوقع انا كنت بسألك السؤال نفسه، اذا تتوقع يعني ان تويستد اذا حصل على مباراة ممكن ان يكون هناك يعني شجاعة اكبر، جرأة اكثر، اللمسه هذه تحصل تتواجد تكون موجوده عند توسد ماينز. هذا السؤال بسأله لكن انت جاوبته وخلصت. طيب يعني هذه اللمسه الاخيره هي تحتاج الى مباراه جيده جدا فجاوبت وخلصت. واليوم يعني استاذ نتكلم على محمد الملا فيعطيك العافيه.
اشكرك. لا مو استاذ. المتابعين الاساتذه.
اكيد وجودكم وحضوركم. تكلمنا قبل ونعود ونكلمكم اليوم نحن كاخوه لكم اكيد، وباذن الله انتم يعني ملح هذه البطولات، تواجدكم، حضوركم، تشجيعكم لهذه الفرق تزيد اكيد من حماسنا وتعطينا اكثر واكثر من هذه الطاقه. لكن هنا مع ديار اكس وما لا يزيد حماسنا هو اقصاء 2 من توستد ماينز. الان ثنائيه تتبقى ايضا كالمعتاد. نتكلم عن خساره فريق ونتكلم عن خساره تشودو بتحرك. الان اللي يتبقى ثنائيه فقط في هذا المكان الان في هذه اللحظات. لاعبين بزون متواجدين، لكن لو كانوا بأربعة لكان الموضوع كان أفضل بشكل كبير أو كان الأداء أكثر يقدم بشكل أكبر. هنا أكبر محاولة، هنا رد رياكشن كان من الممكن أن يحصل به، لكن الآن هنا محاولات لتشتيت الانتباه أكبر، لكن من يشتت الجميع ويشتت شمل الجميع انفلونس. هنا السامبا البرازيلي حاضر في هذه اللحظات. لو حكم عليكم في النهاية في هذه اللحظات البوي عودة من الغول المينماري فيدرال، استقبال من الهندي ثلاثية هايدرو، وين غادر من فلاش انفلونس بتقدم زوس حاضر لا يزال نيد فيدرال سقط أرضا، ولو هنا ما بين رصاصات فلاش وكذلك رصاصات الهندي من التقدم. محاولة لو بيسقط الله على البرازيلي، لا يسقط بسهولة البرازيلي، يحاول يا لو الله عليك، الله الله الله الله الله عليك يا لو، الله أي متعة، أي أداء وأي عطاء. رصاصة صابت لكن خانت بالنهاية يا لو، خانتك الرصاصة يا لو، أصبت لكن لم تنهي في هذه اللحظات. غادر انفلونس. أما الآن من عاد بورس بهذه اللحظات هافريك الأوكراني مع الروماني والفرنسي سنو اكس حاضر هيكزو من مكان. أما الآخر خليفتي فامباير تكلمت عن الكثير. هناك من حصل على إرث والإرث الأكبر من كان به التايلندي فامباير سابقا. أما الآن ليلتحق فامباير صاحب الدعوة الآن يبحث EA عن اللحاق به في هذه اللحظات في الجراند فاينل. يكونوا ممثلين وليس بممثل واحد دخول، لكن استقبال. هنا صيحة، هنا ديك للفرنسي كلمة بالمباراة. محاولة واسقاط سجل على ساكورا نهاية. يا سويكس نيد بهذه اللحظات اسقاط ومن ثم نهاية عودة ليست بعادية، وكأنما يضرب زلزال، يضرب بهذه اللحظات وكأنما يعني تعلم من أخطاء الأمس، تعلم من أخطاء المرحلة الأولى. الآن من يتعلم ومن نرى عنه هنا بهذه اللحظات من علمنا البدايات في PMGC هو الصيني. هنا 3CC هيرو نيرزد يسجل اسقاط GK والصيني في هذه اللحظات.
وراجناروك والتوماهوك من اجل البقاء على قيد الحياه. هنا المحاولات تاتي بالنيدات على هيرو، نهضه مجددا لسوك، غادر اوردر، ولكن تبقى 3 على قيد الحياه. 5 اقصاءات والنقطه ال50 تسجل لليارينا، تكتب لليارينا، يدخل ليارينا على لاعبي فريق الويبو من اجل النهايات. ايضا الاي ارينا فريق مختلف، الاي ارينا شكل مختلف، والترنيكي هذا التوني كي بحلة أخرى يتحرك على ويبو على 3-3-Z. هنا أمامنا مباشرة وحش اللي خرج من مأزق. عن ماذا تبحث يا وحش؟ هل تبحث عن حتفك؟ هل تبحث عن مغادرتك، عن نهاياتك في هذه اللحظات بعد النهاية التي سجلت على لورد في المباراة؟ يتحرك بورس، يحاول نيدون تصل باتجاه جيكي ايضا، و10 فرق متبقيه في هذه اللحظات. غادر لورد من عمر المباراه والنيدات تتحرك. ريغنام كاري ايضا تم الاقصاء عليه مباشره. الله يسد كلبه هذا السك، هذا البهلواني، هذا اللاعب الذي يقرر دائما ان يكون هو الترند لصفحات التغطيه لببجي موبايل، هو الذي يصنع المختلف في زمن فيه الكثير من المتشابهين. تحدثت عليك كثيرا يا سك، اتذكر جيدا في PMWC قلت لك يا سك ابتعد عن الفن وركز بتحصيل الإنجازات اليوم، وكرروها مرة أخرى يا سك. إن كان الفن سيقودك للإنجاز نحن معك، إن كان الفن هو للعرض فقط فركز في تحقيق الإنجاز. فبالنهاية لا أحد يتذكر ماذا فعلت، سيتذكرون ماذا حصلت يا سوك
وماذا أنجزت يا سوك. وبالنهاية ابتعد عن الاستعراض. هنا بهذه اللحظات كيفن سافج هدوء كبير من راجنر، وكذلك هدوء للصيني كذا. شوف الدخول من شوف، يعني اليوم نتكلم عن جرأة كبيرة بهذه اللحظات من تدخل تحرك، كذلك حتى مع النقص العددي ترينيكي يحصل بهذه اللحظات على 3 زي اسقاط، ونهايه كذلك تسجل من التيشو لاعبين، والثنائي يتقدم على هيرو. اسقاط يسجل عن طريق اللاعب سوك المتعه والقائد هدى سجل اسقط، ضرب احد لاعبين جي كي في هذا المكان. سوك من الممكن ان يسقط ارضا نيد النهايه، لكن ابتعد في هذه اللحظات. ليست بواحده بل اثنتين، ليست بواحده بل من طرفين. محاوله العراقي كيفن على بعد رصاصه يا كيفن، سقط بهذه اللحظات الغول المينماري. وبالنهاية جي كي يغادر بعداد الموتى في المركز الثامن، وكذلك يلتحق به الصيني ويبو يغادر أراضي الميدان، أراضي الحرب في هذه اللحظات. أرينا أيقن أن ميدان الحرب ينتظر من يجرؤ على دخوله. دخل ميدان الحرب، أخطأ كثيرا، راح واللي راح الله معايا. أما الآن ما هو قادم هو الحرب. أيقنت أن عليك دخول الحرب، والآن قد دخل ميدان الحرب في هذه اللحظات. لبس ثوب الحرب ودخل للمعركة حقيقية هنا في هذه اللحظات. 8 اقصاءات يسجلها صاحب المركز الأول. انفلونس بعد الأداء الكبير اختطفه لعدة ثواني. اختطفت المركز الأول لعدة ثواني ومن ثم غادرت ملان ليعود صاحب المركز الأول. عاد من جديد جوكر، استقبال أرك ريد يسجل بعد دخول على اللاعب ليتبقى سولو وحيد. ترينيكي فقط هو الأخير المتبقي معنا، أو الناجي الوحيد من بعد حرب وجرأة كبيرة دخل بها الثلاثي على لاعبنا أو على الصيني على ويبو بشكل كبير. الاينز مثل ما تكلمنا نعود ونقول مرة أخرى ونجدد القول، لاعبين الاينز يجيدون التعامل إلى نهاية المباراة، يعرفوا كيف يظلوا، يعرف كيف يعيش إلى نهاية عمر هذه المباراة ليتبقى. قلة ومن الندر لنرى الاينز ما نشوفهم توب 6 توب 5 يتواجدون بالنهايات. هذا ما يحفظ لنا ولكم، هذه بالنهاية أرقام وصورة تؤكد بشكل كبير. لكن هنا من يرسم صورة النهايات، من يرسم صورة النهايات، صورة الانتصارات، من يبحث عنها شمشون كوري للعودة من جديد يوبن ودياريكس، ومن يبحث عن انتفاضة للحاق الثنائية لحاق الخليفة يا الرجنوم كاريا. والآن زون تخدم تعطي الفرصة الأكبر للرجنوم كاريا، لكن على ما أعتقد مع الهيمنة والسيطرة الآن لرباعية والعدد الأكبر للدياريكس صعبة نوعا ما. نتكلم عن عدديا فالأفضل أو الأكثر عدديا فهم الشمشون. الدياريكس رباعية ثلاثية لكل من رجنوم كاريا وكذلك أركريد. وهنا نتكلم عن ديو الاينز، لاعب واحد لا يزال حاضر إلى النهايات من
وقد يكون هو الثقل الذي يغير كفة الموازين إذا ما ضغط وأسقط أحد اللاعبين الكوريين المتواجدين. سايلس و8 إقصاءات لمصلحة البيرقداري ورفقائه، والمحاولة من أوليو هنا بالمتابعة على الأركريد بلحظات أصعب على الفريق الذي يتشبث بالحياة ونمر مالاي تبحث عن الاستمرار بلحظاتها هنا من أجل القفز بجدول الترتيب على لاعبي فريق الويبو. ترنيكي بالنيدي يبدأ على الاركريد، بالنيدي يضرب هناك باتجاهاته، نيد الاولى لم تسبب الضرر ولكن هنالك دياريكس تحصل على ضرر اكبر. اركريد يتحرك امام شكسي، نوكتون قريب يا شكسي واوليو هو من تحصل على النوك في هذه اللحظات. يستمر اركريد بمحاولاته، زي وولف ايضا يتحصل على نوك داون في هذه اللحظات، والاركريد هو من انهى على الالاينس. سو ايزي تحصل على النقطة وأنت وحيد، وليرين أكبر الفرحين بكسب النقطة في هذه اللحظات، أكبر السعيدين برصاصات تأتي. ترنيكي يغادر أمام شكسي، لاعب ل4 ل3 عنوان المباراة بلحظاتها الأخيرة يا أركريد. المجد الأوزبكي قد ينطلق من هذه المباراة. أركريد بقى على قيد الحياة وحاول تحصيل الإقصاء وسجل على 4 ويستمر الحديث. الشمشون والموليتوفات والنيدات عليك يا سايلس. الفرصة أكبر للدياركس، إلا إذا ما قرر هذا الذئب، إلا إذا ما غير هذا الذئب المعادلة بالكامل. شخصية يتحرك خطوات إلى الأمام. النيد قد تنهي على كل شيء. جلوري بزاوية صعب على الدياركس. نيد تتلو نيد تتلو نيد تتلو نيد. كل نيدات الريجنم باتجاه دياركس يجبرهم على الانسحاب. قريب عليك يا سايلس. الأولى ذهبت، الثانية أقرب. أصعب أصعب أصعب يا سايلس. الشمشون أصعب، الشمشون أقوى، الشمشون يضرب الجميع يسقط الأتراك في مأزق. يحاول ويلد الأول والثاني. الفرصة مواتية. جلوري صارت 1 على 2 يا جلوري. نقطة تتلو نقطة، والتحركات هل تأتي بجنون PMGC في النهايات على شكسي من بعيد. لو حصل على النوك داون على شكسي، لو أمن على إسقاط باتجاه شكسي، قرر أن يتحرك، قرر أن يواصل، لكن شكسي من بعيد من بعيد. الشمشون من بعيد. الشمشون إرث دي بلس يستمر. الكوري يحصل على الوينر تشيكن دينر هنا في رنجل. الكوريين يكونون في عداد المنافسين. 4 مباريات وشاهدنا فيها الكثير من الإبداع في لحظات جميلة. أركريد يدخل على الخط. إيارينا يستمر بفنه وقوته. ريجنم يبحث عن عودة ذاته، والدي ار اكس للتواجد مع الديكي في اللحظات الأخيرة. مباراة جميلة والحديث كل الحديث هنالك عند الرحمة والبياتي أحمد.
انتصار كوري يعزز من امال الدي ار اكس. جولة كانت فيها صعوبة كثيرة، خصيصا بعدما اتجهت الى مكان لا تكون هنالك به النهايات السعيدة. لاحظ المفاجآت في نهاية الجولة وما تعرف وين ارك ريد مع مين على مين، ولكن في النهاية الدي ار اكس ينتزع التشيكن دينر. وقبل لا نتكلم عن الريجنم كاريا، نتكلم عن اللي حصل مع الريجنم كاريا وخياراته يا احمد، خلينا نتكلم عن صاحب التشيكن دينر. صاحب التشيكن دينر وتعامله في هذه الزون ما اعتقد كان التعامل الصعب، بعيدا عن كل الضغوطات.
اصعب بالتاكيد. ما هو بالنسبه للدي ار اكس اصعب شيء ممكن سواه الدي ار اكس هو انتقاله من منطقه جاتكا وصولا الى اطراف الشوتنج رينج. بعد ذلك شاهدنا الفريق ممكن بالهارد شيفت اللي حصل كان يعاني نوعا ما من اكثر من روتيشن قريب عليه وتدخلات اكثر من فريق. شاهدنا فريق الارك كان متواجد خلفه وفي فرق كثيره متواجده امامه، لكن ما استعجل نهائيا بالروتيشن، خلى الفرق كلها تتحرك وهي توصل. بعد ذلك هو تقدم الى الزون بدون ما انه يفايت اي فريق، كان متواجد بشكل هادئ حتى لو شاهدناه بنهايه الجوله لديه اقصائين فقط. لكن بالمجمل كان الفريق حاصل على تشيكن دينر الجدا صعب صراحه. يعني بالنسبه لي الفريق كان على لحظه جلوري يخطف من عندهم التشيكن،
بتقدمهم على لاعبين الرجنم كاري، وممكن ما كانوا حاسبين ان هذا الحساب انه مكشوفين على النقطه اللي كان متواجد بها لاعب الارك اللي هو جلوري. بهذه الجوله ماو اقصاءات الدي ار اكس عباره عن تسجيل حضور وعوده بجدول الترتيب، لكن هل هو دي ار اكس اللي احنا نشوفه دائما ونطمح له؟ الجواب لا.
لا اكيد. شوف يعني هو النقطة اللي فكت الأزمة في نهاية الجولة، التوتر اللي حصل في نهاية الجولة، هو الست نيدات اللي استخدموهم صح، وطبعا استخدموهم على نقطة ضعف فريق الريجنم كاريا. ولما نيجي نتكلم عن نقطة ضعف الريجنم كاريا، سايلس، الخيارات المتكررة، واللي قاعد خلينا نشوف ضعف فريق الرجنم كاريا في كل جولة. والبيات الصايرة.
شوف بالنسبة لي يعني احنا في الأول تكلمنا اوكي رجنم كاريا عندك اقصاءات 13 اقصاء في هذه الجولة، وعندك رصيد عالي من الاقصاءات ويعطيك دفعة للأمام، اوكي كلها أنا معاك، لكن الفريق إلى الآن على نفس الطريقة وهي الخاطئة. انت بهذا الاسلوب ما تقدر تنافس بشكل قوي، ما راح يكون لك الحضور اللي دائما كنا نشاهده من لاعبين الرجنم كاري ومن سالس بالتحديد. يعني النقطة اللي كان متخذها الفريق هي عبارة عن احنا مثل ما نقول حفرة، عبارة عن رجة بسيطة تفصلك عن لاعبين الدي ار اكس، وبعد ذلك شنو اللي راح تسويه يا سالس؟ يعني عبارة عن حفرة انتهاء الفريق، انه راح يستخدمون اليوتيليتي، مثل ما شاهدنا النيدات هي اللي انهت الفايت مع الرجنم كاريا. كان يقدر الرجنم كاريا اوكي اتخلى عن لاعب، خليه اوت زون من الطرف اليمين وينتظر لاعبين الدي ار اكس، وينتظر اي فريق يجيني من الاند زون، يسمح لي انه يعطيني فرصه انه يضغط على الفريق اللي قدامي. لكن احنا ثلاثه متواجدين بمنطقتنا وننتظر متى يتم اقصاء الفريق. هذا الاسلوب ما راح يأهلك، ما راح يوصلك للنهايه. وافضل فرق بالتاكيد ماو اللي تواجدت في الاند زون وتحركاتهم. اذا تشوف لاعبين الرجنم كاري، شوف هذه الدخله، شفت الدخله اللي دخلوها السنتر، هي هاي الدخله اللي نهت الفريق. ماو كان يقدرون انه يلعبون على الطرف، كان في امكانيه
حتى لو مو كامل الفريق يلعب على الطرف عادي، ارسل اثنين
واحد فقط
تبي تامن
واحد.
على الاقل اثنين او واحد. انت وفكرك صح. يعني شوف اذا
واحد
انت خليت اثنين ورا،
نعم،
واحد على الطرف على القليل، اثنين راح تضحي. نعم. وخاصه يمكن ما عندهم مركبات كثيره شاهدناهم نهايه الجيم باقيين، فعلى الاقل واحد على نهايه الزون يحافظ على نفسه لين النهايه، ومن ثم عاد يبدا يكون هو صاحب النظره الاوسع، الاوفر انجل صح. اللي يعطي من خلالها برشر على اي احد يحاول يضغط على فريق العمق من الرجنم كاريا. الاركريت صراحه في نهايه الجوله اثر بشكل كبير. العمل اللي سواه دخوله المباشر من توجهها من اقصى الجهه اليسار الى اقصى الجهه اليمين، ويشيل الالاينس، ترى غير بشكل جيم بشكل جدا خرافي. خصيصا ان جلوري صار عنده نظره كذلك واسعه على الدي ار اكس، اثر فيها ولو بالقليل باسقاط وضرر بعض اللاعبين. طيب في احداث ثانيه صارت على الجانب الثاني، ممكن احمد البياتي بالنسبه لي بينت لي شوي يعني مدى جاهزيه الانفلونس. طبعا هيونبن اللي طالبنا بحضوره يحضر بثلاث اقصاءات من فريق الدي ار اكس، تحسب لصالح هذا الفريق بشكل عام. شوف الانفلونس دخل طرف ثالث على فايت كان ضعيف جدا ما بين الترو ريبر والفلاش، الفريق اللي كان محاصر. كان موضع الضعف بحكم سيطرة الترو ريبر على الهاي جراوند. دخل عمل ساندويتش بعد ما انسحب فريق لاعب البو من الفلاش، لانه كان قاعد يحاول يامن الظهر وثلاثه كانوا محاصرين. حاول يدعم بزاويه ثانيه، شاف هذا الامر فريق الانفلونس، حبيت القراءه، حبيت التدخل، ولكن تعامله بالتدخل انت داخل اخر طرف، تدخل وتخسر لاعبينك. صح خذيت 4 اقصاءات، ولكن تخسر لاعبينك ومن ثم تخسر المواجهه بالكامل. هذا يبين لي عدم قدره الانفلونس بالتواجد بكل الظروف. يعني هو عنده نقطة ضعف بسيطة اللي هو عملية اللعب على الإدج بالزون، تدخله كطرف ثالث وهو صاحب الأفضلية، تبين لنا أكيد كثير، ولكن هو لا زال في وصافة جدول الترتيب العام. اليوم أنا ليش أوضح نقطة الضعف هذه؟ لأن مستقبلا أنت تبي تنافس على التوب 1 في بطولة العالم، أنت لازم تكون متكامل. لازم تكون متكامل او تعرف تخفي نقاط ضعفك، ما تبينها للخصوم، فهو بين نقطه واحده من نقاط ضعفه. لكن جوله تعتبر جيده، وهو في يعني اسوأ موقف من مواقف الاربع مباريات، طلع خارج التوب 8.
في وضعيه صعبه في الفايت اللي حصل. الاقصاءات اللي حصلها كانت يمكن اكثر شيء ايجابي في هذه الجوله. على الجانب الاخر ماو الفرق اللي مدت تظهر بالشكل المطلوب او في عندها فرصه، لكن مدت ممكن الحظ شويه والضغط الفرق اللي هو فريق الجي كي. فريق الجي كي ماو كان ممتاز صراحه في هذه الجوله، فريق قدم لمستوى جيد، لكن الضغط الزون وضغط لاعبين الاركيد وبنفس الوقت لاعبين الويفو اللي كانوا متمركزين تحت الجبل، كان عنده في خيار انه انا لو ابش على الويفو لو اصعد على الجبل، وصعود الجبل بالتاكيد راح يكون صعب، ولاعبين الويفو بس يسمعون انه اكو فايت على الجبل راح يتقدمون، لان التواجد على القمه بالتاكيد راح يعطيك افضليه من الرؤيه ومن البوزيشن ما بعد ذلك يعني. وهذا دائما اللي يفرق مع الفرق اللي عندها نظره انه انا هذا الفايت ورا ما اخذه شنو اللي استفاد من عنده؟ راح استفاد بوزيشن عالي، انفو اكثر، وتحركاتي راح تكون اسهل، فبالتالي كان يتقرب له، فاخذ القرار انه انا انزل على اللو. لكن المشكله انه هو من نزل على اللو مباشره فريق الار سي نزل من الجبل وتوجه تجاه
البي جي
البي جي
جولز. ايه البي جي كان
نعم
فريق المينماري.
العفو نعم، البي جي هو اللي ضغط عليهم بشكل كبير، وشاهدناهم بوضعيه فريقين دا يضغط عليهم وما قدروا يسوون شيء. لكن كان يفضل من لاعبين الجيكي عندما ياخذون قرار التوجه الى نقطه معينه يجب التحرك بالفريق كامل معه. يعني تحرك لاعب واحد من لاعبين الجيكي ادى انه اقصاء اللاعب الاول اللي هو اتوقع كان سافيج وصل سريعا، بعد ما تم اقصائه خلاص ما في فرصه بعد الفريق ضاع.
كان كيفن ممكن
كيفن انا طبعا يعني
واحد من اللاعبين حلوه كانت. شوف انا معاك بنفس اللي ذكرته، كان ممكن مطلوب في موقفهم هم في وضع الحصار وعلى طرف الزون، مهما كانت الزون ما راح تخدمهم، راح تطلع معاهم، ومهما طوروا المحاصرين اللي هو اللي مقيدينهم راح تكون يعني مصيرهم انهم يعني يخرجون خارج الجوله. حلوه فكره انك تتقدم، ولكن كنا نتمنى نشوف التقدم يكون من اكثر من لاعب، اليوتيليتي تستخدم بشكل اكثر، كنا ودنا نشوف كميه سموك تغطي المكان تعمي رؤيه فريق البورمز غولز من الهاي جراوند، نيدات تستخدم على فريق الويب وجيمنج المحاصر، ولكن بالنهايه التطوير كان صعب جدا. فانا ما راح اخذها كملامه على فريق على يعني فيتان ورفاق فيتان، لكن الجي كي حضوره جيد الى حد هذه اللحظه. في بعض الخسارات المحبطه اللي هي خساره اللاعبين في الروتيشنات، هذا الامر يعني وارد، ولكن اتمنى يعني تترتب الامور اكثر، خصيصا انه يعني الفريق يلعب على مناطق مختلفه في كل خريطه عن خريطه اخرى، في خريطه يتعامل فيها من سنتر الزون، في خريطه يتعامل فيها من اطراف الزون، فكل جوله لها طريقه من الطرق او ظرف من الظروف. خلصنا تقريبا الثلاثه يرنجل، احنا داخلين في ميرامار.
ميرامار وخريطه اللي يعني يبدع فيها بشكل كبير سافيج، وماو اللي تدخل على الفايت وعلى الويبو سافيج وليس كذا.
سافيج.
انا شوف انت قلت لي قلت اوكي انا مع يعني شويه بالاسم الفريق اللي كان ضغط من الهاي جراوند، كان متواجد البي جي وبخلفه كان الار سي، لكن البي جي شويه غلط بيهم، بس قلت سافيج لا انا شفت سافيج اللي تقدم هو اللي جانا شوي شيء بالنسبه
يعني
لي
على الويبو
اي
على نيرزج بالتحديد، لا سافيج ولا كيفن.
سافيج
على العموم واحد من لاعبين الجي كي.
شباب نرجع للفار.
او نرجع للفار، الفار غلطني وغلطك وقال نيرزت. ما جتني العلوم من الفار. على العموم نقطة من النقاط اللي ممكن نشاهدها في ميرامار، خصيصا لما شفنا بدايات الإيرانجل الأولى، روندو مع بداية اليوم، كمية الحفاظ الكبيرة من كل الفرق. هل نشاهدها تكون متكررة وموجودة كذلك في ميرامار على الرغم أنها هي بنهاية اليوم؟ وهل من الممكن عدم تواجد محطات صراع بين الفرق صريحة وواضحة إلا ممكن اللوس اليونس اللي تتضمن 3 فرق، الاينس، فلاش والانفلونس. الفلاش والانفلونس هم عندهم محطات ثانية للنزول يتصارعون فيها اللي هي الهاسيندا. فهل ممكن نتجه إلى يعني بدايات هادئة إذا بدت بطريقة أن إيرانجل كانت بعيدة عن المخاطرة، روندو اللي هي تسمح لك بالريكفر وبعملية الاستدعاء من جديد اللي هو الريكول، كذلك بدأت بشكل هادئ. فهل ميرامار ممكن نفس الشيء بحكم التحذيرات الواضحة من أغلب الفرق وأنت عندك اوريدي فرق جاية من مرحلة الجانتلت؟
بالنسبه لي صراحه الفرق حسب اللي قاعد نشوفه الان ما في فرص كثيره، يعني انت الان تغلط راح تسوي فارق. يعني على سبيل المثال اذا ترجع على جدول الترتيب راح تشوف في فرق ممكن يرد 30 نقطه على مود ترجع من عندها تويستد مايند، فبالتالي ما اتوقع اكو فريق راح يعطي الفرصه انه يزيد الفارق بينه وبين التوب 3. كل الفرق راح تلعب بتحفظ كبير وتحاول ان تشوف فرصتها، واذا جت الفرصه يجب ان يستغلوها.
أكيد الاستفادة ومحاولة الانطلاق مع بداية جديدة في خريطة جديدة هي خريطة الميرامار. فنتمنى التوفيق لكل الممثلين العرب، وهنالك من هم في كابينة التعليق، معتز والملا. متعة أكيد مضمونة، تفضلوا فتحوا.
شكرا لك ما وكل الشكر لأحمد البياتي، وحياكم الله لمباراتنا الخامسة، خامس مباريات هذا اليوم وأولى لنا ولكم. ميرامار ترحب بكم وترحب بنا أيضا، ونتمنى أن تكون أفضل لفرقنا العربية مثل ما ذكر ماو. مباراة خط طائرة ولا أجمل، شوف نصف الخريطة تعطي الفرصة للجميع، خذ راحتك، وين بدك تنزل وين بدك تروح روح، خذ راحتك. وبالنهاية ميرامار تعطي الفرصة للجميع النهاية لأن يكون النزول واضح أفضل بكثير. وأول الهابطين نتكلم تويستد مايندز يحضر معنا، وفيرتس برو أيضا كذلك، وهناك أيضا من بعيد يظهر لنا ولكم ويبو في هذا الشيء. نتكلم عن البوزو، حضور تويستد مايندز. تويستد مايندز ولا يحتاجوا شيء بسيط فقط، يعني الإقصاءات الأرقام هذه، أو لنقول شيء يعني صريح العبارة، تويستد يحتاج إلى شوية جرأة، وليس شوية جرأة، شيء بسيط من الجرأة لأن يتقدم، لأن يدخل الفايتات، من الممكن أن يحصل من خلالها الأرقام أن تكون أفضل من أرقام المراكز. حتى لو حصلت ثالث فبالنهاية الأرقام 6 نقاط عم تكون مع تويستد مايندز من خلال مباراة ومن ثم نقطتين لكل مباراة. الأولى روندو والثانية إيرانجل، و6 لإيرانجل أيضا ثالثة، ومن ثم أيضا واحدة من المباريات لم يحصل من خلالها النقاط. لذلك نرى الآن 12 نقطة أو 10 نقاط عفوا متواجدة مع هذه التشكيلة في المركز الثاني عشر. ترين كيلان اي لا يزال في الصدارة في هذه اللحظات، هذا التايلندي يتواجد معنا يعني وتحس وكأنما استيقظ من غفوة، كان بغفوة، كان ماخذ غفوة في الجانتلت واستيقظ منها وعاد لينتفض أكبر من جديد بشكل كبير، وهذا ما نراه في هذه اللحظات. لكن الآن ومع تواجده اليوم نحكي هاي ملا نحن هالدروب، يعني بالنهاية اليوم هي قلة شحل يجبرك على فايت لست باستعداد الكبير له. اليوم انت ب4 لاعبين، لو نرى الأسلحة ولو نرى كذلك حتى الفيست ليميت ستكون قليلة بشكل كبير، فالفريقين متواجدين في نفس الكمباوند، فالموضوع ليس بسهل، في نفس العمارة لو أصح القول بصراحة، يعني الاثنين بنفس المكان، فالمهمة ليست بسهل أبدا. الغول ماينماري ومن مكان آخر اي التايلندي.
هذا التواجد الصعب اللي متواجد ما بين الفريقين، التايلندي اللي يبحث عن استمرار الصدارة والبعد بجدول الترتيب والفارق إلى مسافات أكبر أمام الغول المينماري اللي على أمل العودة مجددا من بوابة ميرامار للفريق المينماري. NC2 تحدث معتز عن مثل هكذا فايتات دائما ما يكون الاشتباك الصعب لنقص الأمور اللوجستية لحدة اللوت ولصعوبة الفايت ما بين الفريقين. راح ياخذ وقت طويل من عمر المباراة، راح ياخذ وقت طويل من عمر المباراة. هذا الفايت اللي الكل ينتظر، يعني واحد ينتظر ثاني على غلطة. اتشي ينتظر جوكر، من هنالك الجولد سبيد سينتظر اللاعب ان سي 2 والبقية تنتظر البقية. اما لاعبي فريق الاتش هنا في هذه اللحظات اللي ايضا يبحثون عن ترتيب الامور وتأمين الامور اللوجستية، ومن ثم البحث عن مباراة قد تكون هي الافضل من كل سابقاتها التي ظهر فيها هذا الفريق. اي فريق متواجد في اواخر جدول الترتيب مباراة واحدة كافية ستضعه في حالة افضل. خروج اللاعب سيناكس ودخول اللاعب كوزا، هذا تبديل يحدث في تشكيلة الفريق الساوث افريقي الجنوب افريقي اللي متواجد. هؤلاء القادمين من كيب تاون وجوهانسبرغ هنا الى كوالالمبور، الى بانكوك، الى عاصمة تايلاند، حيث كل انظار العالم، كل المتتبعين لبوبجي موبايل ينتظرون ويتتبعون العالم اجمع لمشاهدة هذا السيناريو. زي وولف والريغنم والمركز السادس، والثمان نقاط التي تفصل ما بين سايلس وما بين سوك على المركز الثالث المؤهل إلى بطولة العالم بمرحلتها النهائية. الريغنم وزي وولف، هذا اللاعب الذي يعد واحد من أساطير هذه اللعبة. ولما تتحدث عن من تتحدث عن صراع أكبر، وتتحدث عن لاعب قدم الكثير والكثير والكثير في بوبجي موبايل، عن لاعب جاء قادما في المراحل الأخيرة هنا إلى تشكيلة الريغنم كاريا. اللاعب اللي يعرف جيدا أن بوابة ريغنم ستكون هي البوابة الأكبر، قادم من هنالك من نكسترويا. فعلا لاعب قادم من نكسترويا، اللاعب اللي أتم عامه ال20 هنا في بداية هذا العام، وفي عامه ال20 يبحث عن إنجاز بملايين مع ريغنم كاريا، والمتابعة مستمرة. استطاع أن يكون بطلا لببجي موبايل سوبر ليج، وهنا أيضا مستمر أكثر. فيدرال يحاول، فيدرال العاد أيضا إلى بيته، إلى داره أمام سايلس اللي في كل دار هو صاحب القرار، اللي في كل مكان هو سيد الزمان، هو سايلس ورفقائه. وهنا البحث مستمر. فيدرال النيد متواجده قريبه، هذه النيد يا فيدرال، هذه النيد يا فيدرال. فيدرال فكر بالنيد ونسى زي وولف، وزي وولف لا ينسى ابدا يا معتز، زي وولف لا يترك ابدا يا معتز. هذا الذئب، هذا اللاعب الذي كان الافضل في اوروبا هنالك في بطوله البي ام اس ال، كان الافضل هنالك في اليولدوز ليج، كان الافضل في الاي ام اي بعام سابق. وهذا اللاعب الذي حصل على الام في بي ل5 مرات في السنوات الاثنين الاخيره. فهو ليس لاعب سهل، هو لاعب مرعب وقادر على ان يقدم الكثير. كن حذر وانت تواجه الذئب التركي.
ذئب ويعرف الوقت المناسب لأن ينقض، وانقض وأخذ أحد لاعبين انفلونس. هذا ما فعله زي وولف من بي ام اس ال إلى دوري النجوم التركي ليظهر لنا نجما تركيا باسم زي وولف من نيكسترويا، من رؤية قادمة إلى ريغنم كاريا. ريغنم كاريا حاضرين معنا، لا يزالون الآن يبحثون عن مراكز أفضل. هذا ما يبحث عنه سايلس، وكلمنا كثير أنه هو يعيش تحت الضغوطات بشكل كبير، لكن بالمقابل يعرف كيفية التعامل ويظهر لنا ولكم بصورة أفضل وبحلة أجمل عندما يكون تحت الضغوطات. هذا ما يفعله ريغنم كاريا، ولنقول ولصح القول أكثر سايلس. هذا ما يفعله سايلس، هذا القائد اللي يقود هذه التشكيلة. والآن بعد أن طول انتظار لا يزال الانتظار حاضر الآن الدقيقة 7:30 كذلك من عمر هذه المباراة، لا يزال الانتظار حاضرا. واليوم دام النزول معاك، فعلى ما أعتقد غير يعني مش موجود هناك شيء يجبرك حتى على التحرك، يعني ما في أي شيء يجبرك على أن تتحرك من هذه المنطقة وهذه النقطة بالذات في هذه العمارة. لذلك دام النزول متواجدة معاك، فلذلك ستتواجد إلى عمر نهاية هذا الفايت. توبز اللي تواجد معنا اللي ادى اداء خرافي بصراحه من الفلاش، او لنقول الكل جميعهم تشكيله بالكامل رباعيه متناسقه جيده جدا. 31 نقطه والمركز السابع يكون باسم هذه التشكيله. بالبدايات ارك كان جيدا ولا يزال الى حد هذه اللحظه جيد، لكن هناك خسارات تكون حاضرة. الآن ووتر تريتمنت وكذلك نتكلم عن هيسيندا الباترون تتواجد في منتصف هذه الزون ولا تزال للعاصمة الأطراف حاضرة من بيكادو. والآن أول الواصلين له. شوف الزون اللي ابتعدت بشكل كبير عن الجميع، عن جميع المتنافسين وعن جميع من المشاركين في داخل هذه المباراة. الكل ابتعدت عن الجميع، فعل الجميع وكانما هناك خوف أنذر الجميع بالتحرك على مكان بداخل نطاق هذه الزون. نتكلم عن 2000 وما يقارب 700 متر بعد عن الزون النيوكلير زون في هذه اللحظات، فأنت بحاجة إلى الزون. والآن ابتدأت شعلة الحرب، رصاصة البداية على الغول المينماري في هذه اللحظات. النون يتواجد جات سبيد كذلك هنا يدخى من هؤلاء اللاعبين. اسقاط أول يسجل على الغول المينماري. تقدم أكبر، محاولة أكثر كلينيكية، رصاصة واحدة على بعد، تقدم، محاولة في هذه اللحظات واستغلال المواقف ونقاط الضعف من لاعبين بهذه اللحظات من المينماريين في هذه اللحظات. اسقاط ومن ثم نهاية سجلت عن طريق NC2 والاسقاط الآخر ما قبل قليل. الآن لا يزال حاضر، ريفايف يتم، نهضة ممكن، تقدم أكبر، رباعية كاملة مكتملة العدة والعدد في هذه اللحظات. ومحاولة مولوتوف أوقفت الفريق، مولوتوف أوقفت زحف هؤلاء اللاعبين، زحف التايلانديين في هذه اللحظات. رباعية كادت أن تتقرب، أن تتقدم، أن تكون النهاية هنا في هذه اللحظات لماينمار، لكن الآن لا يزالون بثلاثية. والآن نتكلم عن الزون. الآن هناك ما يجبركم على الفايت وهناك ما يجبركم على التحرك في أسرع وقت. دقيقة والنصف فقط هي المتواجدة، ومن ثم الزون ستتحرك وستجبركم على التحرك جميعا من هذا المكان. وحتى أن تحركوا ملر شح اللوت لا يجعلهم يعطيهم الفرصة لنهاية عمر هذه المباراة أن يتقدم أكثر، أن يفايت أكثر فيما بعد هذا الفايت. وبالنهاية من سيخرج من هنا؟ الاثنين سيكون خسران في هذه اللحظات في هذا الفايت.
بتحدي أكبر، بتحدي أصعب ما بين الفريقين. هنا ليارينا اللي تردد شيئا ما بالتقدم، الآن سيدفع الثمن ممكن لدخول الزون ولتعقيد الأمور اللوجستية على هذا الفريق. يارينا كسب النقطة الأولى، ومن هنالك البي جي الغول المينماري مستمرون هنا بتحدي التايلانديين. محاولات مستمرة هنا. النون الغير معروف سيكون معروفا أكثر. لورد من هنالك يتحصل على نوك داونه الأول في هذه المباراة. هل يحقق الإقصاء؟ سنتابع بعد لحظات. النون وضغط الزون، النون وضغط الزون على التايلاندي. هنا المحاولة أيضا من زاوية أخرى. الله الله الله يا ساكورا، الله الله يا ساكورا. ساكورا والأربعة إقصاءات توزعت ما بين الكل لكل لاعب واحد. الآن NC2 سيسقط على الأرض، سقط على الأرض نوك داون. لا يمتلكون على أي شيء، لا يمتلكون على أي فرصة لربع ليفل HP. ولكن الآن الأمور أهدأ، ولكن الآن السان مارتين لكم سيجمعون كل شيء وسيكملوا مشوار المباراة. اتش تعرضوا إلى نوك داون من لورد، ولكنهم أكملوا وعادوا بالأربعة ويستمرون في هذه اللحظات بعمر المباراة. راجنم سايلس أمام من؟ أمام لاعبي فريق الفلاش على الطرف من الخلف. أيضا هنالك فيرتس برو قد يكونون طرفا مزعجا جدا على لاعبي فريق الراجنم، وحتى اللاينز القريبين أكثر سيكونون مزعجين أكثر على لاعبي فريق الراجنم. كاريا بلحظات صعبة. هنالك المالكوي والزون اللي بقراراته سيعقد المشهد على كل الفرق. طرف الزون يا ريغنم، أين المسير والمسار يا ريغنم بهذه اللحظات؟ نيوكلير زون ومباراة الخروج من القاع والتقدم بجدول ترتيب. سوك يسقط نوك داون عن طريق لاعبي فريق DRX. ارينا معتز شاهد هاي ضريبة وهاي ثمن التأخر وضريبة وثمن الكلاش دروب. يسقط لاعب آخر بالزون لمصلحة ليارينا. سينهض، سيكملون، وكل هذا وقت كل هذا وقت ينحسب على تشكيله اليارينا، كل هذا وقت يعني يعطل ويعقد المشهد على لاعبي فريق اليارينا. هنا النيوكلير زون، ارثور كان قريب من السقوط امام اللاعب الشكسي، انسحاب جيد من لاعبي فريق نيوكلير زون، الابتعاد عن رصاصات دي ار اكس، وافضل موقف يفعله وافضل فعل يفعله لاعبي فريق النيوكلير زون، ودخول الزون من زاويه اخرى للابتعاد عن اي صراعات مع اي فريق قد يكون متواجد. محاوله للتقدم اكثر لحصار الدي ار اكس من الفاهيتا، من هذا الفارس المتوسط الليبي اللي يلعب مع تشكيله الفراعنه المصريه الحاضره. ابتعد ابتعد يا فاهيتا، فانت على بعد رصاصات من السقوط على ارضيه ميدان مجددا. التركيز هو الاهم، نعم في بطولة العالم التركيز هو الأهم، وفي هذه اللحظات اليارينا كان مركز، وساكورا كان حاضر ذهنيا ومعنويا وإبداعيا. غادر المينماري وتحصل اليارينا على رصاصاته وإبداعه. هنا يستمر على الانفلونس للبوي امام منافسه المباشر
البرازيلي سامبا. هنا رقصة سامبا ستكون ولو كان للي الله الله على واحد على ثانية للبوي. ثنائية تسجل في هذه اللحظات، اسقاطين على التوالي برصاصتين. لن تحتاجوا اكثر، لن تكونوا محتاجين اكثر يا للبوي. وبالنهاية ترينيكي رد الاعتبار في هذه اللحظات، اعتبار تايلاند، اعتبار المتصدر، لكن لو حكم القاضي في هذه اللحظات. وهذا ما كنا نتكلم عنه يا توستد مايندز. بحاجة إلى الجرأة، بحاجة إلى التقدم. عودة فريق تذكرني بأيام زمان يا فريق، أيام السبورتر، أيام فريق من بعيد، ورصاصات فريق عندما كانت تنقذ الكثير والزملاء. هنا وحش والتقدم ومحاولات لا تزال حاضرة على البرازيلي وكذلك على اللاعب الاخير. نسيتو، خلي بالك يا تشودو. هل عندك المعلومه؟ والمعلومه واضحه، المعلومه واضحه، المعلومه صريحه، المعلومه اجبرت انفلونس على التحرك من المكان، على الابتعاد، على الفرار، على من كان صاحب استمرار واصرار على المكان ان يتقدم. ترسل معي هنا ديكي ومحاولات ثنائيه. هذا ما ظهر لنا الان بالاشعار، لكن الان ما يظهر لنا بالصوره، صورة ايش؟ شيفا محاولة، لكن نيوكلير زون عبقرينو اسقاط. ارثر يرد ثنائية لاتش، وبالمقابل نيوكلير زون خسارات كبيرة متتالية. على الرصاصات وعلى الاستقبال، يأتي يسجل بلحظات محاولات، والآن سيغادر نيوكلير زون، وغادر في هذه اللحظات عن طريق اتش. ثلاثية لجنوب افريقيا، ثلاثية هنا بهذه اللحظات تسجل، تنهي، ووحش لا يزال. دخل تويستد مايندز على أكثر من مكان وأكثر من زاوية، والآن يبحث عن كل رصاصة، يبحث عن كل فايت، يبحث. هذا ما نريده، وهذا ما نحتاجه في هذه اللحظات، إلى صحوة عراقية في هذه اللحظات. وحش لتقدم، لمحاولات أكثر، أجرأ، أكبر أن تتقدم من خلالها، أن تحصل على الإقصاءات أكثر وأكثر. اسقاط سجل. هذا اللي ذكرني فيه رؤية فريق من بعيد قبل قليل، عندما رأيته ابتعد من المكان، ابتعد من الفايت كليا، وابتعد وكان على أطراف يحاول يا فريق. الله الله الله الله الله عليك، الله يا فريق، الله. غادروا واجبرتهم على المغادرة ايضا، مثل ما غادر قبل قليل البرازيلي بيرت برو صاحب النهاية. ديبابا الروسية هم من كانوا أصحاب النهاية، لكن ما قبل ذلك للوطواط، ما قبل ذلك كان الفريق كلمة على ثنائية، على إقصائين وثلاثة، وسجل عندك. هل هناك المزيد؟ هل لتويستد مايندز أن تكون ميرامار هي الأفضل يا وحش؟
هل هي مباراة العودة وكسب الذات؟ هي تويستد في هذه اللحظات. ارك ريد بالتقدم على لاعبي فريق البوروس. كاوس مع هافليك مباشرة امام الهارد بوي، وامام الباد بوي، وامام جلوري المجد الطشقندي. والتحرك والتحدي، لكن النيد عن طريق كاوس وصلت. النهاية سجلت على سنويكس، وجلوري من زاوية أخرى سيواجه هافليك. الدعم أيضا يأتي يا اركريد وجها لوجه امام الهافليك ينهي الهافليك ويتبقى وحيدا فريدا في هذه اللحظات. والتويستد مايند وكأن كل الامور تكون معكم. دخول الزون، التمركز، فرصة الانتصار، فرصة الظهور مباراة أجمل. والجي كي أيضا قدم واحدة من اللحظات المميزة أمام الويفو، دفع أمام الويفو 3-3 يسقط على أرضية البيضاء، لكن الهيرو أيضا يتواجد. النهاية سجلت على 3-3 وهيرو وحيدا فريدا في هذه اللحظات من الويفو. نهاية الأرينا، فرصة للإنفلونس للظهور في التنافس بهذا الشكل، وما قدمه الإنفلونس وما صنعه من هنالك الآريت وما قدمه جوت أعطانا دليلا واضحا يا معتز. استثمروا في الطواقم الفنية، استثمروا في الطواقم الفنية أكثر. هذا الانفلونس اللي قرر قرار صعب، جاء بمحلل اللوبس اللي استمر معهم ل4 سنوات، جاء بمحلل اللوبس ووضعه على قيادة الهرم الفني لإنفلونس يكون مدربا لهذه التشكيلة. أتحدث عن رودريغو، عن التراب اللي الآن هو يقف على رأس الهرم الفني لإنفلونس. وهو الإنفلونس مباراة بعد مباراة يقدم الأداء ذاته، يقدم الفن بحذافيره، ويتواجد بالمركز الثاني بجدول الترتيب. دي ار اكس يطارد بميرامار، والاينس كعاداته لا يخرج في البدايات ابدا يا عزوز.
صمود وصبر، هذا عنوان الاينس في هذه اللحظات وما قبل اللحظات ايضا وما قبل مباريات، فهذا عنوان الصمود. يكون حاضرا اركريد وانا متواجد معنا بعد النهايه على رامزيس وكذلك على جلوري ليتبقى معنا ثنائي ميلان. دور الشمشون بعد الدور الاكبر الذي كان قبل قليل، مباراه سابقه تشيكن دينر سجل باسم الكوري ما قبل لحظات وما قبل مباريات. هنا باد بوي وحاول على ارك، هنا بلحظات اركريد نيت اولى نيت ثانيه، هنا كيو سي سي محاوله. باد بوي يسجل الاسقاط الاول ودخول اكبر. هو اي جرأة يمتلكها اركريد، وهذا ما ظهر لنا في روندو. حتى المباراة الاولى والافتتاحية كانوا بجرأة مثل ما هذه بهذه اللحظات. دي ار اكس يعاني من ثنائية فقط، دي ار اكس يعاني من جهتين، دي ار اكس وكأنما 4 لاعبين حاضرين هنا في هذه اللحظات. هذه تعتبر راجمات ليست في نيد واحدة، هذا يعتبر راجم. أهلكتكم رصاصات الأركريد. دخوله أي متعة وأي جرأة. ماذا يفعل بهذه اللحظات؟ هارد بوي مجنون، هذا كريزي بوي وليس بهارد بوي. خرجتم من رصاصات أرك، ليس من رصاصات الدبابة، ليس من رصاصات فيرتبرو، بل من أخرجكم، من أنهلككم. هنا لاعبين على أركريد كانوا حاضرين. بركان وانفجر في هذا المكان. ثنائية وكأنما بجرأة 4 لاعبين.
طاشقند تخرج أبنائها، ومن هنالك أيضا انفلونس اللي جاء بتراب وجاء بسيناتور لكي يعوض كل الخسارات ويظهر بذاته على الطاقم الفني. وتويستد جاء بمباراة اللي يعوض خساراته على بوابة الاينس، واحدة من أصعب البوابات هذه هي تويستد. ابحث عن مخرج آخر، ابحث عن فرصة أخرى، فالزون صاب والاينس صاب ولا يعطي نفسه بكل سهولة أبدا أمام الريغنام من زاوية مختلفة. ها هم أبناء كياسينا متواجدين. دييغو لاو أمام انفينكس، التحرك أكثر بهذه اللحظات من قبل الهنود بمباراة يبحثون فيها عن تغيير الواقع والتقدم بجدول الترتيب. فلاش مستمر، دييغو لاو انسحاب كان رائع من امام تويستد، والان عليهم الحفاظ على الذات. تويستد مايند بواحده من اصعب الهجومات، من هنالك ايضا التحدي يكون اصعب. هذا النوك داون هل سيسجل؟ وحش الى الان على قيد الحياه، لابد من دعم. الله يا وحش، تغيرت المعادله بعد نوك داون. وحش تغير كل شيء بعد هذا النوك داون، اعطى لك المساحه وكلوك اسقط ذاته. وحش يحتاج الى رفع ليفل اتش بي. فريك عليك الدعم في هذه اللحظات، عليك الاسناد يا فريك، لا تسقط يا فريك لمرة واحدة يا فريك. وتويستد بوينت ياخذ النفس والعراق يتنفس. التويستد مايند ب5 اقصات ووحش. فعلت شيء لو لم تفعله لغادر تويستد. نوك داون واحد خرافي. اعطيت لفريق تويستد مايند فرصة بالحياة. وصل من بعيد انفلونس، حصل على نقطة ايضا، ولكن وحش ما فعله وكان مختلف. ما فعله هو الذي يعطى الحياة لتشكيلة تويستد. فلاش باقصائين. توبز خليفة من هذا؟ توبز يا معتز، هذا خليفة من؟ خليفة القائد لامبر.
من الديزيفير كانوا عمالان فلاش من يبحث في هذه اللحظات، يبحث عن الجراند، يبحث عن الجراند فاينل. توبز 4 لاعبين لفلاش في هذه اللحظات. هل ستكون سريع بما فيه الكفاية ولا أنت تتواجد لديك الزون؟ حاضر بداخل نطاق الزون. نهاية تسجل على جي كي على نير زد في هذه اللحظات. 3 اقصاءات واحدة لزوس، والثنائية سجلت باسم توبز. عمالان 4 لاعبين لتويستد مايندز تنفسوا بالفعل. نفس أمل أعطى، وكأنما جرعة أمل أعطت عن طريق اللاعب وحش. هذه الرصاصة ليست برصاصة بل جرعة أمل كانت موجودة لتويستد مايندز. جرعة فوز، جرعة انتصار، جرعة استمرارية، وهذا ما يحتاجها تويستد مايندز بهذه اللحظات. 5 نقاط، مباراة خامسة. إن كانت هي المباراة الصحوة فجيدة. إذا كانت هذه المباراة مباراة يقظة تويستد مايندز فهي جيدة في هذه اللحظات. أن يستيقظ في اليوم الأول أفضل من أن يكون في اليوم الأخير. أن يكون حاضرا باليوم الأول، أن يعود باليوم الأول لأجواء المنافسة، فهذا جيد. الآن الزون إلى من ستكون؟ هل كمباوندات ستحضر في النهاية أم ستذهب بعيدا من هذا المكان؟ ريغنوم هم متواجدين الآن 4 لاعبين. تويستد مايندز هنا عليه بالتحرك، وعلى ما أعتقد لو نتكلم على فريق بالمجمل عليه بالتحرك فهو تويستد. أما من هناك والطرف المقابل الآخر لتويستد مايندز نتكلم عن اللاعب الأخير لتشكيلة الصين، تشكيلة ويبو، أيضا عليه بالتحرك. الآن تشوتو محاولة. فلاش وكل الأعين على تويستد، كل الأعين على تويستد مايندز. فلاش من الجهة اليمنى وكذلك الريغنوم كاريا من الوسط يتواجدون معنا بهذه اللحظات. أعينهم كلها على تويستد مايندز. هل سيدخل؟ هل سيصنع المسار؟ هل سيحاول؟ هل سيكون قادر؟ أم هناك صمود أكبر من فلاش وكذلك ريغنوم كاريا ورصاصتين وفريقين وضربتين على الرأس؟ توجيه تويستد ليست بواحد وليس بفريق واحد فقط بالمكان هذا. محاولة فتح مسار آخر، طرف آخر، زاوية أخرى مختلفة تماما عن زاوية ريغنوم كاريا. فعلى ما أعتقد سيدخلون من زاوية فلاش، هذا ما يبحث عنه. وتحس وكأنما يعني الأعين تترقب والزاوية. شوف ويبو، لاحظ معي هيرو كيف له أن يدخل. جي كي كيف لا يسد هذا المكان ولا يسيطر على هذا المكان من الزاوية الأخرى المختلفة بهذه اللحظات. هنا هيرو يدخل كلاعب واحد. سفج الأعين هنا بهذه اللحظات. هنا سموك للتغطية، محاولة كذلك للدخول. هيرو عين عليه، عين عليه، عين عليه، وعارف المكان وعارف الزاوية. محاولة الآن بام، حصل بهذه اللحظات على نقطة تواجد اللاعب هيرو على تواجده بهذا المكان. ومحاولة تغطية أيضا لا تزال متواجدة. أعطى الانفو كيفن ونيد حاضرة، لكن إلى حد هذه اللحظات بدون أي جدوى وبدون أي نفع. وصل الآن تويستد لأن يدخل. نيدات حاضرة الآن بهذه اللحظات. تويستد مايند تسقط، تسجل الأعين كلها عليكم مثل ما ذكرنا ومثل ما قلنا. واحد كفيت هديت، ولا يزال هنا فريك يحاول في هذه اللحظات. مولوتوف وحريق نيران لأن يبتعد عن هذه الزاوية في هذه اللحظات. نيد أخرى تكون حاضرة. لورد لوكسي والمحاولة كذلك على ثاني على التوالي. كاد أن يسقط أرضا، لكن فريك تحرك سريع ومحاولة وفرار على المكان الصحيح. كيف لكم أن تدخلوا على المكان يا تويستد مايند من طرفين؟ أما الكيفن الآن عانوا بشكل كبير إلى أن أنهوا على هيرو في هذه اللحظات. غادر ودخول فلاش وأسقاط أول على تويستد مايندز. فريك يسقط أرضا، لكن لا يزال هناك الكلام بقية ثنائية تتواجد لدى تويستد مايندز، ولا يزال فلاش بكامل العدة والعدد. ومن طرف آخر البرق دار
تويستد مايند في أصعب موقف. تويستد مايند بحصار صعب ما بين فلاش وما بين الريغنوم كاريا في هذه اللحظات، على أمل أن يتدخل أحد، على أمل أن يظهر جي كي هنا لفك الضغط عن تويستد للحظات، لإعطاء النفس لتويستد. انفلونس بزاوية أصعب، وريغنوم هو الأكثر أريحية في هذه المباراة، هو الأكثر أريحية بزاويته اللي قادر من خلالها على صنع الفارق بشكل أكبر. تويستد عاد الاستشهاد ب3 لاعبين يحتاج إلى الكثير من الرصاصات من جيكي إذا ما أراد البقاء على قيد الحياة. ماذا تفعل يا كيفن؟ اترك الزمان يا كيفن، لا تصلح السيارة يا كيفن، صلح فرصتك بتقديم المباراة بشكلها الأفضل. هل من هنالك ضغط سيكون باتجاه فلاش أم أن الهنديين سيتحركون بأريحية أكبر بهذه اللحظات؟ الريجنم التويستد وكذلك جيكي، التحرك من جيكي، النهاية من جيكي هنا في هذه اللحظات بلمح البصر. غادر فلاش، أمن على مغادرة جيكي بلحظات مهمة، والإنفلونس هنا أيضا متواجدين بلحظات مهمة. وهنا التحرك من وتشودو من بعيد يحاول ردة الفعل على تشودو. حذر تشودو بهذه اللحظات، حذر تشودو جدا بهذه اللحظات. هنالك النيد تذهب باتجاه لاعبي فريق فلاش. 1 سنتيمتر اختلفت، 1 سنتيمتر كانت تختلف باتجاه تويستد. هنالك النيد ايضا وصلت، وفريك محتار ان يقاتل ريجنم ام يتابع بفلاش. نوك داون. يا فلاش، انتم في مكان افضل وصنعتم الزمان الافضل، والنيد انهت على الافضل، وتشودو بقي وحيدا فريدا بلحظات هي الاصعب. نيد تتلو نيد، ومحاوله تتلو محاوله، وتشودو غادر المباراه لان الزون متواجد بهذه اللحظات. وستد يغادر على المركز الخامس ويتحصل على 8 نقاط في المجمل. وهنا فلاش سيطروا على زمان ميرامار. الفيتناميين كسابقهم لامبورغيني هم الافضل دائما بميرامار، وميرامار مكان ابداعهم وقوه انجازاتهم. ودييغو بهذه المباراه قرر ان يختفي وان يظهر باللحظه المناسبه. سايلس خطوات الى الامام، الهنود امام الاتراك وجها لوجه بلحظات هي الاصعب. وتخيل دييغو ماذا سيفعل إذا نهض دييغو وإذا تدخل في الزاوية في اللحظة المناسبة. سيختلف كل شيء على تشكيلة فلاش، سيختلف كل شيء على هذا الفريق. هناك تحرك له، سقط على أرضية الميدان. لا أحد يعلم بك أين أنت يا دييغو إلا لاكسي والريجنم كار يا فلاش ب8 اقصاءات بلحظات هي الأصعب، بلحظات تحبس الأنفاس. جيوس هنا متواجد، ولاكسي وسايلس من زاوية يتعرضون إلى النيدات وضغط الهنودي أيضا. وفلاش يا فلاش النجمة تلمع، فيتنام تلمع، فيتنام تبدع، فيتنام تتألق. فلاش الحصان الأسود يظهر، وبالأرقام يقفز، وبالإبداع يمتع، وبالفن يقدم، وبكل ما هو جميل. القادمين من هانوي هنا هم أكثر الهنيئين بإبداعهم وبفنهم بلحظات النهايات. قريبة للفيتناميين، قريبة للنجمة. النجمة هي نجمة ميرامار. اكتسحوا كل شيء. فلاش بلمحة من البصر قدموا الإبداع الأكبر.
نجمة فيتنام هي من ظهرت بسماء ميرامار، والنجم الأكبر كان هو وين واسم على مسمى. حصل الوين، وكان صاحب الوين صاحب المركز الأول والفوز بميرامار. متعة بصراحة قدمها فلاش، رعب قدمه فلاش لكل من هو وقف وكان أمام هذه التشكيلة. مرعب، قدم بشكل كبير، أعطى، استحق حتى الفوز، يعني فوز مستحق بكل ما تعنيه الكلمة. أتى لينتزع الفوز بشكل كبير، وجرأة كبيرة كانت موجودة من هذه التشكيلة يعني ككل بالكامل. أداء جيد جدا. لكم الكلام، ومن ثم سنعود لكم بإذن الله في المباراة الختامية.
كيفيه تنقل بعض الفرق، وتبين لك من بدايه الجوله او في نهايه الزونات، يعني نقول مو من بدايه الجوله، بنهايه الزونات من هو الفريق المسيطر اكثر. لكن بالمدن ممكن اي لحظه تقلب الطاوله على الفريق اللي امامك ممكن حركه مفاجئه من فريق متمركز بشكل مخفي خلينا نقول، وما قاعد يظهر نفسه. وبالنسبه لي ميرامار هذه اول ميرامار مختلفه بشوفها من PMGC.
بالضبط. شوف الحلو بالفريق بعد ما تحصل على موقع في داخل الكروز ديل فالي، واعتمد على انه ياخذ واحده من المداخل سواء بالجنوب او الشمال. فلعب على الطرف الشمالي، وانا اللي حبيت فيه التوسع الكبير وعدم اعطاء فرصه لاي فريق للدخول الى منطقته او الربع اللي هو حصلها او البلوك خلينا نقول. عرفت المنطقه تتقسم الى اقسام، فهو عنده قسم معين منع احد يدخله. جيكي دخله واقصى واحد من لاعبينه، وركز على فكره انه يضع وين بمواجهه جيكي على حد الشارع، انه ما حد يمر. على الجانب الثاني كنا نشوف عمليه التمشيط في الجهه الشماليه، محاوله الضغط على اي فريق يحاول يدخل من الجهه الشماليه الغربيه من وين ومن توبز اللي منعوا حتى تقدم تويستد مايند بتقدمه. حاولوا باليوتيليتي لكن ما كانت عندهم فرصه كافيه، لانه ما عندهم العلم الكافي، وانسحابه فريق الفلاش بعيدا عن محطه الضغط، ومنع كذلك الريجنوم كاريا. كانوا شوفوا متمركز بشكل قريب يمه، بس ما اعطاه يدخل البلوك اللي هو فيه، فحد انه يلعب على جانب ثاني، وحد تويستد مايند يلعب معاه على جانب كذلك فريق الريجنوم كاريا. وبالنهايه هو عارف شنو اولوياته. انا اولوياتي اقصي فريق الجي كي عشان ما يدخل في البلوك في نهايه الجوله على حركه الزون الاخيره، وبعدها راح اتعامل مع التويستد مايند على الجهه الثانيه، واتعامل مع الناجين في نهايه الجوله والواصلين الى الاند جيم اللي هو الممثلين الريجن الهندي، فريق الترو ريبرز اللي اول مره يظهر معنا في صوره جيده. 11 نقطه يسجل لصالحهم. ريجنوم كاريا على نفس النهج، احاول اني احافظ على الهارد كفر، احاول اني احافظ على مكان يحميني يوصلني نهايه الجوله، اجمع فيها كم نقطه واخرج من جو المنافسه بطريق مختلف. وتويستد مايند لو بنتكلم يعني تعتبر هذه الجوله احمد من افضل الجولات كحضور. وصل الاند جيم في لمسه، في مبادره، في تدخل من المسافات البعيده، حصل كم اقصاء، حصل كم نقاط مركز. فكيف شفت اياهم؟
تويستد مايند بميرامار صراحه، والان بالتاكيد MVP هذه الجوله ماو وين ب7 اقصاءات و1323 من الدمج. برافو للاعب فلاش بالتاكيد. وين استكمل الحديث عن تويستد ماو، يعني عوده من بعيد باداء جيد للفريق، تواجد الفريق سوى فارق كبير، الجماعيه كانت جيده. في تيم، لكن انا اتقرب على هذا التيم و100% انه ما راح يكون عندي ثيرد بارتي، لان الزون ظهري وانا مسوي كلير للمنطقه، فاقدر اتقرب. فتحركه كان سليم جدا واخذه للفايت. بعد ذلك الصعوبات اللي شاهدناها بالزون، وهذا اللي تكلمنا عنه، صعوبات المدينه راح تكون بالتاكيد مختلفه معه.
اكيد. جدول الترتيب اللي اختلف وحل في صدارته الممثل التايلاندي حياهم الله ضيوفنا، نوجبهم في مرحله الجروب ستيج ونوجبهم ان شاء الله بالفاينل. انا والفامباير.
Few days, because we've seen it in teams before where they have a really good first day and then they kind of drop off. I, on the other hand, will never shut up about Flash, because based off of the interview we heard earlier, he's going, we don't have any pressure, we're making sure we just play our game like it's any other.
You got it.
Let's see if you can go ahead and make those movements. We got the last Miramar of the day, guys. Day number 1 about to wrap up. Let's go ahead and take it to our casters, John Allen and Blank, for one more time.
Thank you very much, Hot Dukes. Thanks to Max and Nat as well for giving us all the lowdown, all the goodies as we head on in. And nothing bad is going to happen at the start of this match. Oh, Blank, I think our prayers may or may not have been answered, but for now, Ichi's a little bit far away from San Martin. It's very, very packed, though, down towards Picardo, and that's giving me a little pause for worry.
It would be hilarious, but Miss Goals is like, well, we can't hard drop San Martin, we'll just hard drop Picardo instead. Funnily enough, they are quite close to silence. They were right. But yeah, they're on more of a split this time around, which I'm grateful for. I like any team that sees something go badly and decide to switch things up afterwards. So Burmese Ghouls, in my heart, they are now forgiven.
Oh, that's nice of you. Very friendly indeed.
They're welcome.
I'm glad.
Off towards the western side we go then. Well, Pozzo being held by Twisted Minds. Weibo going a little bit further down towards wanting the Weibo. God, it has been a shocking day for VP, hasn't it?
It's not been great. No, it's definitely not been great. They have got 8 points, and it looks like that may be close to all they get here. There's been 1 or 2 moments where they've chimed in and had a decent showing, but yeah, it's been messy. It's been it's been pretty bad for them.
Damn, they're pulling a team secret, dude.
They really are. They really are. I mean, to be fair, they do have company down towards the bottom end of the tables, right? It's not... No, it is bad. I mean, you got the Boars, you got Nuclear Zone, you got ETSH. A little bit further ahead, you've got Burmese Ghouls. And right now, they're the bottom 5, right? And that is exactly where you don't want to be. The 11th place bubble is 18 points as it sits right now for Twisted Minds after 5 games that we've had. That's just shy of a 4-point average. So I think that's 3.8, if I'm not mistaken. I think I am mistaken. I'm not going to try and do it again, though. It's a fairly low average. So, you know, 1 big game. It's all it takes right now to get you out of the bottom 5. That will get harder as time goes on. Malloy, not the last of Virtus Pro, but he's certainly going to feel like it right now. He's got a pump-action shotgun, no helmet, no armor, no meds, and very close to no hope. Steps out, opens the door. Ah, they know where he is now. It's going to be a full descent onto his position. Giving it a good go, though, and giving them some trouble. 1, 2. Oh, he nearly connected on that third one. Oh, that was dangerous. Oh, that would have been so bad for Arc if they had not been able to get through with that third player. I thought Glory was going to be snuffed out there, too.
Kind of sick, though, to be fair. Maybe down in 15th place, but doing it in style. On the other end of things, for Nuclear Zone, the lead bars are fully in. There is not much reaction going on in that reactor at the moment.
Sorry, if you're going to talk about control media and nuclear reactors, you've got to get it right.
What did you say?
Normally carbon or boron control rods, I believe. Typical.
Yeah. What was the old one?
I'm not sure. You talking about? I don't know. Are you talking about one of the nuclear reactor meltdowns that we've had over the history of them? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, the RBMK, that was lead.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that didn't go so well.
No, it didn't. Anyway, let's not talk about that too much.
Hey, look, it's interesting history, and hopefully they're going to be able to recover from their meltdown and see if they can get up towards the top spot, bring out some of that plutonium power, you know, for nuclear zone.
What they need? Reverb on the reverse, up the hill. SH making it happen. This is the safest way to do it as well, so fair enough. Can't believe I'm analyzing how sticky a car's wheels are to the side of a mountain, but here we are in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
That's where it all takes place.
You love to see it. Spider cars. Clambering up all sorts of mountains. I mean, that's what Arena were able to leverage, right? With the buggy, which is generally the most sticky of the vehicles. Was able to get up to that super duper high ground, isolated position that Sakura was able to sit on and rain from up on high. Rain hell from above. Terrible time for everyone else. Well, that's what afforded him that opportunity. DRX moving in, close to the blue zone, leaving Torre Hamada. And Blank, I think I can confirm that we did not have a hot drop this time. We're into minute, what is it? We're 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Hey, we're fine. We didn't have a hot drop.
Yeah, again, I think that making those adjustments from one game to the next is correct. Especially here in Group Red, we've got 3 days to make it to the top of the tables. I think for Burmese Ghouls, it's much more of a... It's a nice thing to do for them, purely for E-Arena. It's quite sportsman-like, where E-Arena is currently in first place. You're basically saying we're not going to ruin all your Miramars. Obviously, they're ruining their own, but changing it this early is going to not create massive problems for E-Arena going forward. And E-Arena actually has a chance right now. So no matter what happens, I think for Burmese Ghouls, it is very sportsman-like to do that.
I mean, sportsman-like, sure, but it is generally more of a self-interested, we're just going to try and earn as many points as we can without holding a grudge kind of situation. So I think a lack of holding a grudge, I don't know if I'd call that sportsmanship, but I do get where you're coming from, and I think I generally
I've seen
agree.
people ruin top teams games before doing that.
Yeah, that's
multiple
fair.
times.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But you're right. They have adjusted. They're more concerned with their own points tallies. They'll let that one go. They'll allow E-Arena to continue unchallenged, or at least for the time being. Zedwolf, oh, he's been knocked from quite a distance away here. Flash of... Let me put the beam on. There's a difficult position to go for the rescue towards. He's very, very low. Not quite able to get that flush. The smoke's there. While they're still taking shots, they are still trying to slow it down, but it's not going to work. A huge south shift. I was too preoccupied with these players out in the field, but Blank, a massive shift down to the south.
Yeah, absolutely. Over towards where currently Regnum-Kai is playing. This is a very, very good circle for them to get on with. I do sort of agree with the desk that calling yourself a win is a little bit on the nose. I'm just waiting for the day when we get a player called PMGC 2026 champion. I would love that. And I think someone should do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Not only because it would be funny if you did win, but it would also be hilarious even if you didn't. And I would not make fun of you for it.
I feel like that's Kitsune's new name, no? He needs a new name.
That's, you know what? I was making a joke. You're being mean. You're being mean.
Well, you know, that's what you get. That's what you get for not qualifying. As the circle heads all the way down to the south, we saw Regnum-Kai on that split. Looks like they've dragged their forces back together, though. because they know that teams are going to start to crunch in. Threat across the way from Flash, from Weibo Gaming now as well, from Boars. Maybe not quite as much of a threat, but still a presence that you do not really want to cross if you can help it. And they will be able to consolidate to the east side of Montenuevo, out west of Power Grid and Picardo. All the other teams are going to try and find their home. There was a lot of teams further to the north, up towards Crater Fields, which means that this north side is going to be much more packed, and you could see that on the map. You guys can see actually over on the map feed, which is available on various, I believe, various platforms, but definitely on YouTube. And you can take a look at where all your favorite teams are at all times. But we can see right now on our map that there's a huge grouping of teams towards that Power Grid corner of this circle.
It's a difficult one as well, because this is sort of Valley of Death type of deal right now. Over towards the center of this one, Regnum Kai is very lucky to actually have some kind of position to play which is safe. That buggy is salvageable.
It's fine.
Yeah. Bit awkward getting that one caught. Slightly delays the rotate. Not that it really matters. There's not many teams in this area anyway. Ahead of you is Weibo on that front side. Burmese Ghouls get themselves a central position ahead of E-Arena as well, so they can do a little bit more on this match. But once again, it is none other than the Flash towards a lovely spot to play from. It will get a little bit claustrophobic with the amount of teams looking their way, but if they can maintain this, it remains in circle for a long time, then they do have a good chance from this spot.
Next circle coming in a couple of seconds, just under 10 now. We'll see it pop. It does continue to sit right on top of Burmese Ghouls, of Regnum Kaya, Influence Rage and E-Arena out on that eastern side. So what can Team Flash do on that southwest edge to keep up with the pack at the top? Weibo, though, with a more difficult rotate, and they're going to try and send it straight on into the west side. Shots already laying down into them from DRX, and Twisted Minds have Chudo up in front of them. So Weibo having a tough time, and that is going to be exactly why they walk into the wall, and that's a flush immediately. Point stolen, but it is a point taken away from Weibo.
I think it was a bit of an early push coming through from Weibo there. Really fully have the information needed over towards that northeast side. What I will say is it's very weird seeing China being as aggressive as they have been throughout all the lobbies we've seen play. I think if Tiamba was playing like they did on day 3, they could have easily qualified. But again, it's still interesting that even Tiamba had it in their wheelhouse to be extremely aggro in these games. So it's nice to see, especially from Weibo as well, who have Order, Sook as well, 33Z, who've typically been very much split off-angle players. I don't know where they're going right now.
See where they can go. Walsh drawn short against Alliance. It's going to be the rest of Twisted Minds trying to flee the scene. And I don't know how successful that's going to be. Freak very, very low, has to stop off for a heal. This isn't in the next zone, but it's closer to it than Alliance are. And it might be that Alliance have to push through this same ground as well, Blank. So potential to be a little bit of a stronghold, but not if Lord goes down. And that's what DRX are trying to see to.
You see immediately backed off the angle there, seeing the multiple shots in the sand plummeting up in front of him. Twisted Minds do have an outpost in Chudo off towards that eastern side, which they can regroup on. It's just this open zone in front of them, which is quite hard to pass. Definitely a stage 4 circle on this one, John. It is nice for a lot of teams. We move further up over towards Power Grid, confirming on basically level playing field. It is just very rough for all our teams playing down towards this valley to have to move out now, because so many teams will know exactly where each other are playing, will take shots as soon as they make that move. So you're sort of waiting for those final moments to really break outwards.
And see how well you can break through as well. Because it is always tough when you have to wait until the last moment. Circle pops and again goes towards that central hill. Keeps things tight, but those teams on the south really going to have a nightmare now. Look at the number of teams cut out here. Twisted Minds and ETSH up over on that west side, of course, that we're on board with. But Weibo, Flash, Boars, Nuclear Zone, you've got Arc, you've got True Rippers, E-Arena even on the east side, all cut out by this circle. And in stage 4, you expect maybe 1 or 2 more to be more central. Not to be, though. Everybody's going to have to make that crash.
Yeah, we're playing out to open zone now. I think for Geeky as well as Boars, slightly easier as well for Regnum Kaya, basically holding the field. They have to be very clean on their shots, though. Well played to the Flash, crabbing a lot of those shots over towards Weibo as they look to make their move out from that western side. ETSH up against Twisted Minds here with Freak as well as Lord, just beached basically in that car.
Trying to get himself unstuck, but it is a tough time to do so with the zone bearing down on the outskirts here. Weibo making shots out towards ETSH, but this is from Hero in the blue zone, so they're fighting to try and give themselves access further up to allow them to move further into this one. Twisted Minds holding with 3, and ETSH cannot make it anyway through there, and will not be carrying on into this match, but there's plenty more teams still left to take up the mantle of this fight. Weibo still flexing all the way out with Order and Hero, the 2 players remaining on their side. Order just about to start dipping into the zone now, but DRX are right and slap bang in front of them. They're not taking shots, though, and he may have just found an opening that probably should have been... Okay.
Nice.
That's so unfortunate. The topple on the vehicle, that will spell the end of Weibo. Yeah, he's not getting out of there. Unfortunate, but good news for DRX. They're able to pick up the point.
I tried to pull the old Kung Fu Turtle on them. Didn't quite work out. Surprised those nades didn't do more damage, but here's True Rippers holding off versus Nuclear Zone. Slight whiff on the nade there, but it back straight backwards over towards the body. 2 nades that didn't quite go on target, but absolutely did the work.
That's what you'll take those, right? You take the wins where you get them. True Rippers now. Harsh looking to step up, and a lot of damage done already, but there's sight lines from the off angles, and it's forcing him into the fight. That doesn't matter, though. He's ready for it. As the spray down around the corner, the pump action there. One more shot. No, the shell doesn't land. Will there be backup from Hydro as he spots the ankles, cannot sweep them? The Heat, they're able to stay alive, but he's just going to continue to have this position chomped down on by Turney K, by E-Arena on their outpost. They're back to their old tricks, Blank. They're playing the edge.
That's the classic for Heater play right there. Guy's a bit of a clutch maestro when it comes down to it. But you're right, E-Arena having oversight on this means that he is almost definitely done for. As soon as he moves out in this vehicle, it's straight into open ground. Even has to swing by here. If E-Arena don't finish him off, the blue absolutely will. We are getting our next shift on the circle here as Burmese Ghouls continues to hold out that lovely bit of high ground over towards the western side of Power Grid here. DRX still trying to discover where Twisted Minds are playing. Taking a while, though. It's like budget Hercule Poirot. I guess I should say Benoit Blanc these days.
Not like that, though. Got to say, we'll talk to Max. He'll set you right.
What, Benoit Blanc?
That's right. That's the one. That's for Heater.
I'm not French, though.
No, but neither is he.
Exactly. Which is why he's Benoit Blanc.
Nah, he's got that southern North American drawl, you know. That's been real New Orleans with it. Very uncertain where that accent all comes from. But anyway, let's get back into the game because Team Flash, they sped right into the middle of this one, Blank. They somehow managed to get through a lot of the teams around from the southwest side. They have just taken 2 knocks and flashes, though. But that is from the Burmese Ghouls, who have actually moved over to that area. That's a nice little pick up there. They continue to hold a pretty dominant position into this circle. They're having a pretty good time. Who knew that if you don't hot drop at the start of Miramar, you can get into a good position? Wow.
Ah, this is great from Twisted Mind. I know this one. Max Van told me about this. It's Le Roté de Bleu. Very weird. Doesn't make much sense. Not sure why it happened. But Twisted Minds essentially sail off into the distance, into the storm, never to be heard from again.
Sad. Oh well. There they go. into the never-ending storm of waiting for the next match. Regnum Kaya, 2 elims now. On the western side, they've been chilling for a while. As we've seen them in this location for a very, very long time. You can see they're looking up at the mountain that the Burmese ghouls currently sit on and thinking, wow, how are we going to deal with this? This is nasty. We'll have to wait and see what they've got up their sleeve, what tricks they can ply on that western edge. North side, Influence Rage are going to have to go for a run out, and Arena are bolstering their forces to try and stop it.
Influence Rage, center of the tops, Arena, kind of the nemesis of the lobby right now is Influence Rage for them. It's always nice to see these moments unfold. Rivalries between two squads, both just as good as each other, but a lovely nade over the top. That was to airburst early. Doesn't do quite enough damage, which leaves E-Arena on a 3 versus 4. Wrap around the sides. 2 players from Influence Rage getting a lot of damage done.
Oh, a little bit of squadron from Influence Rage. It felt like 2 players were trying to step forward, and the rest of them just not in cahoots with it. 2 players, though, 3 players now down, and it's all up to Turney K to turn it around. 3 reses potentially there, but they need to crawl fast. They need to crawl forwards. There's off angles coming through, and of course it's Arcred chiming in with a third party on this fight. E-Arena with just Turney K will fall down, and the rest of Influence Rage, they managed to get 1 res, but now Arcred are on the surround. Our top 2 teams tumbling, Blank, taking the tussle and feeling the burn. Arcred are here to close it out.
I think that if you are E-Arena on that final game, you are very unhappy with Turney K there. NC2 does a huge amount of work, and I think if he had an off angle and Turney K wasn't healing underneath, that was a very different story between them and Influence Rage. But you're right, Arcred, insane third parties as always. That's what they really do capitalize on, and I think players in the lobby will start to get less and less concerned with these big engagements, knowing that Arcred is on the prowl. DRX down to just 1 player now. Seems like a consistent thing, losing these engagements when it comes down to it. Versus Regnum Kaya, that is a strong team to come up against.
I mean, not right now, though. They're down on 1 player themselves. It's actually a lot of influence coming through from Alliance, from Flash as well. Across the way, there's caused so many problems. But Wild is still in action for Regnum Kaya. I think is that the last? No, it isn't. As it is going to be still at least 1 more player from DRX to go for the fight.
Nice.
Oh, he's going to be able to stand back up. The top QXC, though, he's still got some fight left in him. He is now guaranteed the last player. Regnum Kaya fell. In the meantime, they tried, Blank, to push up towards that north side, towards DRX. The approach was okay, but there's just so many teams still alive in stage 6 and in this area. Maybe that's what's happening, right? The teams are just getting so choked in by the surrounding, by teams not wanting to go for the fight. But when they do have to, everybody is immediately on it.
Yeah, a really good clutch there coming through from QXZ. Gets the double. I really felt like it was game over for him there. Sadly, both those eliminations were stolen from him. So they dropped down to 6 points. You're right. I think so. Arcred's playstyle, and I've seen it multiple times in the past, where Arcred's playstyle works only some of the time, right? It's not a consistent playstyle. If you don't get those opportunities with third parties, or you're not in the right spot at the right time, you just fall flat on your face. So the majority of the points that Arcred is finding is, like you say, they are just essentially the vultures of the lobby. I'm not a huge fan of that playstyle. I think it can work, but I think the problem is that if it works here, there's a big chance that then it just doesn't work in the grand finals. You see them down towards bottom 5. So yeah, I think Arcred, although it looks okay now, I do want to see some more just good old-fashioned gameplay from that team.
It might see them into last chance, but much further, not sure. Jimmy tumbling down for Alliance. They had a really big game earlier on Erangel, but not so much since. Teams have leapfrogged them. A nice flat approach towards the top spot towards the end of the day here, Blank, as well as the tables are likely to be closing down. Fairly similar to this from that first down to 6th place, depending on what Flash can do here. But generally, much more linear than we saw from Group Green. No massive burst outs early, so things to get interesting in the next few days. That nade not going to find it on the bounce. Burmese Ghouls, they finally take a knock, and they've been holding on this high ground for a long, long while. Maybe they're getting too bold, but that should be very resible. They've got the plateau almost entirely under control. A nade on down towards SnowX, and the balls are very much cooked here. Just the one player standing is Havlik. Ooh, okay. Way overextended there for Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, there's so many places on top of that where or just throw down the smoke. I think you expend utility at that point to get that res for free. I think Burmese Ghouls throws away a perfectly good chicken dinner there. Just on some pretty early peaks, some dangerous peaks, and a careless res there as well. You are having a player looking to move over, hit their way, and pick both of them up, but it's a little bit tough to get over that way. Havlik underneath now, also looking up, could be a thorn in the side for them. Yeah, very weird from Burmese Ghouls.
I mean, you could just see it was completely open and clear to the angle. They should have known that. Just crawl back a little bit, and it's completely safe. Yeah, it's nasty stuff, but they do manage to get across, start that rezzing protocol. Unknown as well. Spots win, in fact, off in the distance. Yeah, he's aware of Havlik being in this position. Havlik has to push up. Yeah, he's seen him now with a shotgun in hand. Can't really take that challenge, but does drop the smoke, swap the weaponry to get a little bit more range firepower, and that's exactly what was needed. Unknown. I mean, what was he doing there? It felt flounderous, but that's going to leave them down a player. And Yatka from that high ground, not really going to be able to do too much about it. Unknown really isolated himself into that. Could not win the fight against Havlik, who had zero cover.
Yeah, almost felt like he brushed his whole thumb across the screen there and just really whiffed the spray entirely. Not great from Unknown, from Burmese Ghouls. I think I also looked like he's very unconfident, right? Very timid taking that fight versus Havlik. I think it's very obvious when a player isn't super confident in their gun skill is that if they don't have any utility, they start to look like that, which, like you say, it was very twitchy.
It's not what you want to see. Not what you want to see at all. Not this late in the game either. At the moment, I feel like ArcRed maybe have the better spot in the circle right now. I would give it to Burmese Ghouls. Burmese Pythons, that's the thing. That's an animal that exists. Burmese Ghouls, if they hadn't just done something like that. Hopefully they can get back into my good graces, but see just what they're able to extract from this. I think ArcRed, though, they have been generally a lot more impressive from playing the higher range off angles, and I think this is exactly what they're going to be looking for here. And into the Burmese Ghouls, I think they have the approach better than any other team. GK really trapped, crunched in. I don't think they make it around the headland.
Yeah, the geeky Scorpions down the southeast side, they're trying to get around towards ArcRed.
All right. You're a geeky Scorpion.
That's the thing. It's a real animal.
Uh-huh. I don't believe
you've got little glasses on.
You've really chuckled yourself with that. Goodness me. Oh, he's going to be asking AI to make him an image of that in a minute. Win, though. Oh, he wants a picture of that. Frame it. Havlik can't go into the fight again this time around. It's up against Win, who does win and lives up to his namesake. Godspeed. Naden down. Canonically, one of the major enemies of Flash, once a friend, turned to foe. We'll see if they are going to crunch that one down, but no, they let him go. Win will be able to heal, and they're more concerned with ArcRed.
It's so weird to me, like Burmese Ghouls have been playing on this high ground for so long, yet seem to have the least amount of control over it. The fact that ArcRed's got up and the position they were in, so confusing to me. But this is good old-fashioned gameplay, and I'm much more impressed with the way ArcRed's playing out this end game.
And on the high ground, yeah, they've got the center of the circle now. GK are doing pretty good to find inroads here, though. towards the higher ground, towards those slightly more accessible areas. Ragnarok wants to be an elevator for the rest of the team in the buggy, but Win is there. Oh dear. And there's off angles from the Burmese ghouls up on high. We do still have a horse in the race. Nerzed on the back line, trying to push forwards. They still haven't got rid of Win. Finally, he goes down, but the nades are going to start to pour on through. Burmese ghouls, I've spotted them, and they are trapped around the edge there for Geeke. They're gonna have a tough time, but Ichi is down. And again, Arc Red, just keep this one going. Keep this one burning. And Nerzed stepping up. I mean, with Ichi down, it's gonna be a lot harder, but Yatka moves in to play an extra player for Arc Red on this approach. The fact that Geeke haven't been completely obliterated so far is crazy, and they might actually find something here. Easy for Bad Boy, keeps them together. The Burmese schools have got major threats sent their way. Geeke are as 4. They're getting the reses here, Blank. Arc Red get rid of the Burmese schools, but now Geeke might just have the shots that they're looking for. A reposition necessary for Ramses around the edge, but that's what they needed to even the numbers, even the score lines, and another shot over the top would do it. Might just seal the deal. It's a nade coming up on high from Easy for Bad Boy to do so much, and it is Arc Red to be able to mount that top of the hill, take the ghouls out of the running, and control Geeke around the edge. Nice control from Arc Red. They're not just a third-party squad.
No, they're not. But also, Burmese ghouls did kind of roll out the red carpet, say, please come on in. Yes, you have all the high ground. That high ground's for you. Would you like a lemonade with your high ground, please? Also, why don't you take some of Lim's off us as well? We'll just walk into you. How about that? You like that? Yeah. That's great, right? Little bit confused about Burmese ghouls' play towards that end game there. I think they need to step it up going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but Arc Red, I mean, we've seen a lot of them getting stuck in. They are certainly willing to step into the lobby, and that's exactly what you need here at the PMGC. They'll profit immensely from it. A nice result coming on through, and as we close down our day, there's only one place we need to go, and that is to the desk.
Uzbekistan get their first chicken dinner here in the PMGC, and man, this was a very fight towards the end. I do gotta agree, man. We saw a little bit of a gift to the high ground here. Arc Red pulling out the chicken dinner right where they needed to, Max.
I was fuming. Geeke able to make that wraparound, but also getting free knocks onto the Burmese ghouls, and because Burmese ghouls were just over peeking so often. Nitro, I feel like they had no reason to put themselves in danger, and they kept doing so, and they didn't allow Arc Red to get there because they were being hyper passive. They kept getting knocked so often that they literally couldn't do anything to stop Arc Red because they kept getting knocked by Geeke. And because of that, Arc Red, they push up, they snatch a portion of that high ground away. And it's not just they get a good position to. Look at that elimination count. 7 elims for Ramses is wild in this match.
Yeah, really love that from Arc Red. They've been so consistent throughout today, right? So it's only fair that they get to end the day with a win, a really good win as well, right? Because, you know, we've been talking about Burmese ghouls in that game in particular, right? And they had that position from early on in the game. They were able to hold down the cliff sides until really that top 3 was given to them, or they took the top 3, and then it, you know, it kind of did not go their way. But for Arc Red, on the other hand, sweeping on the edge side, as we've seen them do all day, is really, really nice to see them have that momentum, have that wherewithal to actually just make those plays, go for those fights, and get up that cliff. I don't even know how they were allowed up that cliff, right, to get that approach and then come up. Really crazy stuff from Arc Red, and GG's.
Yeah, GG's indeed right there. Yeah, Burmese ghouls. I mean, I got to be critical. You know, you can't lose those guys. That was yours to win right there. You know, Yatka ended up pushing out by himself against Arc Red, and once I saw that push, that solo push, I was like, yep, it's over. So I mean, it's tough right here at this stage. Your communication has to be rock solid, especially towards the end game. Even with a good position, one tiny mistake and, you know, another team's going to take advantage of it. So good for ArcRed, right? I think ArcRed, prior to this game, they were like dead center, middle of the pack, 8th place. For them to take advantage of it and get a good game here towards the end, they're going to feel pretty good going into tomorrow.
Oh, they're going to be over the moon. ArcRed were not given a free game, and they were fighting tooth and nail to make sure they can make that transition work out. And they were playing it pretty slow early on because they kind of leapfrogged a lot of teams and actually held the lower side of the cliff, which kept them safe because Burmese Ghouls can't shoot directly down at them. And even if you want to chuck those nades, you don't want to waste that utility because Burmese Ghouls are on this high ground cliff. So if they start wasting utility, they're not going to have resources to wrap up the game. So I think they knew exactly what they were doing in that position. So very happy with ArcRed really using that terrain to its full potential. But yeah, as you said already, that solo push of Yakta, Hot Jukes, was definitely a big fumble. I can tell you, maybe Niptura, Yangon Galacticos, watching this back in Myanmar, been like, we didn't qualify, and this is what you do. You take our spot and this. That's going to be a bit rough to watch. But I still believe that Burmese Ghoul can do some great plays, but I feel like this one definitely should make them rethink their whole approach to finishes like this.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's something that can be tweaked, right? That's the good news, is that, you know, it's something that's just got a little bit of tweaking to do and you'll be good to go. It's not the end of the world. And the good thing is that the mistake was done on day 1, not on day 3 when it really, really, really matters. So plenty of time to bounce back from that one. But you see the points on the board here. ArcRed able to get 25 points. And honestly, just talking about how, you know, the zone favored both Burmese Ghouls and ArcRed able to pick up a lot more points off the back of that.
For sure. All I know is that for Burmese Ghouls in particular, this is one of those games where you got to go with your coach, your analyst, everybody, every resource you got after today, and have a big conversation and figure out, all right, how do we lose this game in particular? And the reason why I'm saying that, especially here at this stage, guys, is do you remember what happened in Group Green, right? When it comes to qualification of just going home or not, it was a 3-way tie. Okay. Ooh, yeah. And this is what I'm talking about, is this could have been that game where it could have decided whether you go home or go to last chance, right? So that's why we're being really hard point on this, is because you cannot lose those. At the same time, there's still 2 more days, right? But you got to bounce back from that big time here, especially tomorrow, Max.
Talking about bounce back, Virtus Pro bounced downwards. Like, they tried to bounce and they went even deeper underground. They've been digging the entire day. I don't know what's happening with Virtus Pro. That was a 0-point game, right? So Virtus Pro, after having dominated CSA, I was like, come on. Oh my goodness. My eyes, they burn. Virtus Pro, what is happening? Oh, that is not a spot I was expecting to see them in. But looking at the top of the rankings, ArcRed jumping up, right? Now in 4th position, just behind Influence Rage. That's been slipping a little bit after their great streak at the start of the day. And Flash now in 2nd, like really SEA coming out swinging on day 1, Niptura, with Flash and the Arena.
They really, really are. But you know what? I'm also really happy with how the middle pack of the lobby has been able to step up in the second half of today, right? In the first half, we had like everybody else had like what, 20 odd points, something like that. But now ArcRed 54, Regnum 45. Like, we're getting up to a point where that gap isn't so big. Like, it's still substantial, right? You know, you got Weibo in 7th place with 43, and then EA 65. I mean, that's 20 odd points, but it's only 20 odd points. It's only 1 good game. It's not 2, it's not 3 like we saw earlier in today. So really nice for the rest of the lobby to kind of realize what's going on and adjust.
Oh, there you go, actually. Daily MVP is going to be Tony K from E-Arena. Wow. Congratulations. Of course, he showed his potential during the Gauntlet with amazing solo plays, and he's going to be able to do it once more this time around. So 2 average eliminations over the course of a day. Really, really impactful stuff. So Tony K, living up to the name of maybe close to Tony K. No, the 2 players are menacing on the battlegrounds.
Hey, those are 2 big names right there. Tony K definitely putting his stamp on the day. It's good to see such a huge improvement from EA in particular. Hopefully we could see that improvement tomorrow from a team like Virtus Pro, because guys, I just did a little bit of the math. That is the roughest day 1 of a team so far in PMGC. Pretty tough. Gauntlet was on day 1, APG with 12 points. Group Green was Team Secret with 11 points. So 8-point day in 6 matches is tough. It's going to be a difficult bounce back, but this team has such a storied roster, right? We know what they can do. Hopefully they can make that happen tomorrow, Max.
Hopefully so. I would just recommend them to slow down the gameplay a little bit. I feel like they're trying to play their own game, which clearly is not working in a lobby like this because the entire lobby is playing relatively slow. So they got to make sure that they can make that change tomorrow.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it on over to the 7WG for a great interview.
PMGC 2025 is absolutely just flying by. That's it. Day one of Group Red is done and dusted. And next to me, I have Luxy from Regnum Karya. They finished in 5th place with 45 points. Now, Luxy, I want to go back to the Gauntlet because you guys are one of the favorite teams of the tournament. What was one of the biggest lessons that you learned from the Gauntlet that you can apply here in Group Red?
Valla siz Gauntlet takımda favori oyun takımlardan bir tanesisiniz. Gauntlet'ta neyi öğrendiniz ve bu kırmızı grupta kullanıyorsunuz?
Gauntlet'te lobiye tam alışamadık. Takımları analizledik. Şu anki kırmızı grupta takımlar bize daha az denk geliyor. Daha rahat oynuyoruz.
So at the Gauntlet stage we didn't get used to lobby yet, but I know we get used to it, and then there's a lot of teams that fight with us in this tournament.
Yeah, there was. I think one of them that you, especially Silas, was mentioning. I think it was DX at one point. He was saying he did not like DX. Well, luckily for you, Silas, I see you smiling over there. They're not here, so you don't really have to worry about it. Now, today, especially going back to Erangel, you did start off slow. You ended up with 2 9th place finishes, 1 ALM, and then 5 ALMs, but then you picked it up. What was the cause of that slow start in Erangel?
Valla Erengel'de biraz yavaş başladınız. İlk 2 maçta birinde 9, birinde 15'te bıraktınız. Neydi sebebi?
Erangel'larda 2 maçta 3 kişi başladık maçlara. İlk alan adam kaybettik. Büyük ihtimal 4 olsaydık 2 maçta daha yüksek puanlar alabilirdik.
So the reason we start slow because we lose the first man in the matches. So our tactic for as a 4 player, we didn't execute it that well. So that was one of the reasons why we start very slow.
Now, going into tomorrow, you're currently 14 points away from 3rd place. What are you looking to do tomorrow, especially at the start of the day, to make sure you get yourself into contention for that 3rd place?
Şimdi ya siz 14 puanla 3.'ye kalıyorsunuz. Yaklaştınız. Ne yapacaksınız ki o 3.'ye tutmak için?
Stabil oynamaya devam edeceğiz. 2 gün daha stabil oynarsak ilk 3'e gireceğimize inanıyorum.
Very focus on stability, try to get much points and try to live as long as possible. So I believe that we can make it in these last 2 days.
I believe you guys can make it too. I mean, you guys are Regnum Karya, the pride of Turkey. So I'm hoping it happens because tomorrow, I mean, it could be at the end of the day, could end up being make it or break it for some of these teams as we saw what happened in Group Re. And I can't wait to see what's going to be happening tomorrow in day 2 of Group Red.
Us too, 7. Tomorrow is gonna be a big day, but we gotta give a big thank you today to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to #be the one and outplay the rest on the global stage. I mean, when it comes to Regnum Karya, we definitely believe in this squad. We know what they can do. 14 points away from 3rd place. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be more important than ever, Maxman, for this team.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for them to try and finally secure a spot in the top 3. I mean, I was looking at their points here. They don't have a single chicken dinner, and yet in placement points, they're still really high to teams that have got a win. So they're consistent, man. They're always making it to the late game. So Regnum Karya, I feel like once they get that big win here, Hot Jukes, they're going to start to build even more momentum in Group Red.
I believe so as well. Well, guys, Neptura, any final thoughts on the day? Who do you think needs to make it happen tomorrow?
Needs to make it happen? Come on, we got to get VP. Come on, I believe in you. Do something tomorrow.
Yep, that would be a bounce back that I definitely want to see. Well, guys, we will see you tomorrow. I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman, Neptura. Thank you to everybody on the desk. We will see you guys tomorrow.
درسا مرة نجيم درسا فرق امتى صار؟
Need anything? Welcome. You can do it. Need anything? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
15 ومرر ساعة. مطلبه
Not bad.
Help!
Please recall me.
Help! Watch out!
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. Please recall me. recall me. Please recall me. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. It's safe here. Save me.
नंबर 4 को छोड़ो ना रिकॉल के लिए जा रहा था ना करो इसको